the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. We have a brand new show for all of you, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We just rolling right along, and we start another one with you. We do not have Blazing Silverman here today. That's not one of his days. Our new intern was named yesterday. If you missed that, you can always go back catch it on our podcast. But the archives and everything, and we had a great day with him. He's from UAB. Alex, he's our new intern, but Blazing Silverman is his new nickname. He is not working today. He's not with us, so it'll be unscreened phone calls if we decide to do that. Will of Meat could spin and a whole lot more, but without further ado, let's bring him in. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
What's up?
Y'all doing well today?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I hear you.
Greg brought up his nose was running. Now mine's running. So thank you for that.
Something at this place makes my nose
I know. What's up with that?
You think it's maybe just the season? It has nothing to do with where we're at?
Maybe. I noticed my right nostrils.
But
Got a
then,
little
go
something
get a
going
napkin.
on. Yeah.
so there.
So there. We have a lot to break down today. Greg is actually bringing something to the table that he says he's very uncomfortable about because it's so not him. So we have that.
Yeah, how about that?
I know, Helmsy, you've watched yet another Untold, and so you're on fire for that. And we need to actually give it more, and that is the series that brought us the Manti Te'o story that we've all been talking about on Netflix about his made-up girlfriend and the story behind all of that. That's been in the news and part of the Untold series, and you said you've kind of dove in.
Struggling
Jeez,
today.
my nanny.
Goodness
Dove
gracious.
in, and
Try that
and
again.
you're all about it.
I was all about the Untold series prior to the Manti Te'o thing, but now that the Manti Te'o is out, I've gone back and watched some things that I didn't see, that I passed up because I was like, hey, do I really want to watch that one? No, I'll move on to this one. So,
right. So
So
but
now
you're
I'm
all in
dialing into some that I have not seen before.
Okay.
The Caitlyn Jenner one, and then last night a mobster who bought his 17-year-old son a hockey team.
That we have to break
like
down.
that.
So
that
it's,
is something else.
There is quite stories that you have
Also,
from this.
when it comes to conspiracy theories, Bigfoot and all this kind of stuff, I mean, UFOs and sightings and different things, it really drives a lot of attention. Fox News and Fox Nation put out a story yesterday that's not new, but they explored it a little bit more. The eerie art, the underground tunnels, and the New World Order conspiracy behind Denver's International Airport. And
Wait a minute, I have heard that.
Now,
and
Denver or Dallas?
It's
Denver.
Denver. 'Cause you said
Okay.
Dallas earlier when
Yeah.
you were telling me about
oh,
it
I'm
before.
sorry. Okay.
But
This
no,
makes
no,
more
no.
sense.
The Denver
then.
thing
Yeah, I do
has-
know
yeah.
the Denver thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because didn't Rick and Bubba go through that airport and we asked because they said there was some weird thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
the blue horse out front and the eyes on that
Yes,
thing.
I do that
And
conspiracy.
When
I
they
have
went
heard.
to the Focus on the Family.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
right.
what it
They
was.
said there's some weird
Well,
stuff.
they
in there.
they broke it down even more, and hey, wow, it is bizarre. And if we have time, we might kind of look into that a little bit today. But I
Bizarro.
saw that yesterday, and Terry actually started talking to me about it. She said, I kind of have seen this. Have you seen
Yeah.
the story about it? And
weird.
it is so weird. And how much over budget they were, and how much longer it took, and some of the things that
And I've
that
seen
were
pictures of
discovered.
it. It's
Yeah,
just-
the art is weird, and
Yeah,
and
it is.
apparently
Lizard people.
And apparently, the artist or sculptor that did the horse, the head fell off the horse and killed the original.
Oh,
and
really?
His son came in and finished the horse for him.
Wow, that'd be weird.
But it's hey,
They say it's the
bizarre.
Illuminati headquarters.
Yeah,
If you're wondering.
yeah, and it's like from the air, the way the airport shaped and looked. Greg, this is
Oh, yeah.
this is
I've
so
seen
up
it.
your alley.
I've heard about this.
Right. All right. So also how about this? We've been following, we've been talking a lot about the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson, and then you have Baker Mayfield going to the Panthers. I see where yesterday the Panthers named Baker Mayfield the starter for Week 1. Who do they play? the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, we had
That
talked
ought to
about
be
them having to
interesting.
play the Browns right out the gate, but we didn't think he'd be the starter.
No.
And here we go.
Nope.
So that'll be fun.
Without going into sports talk too deep, do you
Oh,
think this
Sports Talk
officially
690?
does this officially mean Darnold's a bust?
That's a great question.
I don't know.
That's a
Former
great question.
First round pick.
And they were in the first. They were in the same draft class, correct?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
I think so.
You got to start. You got to kind of start looking there. But
Yeah.
Baker beats him out and is named the starter for Week 1. And they do play the Cleveland Browns. So there you go.
That?
And Forbes has come out with a list that we have to
Forbes?
look at. Forbes has come out with a list that we have to look at with the Dallas Cowboys becoming NFL's first $8 billion team.
What if they were good? Imagine how much they'd be worth.
Man, they've put out a list of the franchises and the money that's brought in, and the Cowboys at top of the list.
Yeah.
Let me guess. The Yankees are second.
Well, I think this
Or is
one
this
here
just
focuses.
NFL?
Well, this one focuses on the NFL, but there is a list out, and we can kind of look at it. But that's expands further than just the NFL. But he bought the team for $140 million, and they're the NFL's first $8 billion team after a record $1 billion in revenue 33 years after he bought the club for $140 million.
Boy, I tell you what an investment.
Good gracious
What an
alive.
investment there.
So we'll break it all down and get started here. Greg's got a list, y'all, and that's
And
not
I just-
Greg.
every now and then I'll
That's
read
not
something.
Greg, but he's got a list. And I got to tell you, I can't wait. I'm going to find myself in the break, and we'll get the second segment of today rolling. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget the number 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps you savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. From family-friendly and fit and wholesome to veggie, you can choose from over 55 delicious options every week. You can even swap sides and proteins to customize your meal. Get started today with 16 free meals across 7 boxes, plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. MyPillow.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or RickandBubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere.
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. It's the Good Time Gang, and the crew will join us after top of the hour for the main show. Don't forget, Will of Meat is on the table today. That could spin, and a very busy week. Actually, heard from Taylor Hicks last night, and he's in town and going to stop by this week. So looking forward to seeing him. We've got Toby Mack, we've got Senator Tuberville, we got a number of other things happening throughout the rest of the week, and then Rick and Bubba are off on Friday, and we'll provide a hosted best of in their absence. But
does Senator Tuberville got a new record coming out?
No, he doesn't, but he's actually in town and is going to stop by and be in studio with us for a couple of segments, and that's normally not the case. We're having to, Zoom him from D.C. or something like that, but he'll be in
I think
studio.
him and Gary Palmer actually have Gary and Me, I think is what it's called.
Gary and Me. What if it
Love
was?
song.
What if it was Gary and Me?
Gary and me.
Gary and me. Gary and me.
Okay.
So a lot happening this week, and it'll be over before you know it. The way these days are, churning by. All right. So what you got, buddy? You got I see highlighted material over there.
Please, before you get started, I want you to know, and you never do this.
Never.
Greg pulled Speedy and myself out of the office and kind of huddled us up and said, and had some papers in his hand.
And you know what he did, because this is
never happens.
so Burgess.
I never did
This
that.
is so Burgess. Hey, look, if he says that, then that means, hey, this is what I really want to talk about, and I got something.
Yeah.
Well, not really. I just felt bad because I never bring nothing. So
Well, you do.
I was thinking,
Just you bring something, buddy.
and anyway, this is titled. It's a list, and I'm not going to sit here and read a list. Just every now and then I'll drop one of these in because I
Okay.
hate when we just read lists with no break.
Holding a piece of paper, y'all.
Sorry,
You
I think-
good, buddy?
I mean,
you need to
it
blow
is
your nose?
on
Let
me.
me know.
Did
It
you
is
know
on me.
these things had names? things that we see, but we didn't know there was a name.
This
for
goes against every single thing that you despise stuff like what you're doing.
No,
right
I don't
now.
despise it. I just never bring it up.
Okay.
And I probably didn't bring.
Well,
this
you
up.
don't like
Give
lists,
it to
is
me.
why.
Well, I like lists, but I don't like them.
Not
I don't
long.
like us when we read them. You know, if it's top 10, you should start at 10 and go to 1.
Okay.
We start at 1 and go to 10 because
All right.
you know the further you get away from one, the least interesting it is.
Okay.
You know, but this isn't anything like.
Have
that.
you picked your most interesting?
No, this isn't like. I'm just going to start out with this one. Did you know the space between your eyebrows? What that's called? There's a word for it. Had no idea.
The space between your eyebrows.
And you won't know the answer.
No,
So what
I
is
don't
it?
know.
That's a giabella.
A giabella.
So if next we'll start noticing people, they come and go check that giabella out on that guy.
Hey,
Yeah.
he needs to shave his giabella.
There
And
you go.
after looking at the two of you, some giabellas are bigger than others. Because you've got more, you've got a little bit more space between yours, Greg, than you do.
I'm gonna give 2 more and then we're moving on.
No,
Then I'll give
Greg.
some
We're
later.
gonna go. I want the
Greg.
whole list.
No, we ain't
Greg,
going
it's
the whole
23
list.
after.
That's
we got a lot of time to cover,
just every
friend.
now and then
Hey,
drop
just
one in.
slow down.
How about the plastic or metallic coating at the end of your shoelaces? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Right here.
There's a word
That little
for
piece
it.
right there.
There's a name for that.
Lace coat.
That's close.
Oh,
but
that's
no.
pretty good.
Aglet.
Huh?
Greg,
Are you serious?
I know you're trying to be kind. I wasn't close.
No, we're not going to be close to him.
But that made sense.
Yeah,
More-
we
that
will
made more
hey,
sense than aglet.
We will know none of these. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that.
Okay,
Is
this is
why,
not fun.
Is this why you like the list so much?
How about the rumbling of your stomach? You know, when somebody's stomach growls during church a lot.
growl? Yeah.
I call it stomach growling.
Yeah.
Gurgling.
Yeah.
Same family, but it's called a womble.
Okay.
So next time
Do you
we're in
like my
church,
guesses? I'm trying.
You are. But again, that's not necessary. because we're
Womble?
not gonna get
Do you
it.
want me to just
Okay.
shut up?
No, that's fine.
I'm just enjoying it.
So you being in church, you go, man, somebody's stomach's wombling.
Wombling. Because I would say somebody's stomach is growling.
Womble,
Now this
womble,
one
womble.
we might have a chance on. The prongs on a fork. What are they called? The prongs on a fork.
Prongs.
Fork prong.
Fork-
Nope,
fork
that'd be
prong.
tines.
Okay. All right.
Like brow tines
Yeah.
on deer. That's enough.
That's
We can do some more
That's
later.
enough.
What are you talking
We can
about?
do
No,
some more
buddy.
later.
No.
Buddy, we got
no,
6 minutes
no,
in this
yeah,
segment
yeah,
alone.
No, we're continuing. You say
Here's
it's
one.
tines.
Here's
Tines.
Look, I love how he
T-I-N-S.
says he's done, and then he says, "Here's one."
Get
Here's
those
one.
forks tines in there and stick that thing.
Here's one.
I'm sorry.
We've all seen this. The little tiny plastic table in the middle of the pizza box.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know what that's for.
Right.
Well, it's called a box tent.
Box tent.
Hold on. Look at his eyebrows when he's when he's
Look
when he's
at my,
bring-
was it my Giabella?
Yeah. Look, because he thinks he's sharp. Go ahead and take a sip.
Now
real
here's
quick.
this may be my favorite one here.
Look, he's got a sip.
I got
ready.
one that here's my favorite one. The day after tomorrow. You know, we got tomorrow. What's the day after called?
The day after tomorrow.
Will we not know this?
No, you ain't gonna know it. You ain't gonna know any of them.
Why do we not say that?
He just took a
then?
sip. If you
Like the
can't
day
see.
after tomorrow, that
It's
would
called-
be a pretty
It's
important
actually
thing.
named an overmorrow.
An overmorrow?
Why do we never use that?
I don't know.
Because I always say day after tomorrow. Hey, overmorrow.
Yeah, it's
I
not
think-
tomorrow. It's
And
over
I don't
tomorrow.
even know if these are actually real.
Really?
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
why don't we not use that one?
I'll go ahead and
Wow.
tell you
So-
this.
so
There's
it's
a
slow
chance-
down. Let's
so
talk
there-
hold
about
on, Greg.
overmorrow.
Greg.
There's a chance this is all made up too. I
Oh,
don't
really?
You did
Yeah, I
no
don't-
research?
No.
I'm looking up over
So if I
tomorrow.
said, if instead of promoting Thursday, if I just said overmorrow, we got Taylor Hicks and Toby Mack on the same show.
If you said
That'd
this,
be Thursday. If
you
you're listening
said-
live today.
If you said, "Hey Helms, we're not doing that Wednesday," it's overmorrow.
It'd be confusing.
Won't be tomorrow. It's overmorrow.
That's why I got
I
a
can
feeling
tell you
these
I
may
don't
be
like it.
these may be made. up.
Hold
what
on.
do you mean? They may be made up.
Well, I mean,
Overmorrow.
Where'd you get the list?
definition, The day after. No, this is not made up.
Okay.
This is yeah.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, this one's interesting.
Okay.
Overmorrow. Interesting.
You know, in songs, when instead of words, they're either singing na 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 or la la la. You know, a lot of songs la na na na.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's actually a title of what those are called because you have lyrics, which are words of songs.
Mm-hmm.
The na na nas and the la la las are called vocables.
Vocables.
Yeah, they're not lyrics.
Hmm.
They're basically, I can't think of anything to say, so I'm gonna go na 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 la la la.
Okay.
It's my take on it.
Do you think there's anybody listening and watching that knew these or knew a
Yeah,
number
that's
of
why
them?
we need to move on.
I think.
No,
so.
I'm just
I think
wondering
there
how
was
many
a
every now
chance
and
with the
then-
times.
And then every now and then I'll throw one.
I
in
think
there.
there was a chance with the times.
I'll give you times.
Possibly overmorrow, but they never used it.
No.
Now this place, some
What
people.
about the stomach? You think the stomach growling?
Womble.
No, nobody knew
This
about the
here-
womble womble.
is, also kind of like the between the eyebrows. This varies on different people. The space between your nostrils.
I'm touching it. For some reason, I wanted to touch it.
That is called the columellanase.
Columella?
Columellanase.
Columellanase.
You see people with a big giant nose. I have a pretty big nose.
Look at me. Let me see your
You got
columella.
some,
Oh, yeah, you got a little columella.
But that. Nazy.
Look up again. Oh, yeah.
If this was me doing this right now, Greg, you would be screaming, "This is stupid."
Yeah, this is stupid. Why are we
Just
doing so
know.
many? Let's move on.
That was my whole point.
Yeah.
Can't believe you're here.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. That's ridiculous.
I'm done.
Why in the world would you even
No,
waste
we
time
want. I
doing
need
that?
another one.
Yeah.
I told y'all we weren't going to read them all. We're just going to read one.
Right. Well, it looks like you've highlighted maybe half of them.
Well, some of them I don't like.
You don't like some of which? Like, give me one you don't like.
Yeah, that's a good
let me
question.
find
Sorry, we'd be
No,
the
I
only
like
show
that.
to ask him to
Sure.
do that. Please don't read.
Just read one of
Please
the
don't read the
unhighlighted.
ones you.
The armhole enclosed where sleeves are sewn.
Huh? Okay.
So it's not called an armhole.
Arms sigh. See,
But-
I think
I
that's
mean,
made up.
You haven't.
I don't
half
think it's
read
made
that.
up.
here's
I just
one.
think it's
Okay.
unnecessary.
Here's one.
And then you don't like this one?
No, I like this one.
Oh, you do. Like
Did you highlight it?
Yes. The condition of finding it difficult to get out of the bed in the morning has a name.
I got a couple.
All right.
but-
I
Yeah.
thought it was
Tired.
I
That's
thought
the
it
one.
was a drag ass. But
yeah. Well, yeah.
actually,
you said it.
it's dysania
Dysania.
or dysania. Well,
Okay.
here's my last one.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. We're just
The
staring.
dot
at it
over an I or a J.
Ooh.
now. Okay.
You gotta be careful when you say this one. Tittle.
Yeah.
It's a tittle.
Yeah.
But that.
You said yeah, like you.
Here's
knew
another
it.
one I like.
No, I
Here's another one I like.
thought it said
What's that?
something else.
You remember the metallic device they measure your feet with at the shoe store?
I do.
That's called a Bannock device.
Well-
Evidently named after somebody named
I
Bannock.
tell you what, you
somebody.
better do. When we're in the break, you better be dotting those or tittling those J's and I's.
Tittles. You left the tittle off.
Tittle them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they will not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, and you get all this for about half the price of other premium audio brands. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Want to see it for yourself? Find out what the hype's all about right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. If you've been listening to our show for a while, you've heard us talk about the Helix mattresses that we love. Well, Helix has moved from the bedroom to the living room with All-Form sofas. All the All-Form sofa pieces are made in America, easy to assemble, and scratch and stain resistant. Great for anyone with kids or pets. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, which is the easiest way to customize a sofa using premium materials at a fraction of the cost of the traditional store. And just like the Helix mattress, All-Form sofas are shipped right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and you'll get a full refund. Let me tell you, we've had one at our house, and they're so easy to put together. They look great. So what are you waiting for? If you need a new chair or a new sofa, plus they offer a lifetime warranty option, here's the best part. All-Form is offering 20% off all orders for our listeners. Get 20% off at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. That last segment you heard was a first. And so now Greg is going to break down his love of sequels. Go ahead, Greg. No, I'm kidding. That list was a list that of things that have names that you don't think even existed.
Didn't have a names.
Yeah.
I got one more.
You do? What you got?
Every now and then I may drop some.
I didn't know you had one. I didn't know this was going to continue.
Well, there's actually two. The utterly sick feeling you get after eating or drinking too much.
Ooh.
And this is about right. Crapulence. It's called crapulence.
You just want to say
bloated
crap.
feeling.
Golly,
Feel like crap, or I got to take a crap. One of them.
Greg.
Here's another one that I can relate to.
Crapulent.
I've noticed the thing.
Illegible handwriting.
That would be you. The claw.
What if it was?
That's griffonage. I don't know. Just telling
I
you.
wonder if Griffin was somebody like that had the claw.
Yeah.
May have been.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Griffonage.
Just in case y'all was wondering.
Wow. I felt like crapula Saturday night after Terry made two huge dinners and that we combined as one, and I haven't been eating like that. And hey, wow! Afterwards, I just laid there
look, we all have those moments. There's nothing you got to have them every now and then. What's wrong with that?
My wife made dinner.
It's
Am I going to eat it?
It's fun.
It was a family event. Yeah, you can do that every now and then, and it shows that you are trying to do better if you feel like crapula after that.
That's right. What about your tiny toe or your finger? Minimus. All right.
If you want this list, Greg at rickandbubba.com.
No,
He'll shoot it over to you. There's so many places I want to go with you, Helmsy, right now. I mean, I have just like a where do I want to start kind of approach here. And I know we can break down Untold, but I want to talk about, I heard something being discussed about TVs at your house.
Yeah, I made a controversial move Sunday night when we got back. and
So
I'll get to why I made the move, but it's, and I say controversial. Amanda likes it, which is probably, I mean, that's really more important than anything.
You did it for you and Amanda?
Well, I really did it for me. If I'm just going to be straight up honest, this was a selfish move.
Get out of that laptop, Greg.
This was a very, very selfish move on my part. But Amanda now likes it, and Maddie is in my court. Caroline doesn't care, but I think Braden is very frustrated with this move. We have, let's see, I don't know, we got too many TVs, number one, in our home. I think probably in 2022, most people would say they have too many TVs, no matter how many they have. But we have our largest TV that we have is downstairs, and no one is ever down there. Not one soul. Maybe once a month, somebody will go down there and watch something. Maybe Braden has a friend over, a couple buddies, they watch a ball game. But that's few and far between, far and few between, whichever one you say it. And so we got home Sunday night, and as I walked in the door, I thought, I'm moving that to our bedroom.
You're moving the big TV down.
I said that in my
basement
mind. I'm like, I'm moving the big TV that is in our downstairs that nobody uses to my bedroom.
Do you have a TV already in your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Is it tiny or something?
Well, it's not tiny, but it's about the size of the ones we have here in the studio.
All right.
Which compared to the one that's now in there that I've moved in there, it is tiny.
Okay.
So I moved it. We'll just call it tiny, even though it's like a 42.
I was going to say about
TV.
a 43-inch TV.
Yeah.
Like
To
that.
look at like that when we replaced with the old studio with. Remember that one?
Yeah, the itty bitty.
No, it's not.
It's actually in
it's
there
not
with
that.
Adler now.
Oh, is
That tiny one.
It's a 40. I don't know what that is.
That's
but
probably about a 43.
Yeah, it's a.
But 40-inch, something like that.
So I moved that one downstairs and then moved the giant one in our bedroom.
You say giant, is that a 55er?
Yeah, it's either 55 or 60.
Oh, we're going 60.
It's a big one.
Oh.
Okay.
Greg,
And
quit
it's the
looking at your
newest.
list, Greg.
It's the newest TV that we have in the house.
But you set it up for the teenagers. Hey, if you got
well, I
people
set it
down,
up for whoever wanted to be down there
but
watching.
that would
it.
normally be them, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's been times where I've gone down there and watched it. Again, not many, but it's just I feel like it's just being wasted down there.
Yeah.
And so I moved it in the room, and I did it without telling anybody. Like I just kind of let it unfold.
Right.
And downstairs there was that TV and another TV that was like on the different ends of the room. So like there were two TVs in there. So now there was one big one and then one small one.
Okay.
And so now there's two small ones down there. And one of them's, had a streaming device, and one of them had a, gaming system, whatever. And you could watch, two ball games at once if you wanted to or whatever. You can still do that.
Mm-hmm.
There's just smaller TV. But where I got this idea to move it was this weekend we were at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
We were in this, the hotel rooms are not big, but they had a giant TV in a room. I mean, it was gigantic. And I thought, I got to tell you, I like this. I'm laying on a bed up close and personal with this humongous TV I'm staring at.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I do this at home? And I thought, you know what? You actually can. Just move the one from downstairs upstairs. Nobody's going to say anything because nobody watches
Nobody's down there.
It wasn't up 10 minutes. Here comes Braden. Hey, starting this Sunday, I'm having friends over for NFL football.
Oh.
And I was like, well.
Here's your 40-incher.
I
still
swapped them out.
Yeah.
There's two TVs. I can watch two games.
Yeah.
There's two TVs down there.
Yeah.
It's like Buffalo Wild Wings.
He rolled his eyes and walked out of the room.
Oh, boy.
It wasn't 10 minutes later. Amanda goes, hey, like this, okay? Like it a lot. But you do realize that your son is now pacing the floor because he had a plan, and you've completely changed that plan.
Now, is he like you? So messing up his plan is bothering him?
Not as much as Caroline.
Okay.
He has a little bit of that in him, but Caroline is the one that got that for sure. She don't want anybody. She has a plan, sticking to it. Matter of fact, saw that unfold this weekend when I didn't know where she was, and she hadn't checked in for a tennis match yet. And I just went online and checked her in. They do it on an app now. And, boy, and I did it 2 minutes before she was going to do it. Boy, for like 6 hours we didn't speak because I messed up her plan.
Oh, okay.
I think the exact phrase was, "Don't ever check me in again." And I said, first of all, you're not going to talk to me like that.
Right.
Okay, that's first thing. Okay, I'll check in if I want to. Matter of fact, I'll go check in right now for matches that are coming up in 2 weeks if I want to do it. So we had like 2 hours where we didn't speak.
So he doesn't have that as bad as she does.
No.
Okay.
So he's just working.
He's upset about
he's
the
working.
TVs.
He's working through it. He's thinking, well, okay, well maybe I can take the TV from my room and put in there. Now the sell to the guys is we got 3 TVs in here. Mm-hmm. We lost the big one, but now we got 3.
Is there any part of you that says I'll just put it back the way it is?
No.
Oh, really?
No, I'm enjoying it too much, and Amanda is too, and even Maddie. Maddie's like, I'm really digging this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
so.
right.
And again, Caroline doesn't care. She doesn't even hardly watch TV.
But he did. He stepped out with his buddies and said, "Hey, I tell you where we can go.
Yep,
we got us a good
Well,
room."
it made more sense to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. His thought.
So now I am battling with. I want him to. I do have a heart, and I am battling with the whole. Do I move this down there on a Sunday night? It's not hard to move.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like it's hanging on a wall or anything.
Yeah, for like just once a week. But that's a lot of moving.
It is. Well, it'd be 16 weeks, I guess.
16 moves.
Actually, it'd be more than that when you include the playoffs, and it's just still preseason.
Right.
So wow, so that's 20-something.
Now,
weeks.
are they just going to watch whichever game is in the market, or do you have the NFL ticket?
We don't have the NFL ticket. Now, what may happen? I don't know how all that works. So. There may be some kind of can you stream the NFL ticket?
Look, here I go, huge step out. But didn't the NFL come out recently with their own streaming service? And then that's how you get it.
And there may be
I might be wrong.
There may be one of the kids that
I heard
that
Apple was
it.
getting it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. So
we'd have to Google that or whatever.
So I've stirred the house with a controversial TV move, and I'm not backing off because I'm really I mean, the last few nights, Amanda and I just been laying in bed watching this awesome TV, just right in front of us.
Yeah, makes the Untold series come to life.
Small room, big TV kind of gets me.
I thought the same thing, Greg, until I spent that weekend in the Hyatt Regency this weekend when they had that giant TV right next to my bed. Yeah. Daddy liked it.
Daddy liked it.
Everybody in the room liked it. That's why there's not a whole lot of pushback because everybody else enjoyed it, and they're like, I get it. I get why you're. Yeah, I got to come up.
Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by Case Legal Media. Attention, this is an important message for anyone that has been diagnosed with cancer after using such products as Johnson & Johnson baby powder and shower to shower. Recent media studies have shown that use of talcum powder can cause ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer after using these products, then you may be entitled to significant compensation. In July 2018, a jury awarded $4.7 billion to 22 women whose ovarian cancer was linked to Johnson & Johnson's talcum-based products. Don't wait another day to see if you're eligible. Call us at 800-867-5835. That's 800-867-5835. Our network of attorneys are ready to fight for you, and you'll pay nothing unless there is a recovery in your favor. Time restrictions may apply. So call now. 800-867-5835. That's 800-867-5835. Again, 800-867-5835.
DQ presents how to experience the new DQ Reese's Take 5 Blizzard with your 5 senses. First, open your eyes and see it all. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, caramel, peanuts, pretzels. It's beautiful. Then feel it. Oh, it's cold. Next, listen to it. Now, smell it with your nose. Oh, sweet top notes. And finally, taste it. Experience the new Reese's Take 5 Blizzard today. DQ, happy tastes good. Get it delivered at DQ.com. Delivery subject to availability, additional fees, and minimum order requirements.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEST for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEST for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. And you can get 10% off their bundles with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The Good Time Gang is here, and we thank you for being with us. The main show starts right after top of the hour, but hey, guess what? This portion of the show is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. I mean, how many years do y'all think we've been talking about Relief Factor? They've been with us for a long time.
I know, at least 15, 16.
And we've been talking about those of you that suffer from the inflammation, the day-to-day, hey, I don't feel right, got a little bit of pain. It could be from a number of different things. How about I'm just getting older? Raise your hand in here if you feel that. Maybe you're trying to do a little bit better, being a little bit more active. Whatever the case, it could be that you're a collegiate athlete, or you're just someone that is a weekend warrior and goes out and runs and stuff like that. Whatever the case, if you suffer from that, ReliefFactor.com has a 3-week quick start pack. It only costs $19.95. It's costing you less than $1 a day. And almost everyone over 40 or 50 has occasional aches and pains because of the aging, exercising, or everyday activities that I just mentioned. Could be golf, could be tennis, be biking, whatever the case. if you suffer from that, the 3-week Quick Start Pack might be something for you, because I know it's helped a lot of folks here on the staff. $19.95, 3-week Quick Start Pack. That's what you're looking for. You can visit relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. So Helmsley will be playing that out with his TV, and we'll see how that rolls. That's going to be an interesting little update from you, especially when NFL cranks up officially.
The easiest thing to do, and I've gotten emails from people saying, "Why don't you just go out and buy another one?" And that's a good idea. And that, you know what, I could if I want. That's on the table. But here's the thing: I'm embarrassed by how many TVs we already have.
Well,
you know what I mean?
There's that.
Like,
and then you got those other little ones where you're like, well, "What am I going to do with all them now?" And I get that. I really do. And so that's going to have to be something that you try to figure out, my friend, because if you got it like you like it in the bedroom with the new TV that you move from the basement and you don't want to move it, that does present an issue.
First world problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned this earlier, and I got 2 stories here, and both you might go, I don't give a rip about either one of them. There has been a study over 30 years of a study here, 1988 to 2018. Had a total of 116,000 adults that were monitored and submitted exercise reports, and it has come back with the link to longer lifespan and lower death rates, and what you have to do through this survey and through this testing for that to happen. Or over here, I got the Dallas Cowboys being the first $8 billion team and the breakdown of all that. Which do either one of y'all do y'all like either one of those, or both those or do they just suck?
The whole Cowboys, we just mentioned it last week about different franchises and how much.
Well, Forbes has come out with its brand new list, and so that's why that's in the news today.
We're on record for knowing and understanding.
Good investment Jerry Jones made.
Yeah.
The sports franchise business is a good business to be in.
Especially if you got in it about 30 years ago.
Yeah. I'll just tell you this, and then we'll be done with it. Dallas Cowboys, about $8 billion. The second
Patriots
NFL team values,
or the Rams, one of the two.
Patriots, $6.4 billion.
That would make sense.
Rams, $6.2 billion, and then the Giants at $6 billion.
And that's simply because they're in New York. They suck in football.
Yeah, it's just the market.
Yeah. But it looks like the top 10 teams are all over $4.5 billion. So
pretty good investment.
How about the NFL buying a franchise? Pretty good investment, as Greg just mentioned. Yeah. So this one here, though, it was interesting, and Terry and I were talking about this just before we went on a walk last night. The new 12-page research article published in the American Heart Association's Circulation Journal found that people who got extra exercise had a lower mortality rate compared to those who did not. The study, which was conducted by researchers from Harvard, said that, and it was published July 25th, over a 30-year period of this study, 88 to 2018, totaled 116,221 adults. They were monitored.
That's a commitment to a study.
Yes,
there.
And then submitted the exercise report. Mortality reduction was observed in the study for participants who got 150 to 300 minutes of vigorous physical activity per week and 300 to 600 minutes of moderate physical activity. And Terry broke that down. She was kind of like, okay, if it's 300 a week, you're looking at maybe around 42 minutes a day of something that it could be running, jogging, climbing stairs, swimming, bicycling, aerobic activity, playing sports, working outdoors, like just working outdoors in general, just being active, doing something. But they said the vigorous exercises that participated in those activities I just mentioned for 150 to 299 minutes a week had lower mortality rate between 21 and 23% for all causes of death. And the story goes on, and I won't bore you with it because there's a lot more numbers. But basically, it was, hey, get out and get active. Do something.
Yeah.
And it was just weird. Normally, these studies, we like, psst. But this study, 30 years and over 116,000 adults.
Not surprising. I mean, it's not
the study itself. The results are not surprising.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've been staying with it for 30 years shocks me a little bit.
It adds to it.
And here's what I got out of the story. Do you realize we could call them bicycles? But yet, what you do on them, we call cycling. Would it be sickling?
Right.
That's all I got.
Is that on your list?
No, but it's kind of.
Did you jot that
Because
down?
we all say bicycle, right? Nobody says bicycle.
Well, there's things like that we talk about. The whole we drive on a parkway and we park in a driveway.
But are we saying bicycle wrong all these years, the whole world?
Right.
You think we are?
Or riding one should be called cycling instead of cycling. I don't know.
True.
I don't know
What is a tricycle?
Mm-hmm. Or a tricycle.
Well, I don't know, Greg.
So there it is.
How about they said that participants that just were active, like walking or weightlifting, performing lower intensity workouts, their lower mortality rate was in the 20%, 21%. So just doing that.
We should really spell it like popsicle.
Yeah, popsicle. Yeah.
That's the way if we're going to say it like
You're
that,
right.
that's what we need to,
Sickling.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all know that wire cage that holds the cork on a bottle of champagne? Do y'all know what that was called?
What is
I thought
that?
you
What
weren't
is
going to do
that?
it anymore.
A graphie.
A graphie?
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting. Are you going to remember any of these? Okay.
I just thought that one in there.
Graphie.
A graphie.
I would like for you to. My challenge for you today is to bring up a couple of those just in conversations during the main.
I've read them.
No, I'm talking about during the main show, just in casual conversation, like just use it as part of your sentence.
There's one I'm afraid to say because the way it sounds, I don't think I'm saying it right.
Give us the definition
it could be
and then
offensive.
spell it.
It could be offensive.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The cry of a newborn baby.
Squall.
It's called vagitus.
Oh my gosh. What did you just say?
That's Vagitus.
Buddy, I wish you wouldn't have spelled it. I know I said
it's a
spell
cry
it,
of a
but
newborn baby.
What I love about this show is
Well, I
that
kinda
the
get it
sentence
now.
before this,
I
he said,
completely get it.
the sentence before this, he said he shouldn't say it.
I know.
But then
Right.
again,
It went 3 seconds.
No,
after
I
it.
just wanted to say, I didn't know if I'd say it right. Was my point, but I think I got it.
You got it too, buddy.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I do too.
There's
All right.
20 on this list.
I tell you got it so right. It looked like a home run in a home run derby.
Yeah. Could you give us one more so we don't end this hour with that?
When you combine an exclamation point with a question mark, combine them.
Oh, I've
it's
done
referred
that.
to as interbang, interobang.
That wasn't any better.
Good night,
Dang,
live.
that's what it's saying. Who are you?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's been unplugged for 23 years. I mean, come on, Greg. I mean, that's good.
That's good.
I continue to be amazed at the stupidity of young people when it involves social media. I mean, who do they think they are? The governor of Alabama.
Okay.
See, well, when you're reading the thing there, you found out the old gov did not really understand how texting and sharing on iPads and phones worked. But anyway, but he's an older fella, so you would think, okay, that's not his generation. Young people, I think, are so narcissistic now when it comes to social media, they don't even care if it gets them in trouble.
No.
When you put things out on social
Look at me,
media,
Rick. Look at me.
People can see what you're doing. And here, may I present to the audience today Lucas Dietrich, and he does look very German, by the way. Look at him. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at Lucas.
He's a little Aryan.
How about it fits the name, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know why he's in trouble?
No.
He was caught on Twitter because he put a video out of him punching a donkey. So,
why does he want to punch a donkey?
well, Greg, that's
How'd the donkey take it?
okay. The donkey's okay. They have quite a very hard skull.
Yeah, they do.
So he decided.
Assaulting a jackass.
Yep.
No.
Right. He was.
Wow.
That's your fault, Speedy.
It is.
It is. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
He's an animal. That's what it's
I
called.
know.
So he went to a public farm, and Lucas Dietrich,
I kind of want to see the video.
thought it would be funny to videotape himself punching a miniature donkey. So this
don't
is,
pick on a mini.
yeah, in the
Little mini.
face. He has been charged,
I wish you would have
rightfully
hit him right in
so,
the throat.
with animal cruelty. You know how investigators were able to identify him? He put it on Twitter.
Well, he wanted everybody to see it, right?
Right, yeah. So Lucas will not get.
Anybody got the video of it?
It's been taken down.
Has it?
I would like to see. I wish the mule turned and just did one of them 2-foot kicks on him.
Yeah. Well, it's a donkey, not a mule.
Yeah, same thing. Whatever.
Yeah. So really, it would not be a jack. It would.
I just like saying that.
Right. We'll see. I know you
some
do.
honesty right there.
I know you do, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's almost like somebody.
Good animal.
That little thing.
Yeah. 13-year-old female donkey.
Well,
so it would be a
my
Jill.
goodness. So he punched it.
He punched it. Said the man says we have this public farm. It's few and far between, but not out of the ordinary that somebody does something malicious to the animals. The main goal is
have nothing.
Ridiculous.
The main goal is to connect people to the animals and learn respect and appreciation for the animals. And 99% of the time, that is what happens. But in this case,
not so much.
A man decided to go up and instead of petting the donkey, punched it in the face and videotaped it.
Sure he did.
Yo.
Now,
stop laughing.
Now, I do not see anywhere in the story about alcohol, but I just have to think that it's somewhere in here, don't you?
You would have to think. Yeah, I mean,
he went ahead and posted it.
He got put in jail, but has been released because he posted $5,000 bond, and he'll appear later. But I'm like you. I don't know why anybody would want to punch a donkey. How about donkeys have very hard faces and skulls?
Oh yeah.
I mean, would that not break your hand? I mean, you shouldn't do it, but I'm just talking about.
I bet it did hurt.
Wouldn't you say it would have to hurt?
I wonder if the donkey even cared.
No, they say it's fine. They've checked it out. I mean,
Donkeys like that. All you got?
I mean,
watch these 2 feet. Foop.
Yeah, they didn't even need to see a vet. It was fine.
They said they asked him why he punched a donkey. He said it was acting like a.
He was a smart jackass.
I tell you what, I didn't like it.
There you
Guys,
go.
that is not. That is not. Never mind.
But that's not what we're talking about.
That is the point.
Different animal.
Not.
I mean,
this is all Speedy's fault.
I will have to say this: I've never just been at a petting zoo or anything else where I had a feeling come over me where I want to punch that thing.
I saw you punch a rabbit at one.
I did not. I just made that up.
Well, I had
during Easter pictures.
I had a goat eating at my blue jeans one time.
Yeah, they did that.
Well, if you're trying to get something off of you,
right.
You might have to shove it or push it in the face or something to get it off of you.
Right.
I'm talking about it's just on the other side of the fence. Oh, look at you! Bap!
No,
I've never.
Yeah, no,
ever.
I've had some petting zoo incidents that I didn't care for.
The petting zoo is not a great place.
No, it isn't.
There's been some dogs that like choke out.
I remember there was a llama following me when I was a little kid at one. It wasn't going to hurt me, but I just didn't like the way it looked.
No.
Choke
And
out.
every time I turned around, it was.
As a kid, I
Maybe
remember
kid.
being kind of wigged out by petting zoos. Because really, what we said is
Stuff always went wrong.
let's set our child down in the middle of animal feces.
Oh, they're going to be some dung.
Yeah, and have animals everywhere. And to me, they don't think it through. Like a goose should never be in a petting zoo. Geese will get after you.
Yeah.
Goats, I know it looks good on paper, but if you've got something they want to get a hold of, they'll start chewing on you. Yeah. They like to drug my mama down. One time.
They had to pry its mouth off her pants leg.
They love to chew and to me animals.
And then that poor old lady got hit by that monkey last week. We saw how that turned
Yeah,
out.
oh,
It
yeah.
wasn't a petting zoo,
No,
but it was a
wasn't.
zoo.
Right,
and she
right,
stuck
yeah.
a big into her face.
Yeah.
Clyde.
Yeah, Canadian geese. That's the only thing on a golf course that's kind of come after me. That and that my neighbor's big dog got hold of my leg one time. I could not get it off. I was little, screaming for mama.
Oh, hey, when a dog gets hold of you,
It was just
bad.
You gotta let it finish.
Did you know this? I heard the other day that they actually released. I meant to say this. Louisville, listen to us on the Hawk right now. Did you see the countdown that Louisville made the other day? In the number 3 slot, of postal workers attacked by dogs. Louisville number 3.
In Louisville?
In Louisville.
Wow. Something about dogs and postal workers. Huh?
Yeah. That just.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour from the No Name Studio. And we start this baby with the national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. We're out here on the bleeding edge of technology, and we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they have rocked a kickoff hour for you on almost all the Rick and Bubba platforms. If you've never experienced the kickoff hour, give the boys a check. They do a great job getting everything Rick and Bubba rolling for a new day. Adler has settled in. Old Eddie Van Adler. And he's a man, he's got his little hands in just about everything. And we got videos, we got live YouTube. If you're watching right now, hello, tubers. Watch it live or archived. He handles that, puts out all kinds of Rick and Bubba content on Blaze TV. And then if you've never been to our YouTube channel, subscribe to it. It doesn't cost you anything. You need to be part of that. So Adler's got all that covered. And we do not have Bubba today. So let's take that on right out of the gate. And it's always here. It's every man for himself. If someone is down, we just if you're watching on our YouTube channel, we just move the seats and we all come forward. Yeah. So Greg, you move into Bubba's seat. He claims that when he's out, you waste no time grabbing that seat.
It's just for the visual of the team, so we don't have gaps between people. It's meaningless.
So our little Bubba yesterday, throughout the show and even through some meetings yesterday, was not feeling well. He does not have COVID, so don't worry about that. But little Bubba is not feeling well, and they haven't figured out exactly what it is. He was having some really sharp abdominal pain. So unfortunately, to the point that Betty had to take him to the emergency room last night. He is fine as far as stability is concerned, and they're managing the pain, but they haven't really found what the problem is. So they're doing some additional testing, and Bubba has that testing scheduled for today. So we'll hopefully join us in prayer. They'll find out what the problem is, and they can get him some kind of relief or solve the problem and get him back on his feet. That is certainly our expectation. I hate to bring this up because it seems so soon. You know, you always say too soon. Mm-hmm. But yeah. It looks like, Adler, this will cancel the Space Bros trip. Come on, just so you know.
What?
Yeah,
Space Bros.
So you're probably
excellent.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
no rocket launch for that little fella.
Should I do this right here? Say here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
That was a good run there.
Yeah. So Bud, it's sorry. I mean, if I could take you,
Cape Canaveral out.
Let me be clear. I would not take you. I'm
right.
sorry. I
okay.
almost said
Just
something
stop
that's
that.
just not true.
Who are you over there?
Yeah. See, I almost said something that was all heart, but absolutely no sincerity.
Sure. No truth to it, Rick. No truth to it
whatsoever. My emotions want to come through for you, but my reality will not do it.
Yeah.
So sorry about that, buddy.
So Bubba texted me this morning.
Oh no. Did he say my bad, bro?
He goes, "Don't look like I'll make the launch."
Oh.
And he said a few other things, but I'm just keeping it short.
Yeah.
And my response, Space Bros got to fly together. We'll make it happen one day.
You know what? And that's what you should have said. You said that. You said that perfectly. Space Bros have to fly together.
They fly as one.
Yeah.
So,
was there ever even a remote you going, I think I'll get Bubba's contacts and see if I can still go?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't happen.
No.
For a few reasons, you know.
Yeah. Of course we want Bubba not to have anything serious. I mean, that's established. But I have this sense that somewhere, even though Betty's got her hands full, the cancellation of the trip may not be the worst thing for her.
Her blood pressure is actually down.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Believe it or not.
But anyway, so just the key where we are right now, Bubba, thank goodness they're managing the pain, so he's not dealing with that anymore. You tend to love those people. I remember, and we all started this, Helmsy, you and I, the two that have had, who else? Helmsy has had appendix and gallbladder, right? Correct. I've had gallbladder. Anybody else?
No.
So we
Joe Burrow had
both of us became those people that start screaming gallbladder appendix because
immediately anytime someone has a pain that nobody can figure out what it is, well, it must be your appendix or your gallbladder.
But I'm with you. I don't think that's been completely ruled out because the testing they've done so far They just realized, well, it's not something we can see with your first test you try. So now they're going to try to go even deeper. So it may end up still being something. I think appendix has been ruled out, but the gallbladder could still be in play, right?
Yes.
So they're checking that. But I do remember this, and Bubba got to this point. I do remember the pain of that, and I remember that this very, very kind nurse came in. And the gallbladder, if you remember in my case, I'd let it go so long it was almost septic. Okay, so she came in and she said, she said, "Give me your pain." And how you just scream out a 10. I know it wasn't a 10, but you want them to know that the pain I'm in right now needs to be helped.
Yeah.
And I
it's
think
a frowny face for sure.
Yeah, and I think Bubba got to that point, and she looked at me. I'll never forget. She said, "Baby, I'm about to be your best friend." And she she hit that morphine. Ooh. Oh my goodness! I thought to myself, I don't understand why people get addicted to a lot of things, but this one I get. Yeah. I mean, I thought to myself, man, it wouldn't be too bad to feel like this all the time. Rick. Well, I'm just telling you, it's dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
So
it's a slippery slope.
Yeah. Right. Well, I tell you, especially when you're in excruciating pain.
Yeah.
And somebody says, well, let me take that right away for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know. And then next thing I know, I'm sitting there, hello. Is there anybody in there? It's not if you can hear me. Boom, boom. Is there anyone home? So anyway,
stand up. Stand up. I do believe it's working.
Good. And that'll get you going for the Rick and Bubba show. Come on, number one, it's time to go. Just escort him back to the mic. He's good now.
Oh, my goodness. That's so good.
Who's got the IV? Sit him down. Crank out another show and tell him to read a live spot. So anyway, so our prayer today is that they find what's wrong.
Yeah,
I think
get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, get to the bottom of it.
I love Speedy. In our group text, I just saw this. Speedy goes, have the doctors considered a little bit of topaz?
That was me.
That was Rick.
That was me.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Come on, man.
Come on.
I was a topaz guy.
I'm just trying to catch up this
Yeah,
morning.
okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Another.
Yeah, you would have thought too that so many free range dogs in our culture, we were real low on the list. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, but how about...
well, being a delivery person in any form.
Guys.
Because like I know when they come over to the house, we have some, the dogs that are running around. I announce, hey, they're good, because they step back like, hey, watch out, because they don't know.
Oh yeah, Mr. Buddy, he'll scare people to death. He's a lot of noise. But when I had a brief stint as reading meters back in the old days, you had to go through all the stuff at the power company.
Picture how thorough he was on the.
And let me tell you something, them dogs. Did you talk about ruin your day?
Really?
Son of guns.
Yeah.
Golly. He ain't going to bite, boy. He looks like it.
I know.
They always tell you that. Why he's going, ah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Mr. Buddy does look mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's faking.
Why? But you don't know that, Greg. That first time a couple of years ago, I rode by going to a football game.
Yeah.
He looks like a dingo.
I was a little nervous. He does.
Well, you know what
Adler's dog's scary.
Yeah, Adler's dog is scary.
That dog's going to bite somebody one day.
I know.
Yeah.
He's got it in him.
Yeah.
You
Heard
know,
Adler's neighbor's dog's scary.
Is that the one that barks all the time?
Yeah.
Then Adler goes out and yells no at it till it quits.
Well, it's bad when you're having to train your neighbor's dog.
Undies. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
No! No! Stop!
No!
Sit!
Guys, I had a meltdown on the neighbor's dog this past Saturday.
It's still going on?
Oh, you talking about this past Saturday?
This past Saturday.
I thought you about had him trained through
I'm
the
going to
fence.
change the dog's name just to protect the,
Kind of like that story Speedy had earlier.
But I'm trying to clean my carport or whatever, trying to clean the carport, trying to whatever.
Right.
And the dog is just barking at me. And I walk over there.
Here he goes again.
And every once in a while I have to do a clap or whatever.
What are these noises you do?
Well, I'm talking to a dog, Greg.
Okay.
And so through a fence. And it works for a second, and then the dog keeps coming back. It's especially tenacious on that day, and I was kind of upset. I was a grumpy Gus that day as well.
Oh wow!
And I
go
go,
on your shoulders,
I go,
basically.
I finally go, what should I change the name to? What's a good funny dog name? Guys?
Bowser.
I go, I'm trying to clean my carport, trying to take care of stuff. I finally just turn and go, Bowser, please Go home, Bowser. Stop growling at me, please.
With that hand
Loud in the neighborhood. Loud.
What is the dog gay?
That's what I'm saying. That hand motion.
Leave. Or I will slap you.
I'm cleaning my carport. Please go home.
Why do you think?
And y'all, my wife comes out. She goes, baby, don't do that. That's not.
I can hear you.
She was
like, "What is he doing?
Please don't do that. Please, you are the
What
one
did
that
the dog do?
please needs to stop yelling at the dog."
Right. What did the dog do?
It kind of walked away, but 30 minutes later, it's barking at me.
It was
and
making
Greg.
fun of you. After,
In its mind, yeah. Everyone in the neighborhood's making fun of me, Greg.
Yeah, that's what I have to say.
like
I
your
don't
work.
like your choice of hand gesture and tone.
It's the white watch, too. Don't have it on.
The situation has improved, though. It used to be hours of barking, and now it is 10 minutes until I get mad. I go outside and I fix it for about an hour.
Tell him to shut the blank up.
The situation is improving, but I need to work on my anger still. That's still a situation that's not improving.
Yeah, that ain't got any better.
No.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? All right, well, here's Name That Grass. And what this means is you must be able to identify bluegrass versions of classic rock songs. You'll be playing other members of the program. Now, I will tell you this. Our first round today, now we'll go to different prizes in round 2 and 3, but the winner of this round right here is going to get a Rick and Bubba spatula. I mean, I want you to look at this baby. You talk about grilling season is here.
That's a good
This thing's heavy duty. I've already used it on the grill at home, and it's fantastic. It has a Rick and Bubba logo on it, and it's got R&B spatula, and it has a drink opener on the top for your soft drinks.
All Greg can think about is he's got to ship that out, and we don't have a box. that
Yeah,
size.
I was looking at that.
Oh, really? With no box for
we'll
this?
figure it out.
Will you figure that out? Yeah. What is that? What's that noise?
We got a baby,
baby in the
back
fryer.
here.
Oh, is that a baby?
Did you not know there was a baby back
No,
there?
I knew, but he's been so good.
Oh, okay,
He's
I
been-
know.
I thought it was Adler.
Hey, by the way, the baby will smile at you, too. Or at least he smiled at me.
Yeah.
It's the beard.
Yeah, it won't say he smiles at everybody. You know, the beard's hit or miss with babies.
Yeah.
They either really love it or they're petrified of it. All right, so let's go to Jay in Huntsville. Jay in Huntsville taking on, let's see, Justin in South Carolina. Okay, do both of you know how to play the game?
Yes, sir.
All right, 15 seconds is the maximum amount of time allowed in a song. This is for a Rick and Bubba spatula. Jay, you are the first one to call, so how many seconds do you need to name that grass?
15.
Now, Justin, obviously he's going to try to take all 15. Are you going to allow that, or you think you can do it in less?
I think I can do it in 12.
12, Jay, back to you.
Have at it, Captain.
All right. Have at it, Captain. All right, here we go, Justin. You have 12 seconds. Okay, 12 seconds. It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Greg, here's to your thin red line. I'm stepping over. Somebody say. Yeah, let's go. Do the rock now. Somebody say. The chain. All right, so 21 minutes past.
Come on, Rick. Give me a break.
Yeah, come on, man. Give me a break. One break coming off. Hey, Adler, I've never asked you, where are you on Alex Van Halen as a drummer?
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Alex Van Halen as a drummer?
Yeah, where are you?
I don't know. I don't.
What?
Wait, like you just talking about the drummer Van Halen?
Whoa, wait a minute. You don't know that's Alex Van Halen?
Well, I knew that they were. Okay, yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I'm a little behind.
Wow, you're obviously not a Van Halen.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I had no idea
You were just talking about the drummer, right? I mean, I could pick him out of a picture.
I just didn't know you knew so little about Van Halen. I would have thought you'd been all about Van Halen.
Well, I'm not. I like Van
But you would
Halen
know
a lot,
who
but
the
I
Van
didn't
Halen
pick
brothers-
my.
Just a weird moment.
I didn't pick my intern nickname. You guys picked it. I didn't pick.
So you see the confusion.
I love Van Halen, but I'm not like a Van Halen super fan and aficionado. I hear there's that, and that hurts for me to say.
Okay, that's
That
where I'm
hurts for me to
at.
say.
I didn't see that coming. When you said that,
I mean,
thought,
they're no Cannibal Corpse. I get it. He likes that.
That's a great point, Greg.
I really honestly thought, straight up, that you were messing with me just then. And then there was that terrible moment I realized, oh, my gosh, she's serious.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But you could see where I could be confused with your background and that you shred and that you play drums. And I know we gave you the name, but you didn't. You even had a guitar that was an Eddie Van Halen style guitar.
I actually stole that from Greenwood for the picture.
Oh my gosh, I
That's
never
not
knew
my
this.
picture, yeah.
I'm
Now,
just now.
Greenwood, that's not my guitar.
I'm just now learning this.
Okay, so I think here's what
I wish today had never happened.
Yeah,
I think Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth, so much of their personnel takes the spotlight, and so you don't really talk as much about the rest of the band.
No, that's just not true. Please stop saying
He's
that.
just a casual fan, which is
Oh,
fine.
my goodness.
I mean, I get
You
you
realize
come
that
up
Did you
with
just call me a casual, Greg? Did you just call me a casual
of this band.
You're going to casually get your booty whipped.
But what
anybody who uses the term booty will never beat me up.
Adler, this is a weird moment for me, and let me work through it, okay? Because I can't have you saying things like that because it's going to embarrass you in Van Halen circles. Yeah. You realize that for a generation, Eddie Van Halen, which your namesake, okay, on the show, is considered to be their Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, I'm with you.
I mean, you get
eruption, guys. I'm
don't just shout things like that. That even sounds bad. When you go see Van Halen, I would go as far. Greg, correct me.
I've never seen Van Halen. They broke up before I could legally drink.
To say I would go as far as to say that the Van Halen brothers that people know them more than the rest of the band.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think both of y'all
think that.
It's the name of the band.
Some people think that. Not everybody.
It'd be like
that.
you going, I play in a band called Burgess Brothers, and everybody said, "Oh, I don't know much about them." Well, that's what the name's named after.
I forgot his name was Alex Van Halen, and I started thinking about what's his name, Wolfgang Van Halen. So I thought we were going to talk about some new stuff. I got confused. Hey. I'm a stupid butt.
No, it's just
it would be like you coming up to me.
Different era.
It'd be like you coming up to me, honestly, seriously, and bringing up Casey Kasem. I'm like, I don't know much about him.
Casey Kasem.
You'd be like, aren't you in radio?
I'm going to ask.
Isn't that your thing?
Ask both of y'all to stop.
I never heard of him.
All right. Well, now my feelings are hurt.
Well, no, my feelings are hurt. No, we got to decide whose feelings get hurt.
I need to do more research, and I'm sorry.
Okay,
everyone.
Can you say that, Rick, you're probably justified in being a little disappointed in me right now?
I will say that, yes. Everyone who's disappointed in me is always justified in their disappointment.
That's nothing new. That's nothing new.
I don't know that I agree with that, but yeah. Well, you see, man, you're the rocker. You're still wearing your hair long. And I think
we forget how young you are.
I expect for you to look. I thought you would grab the mic with enthusiasm and say, "Oh, Rick, let me tell you about Alex Van Halen."
Rick, I know zero about music, and this shocked me.
Thank you.
I'm shocked on two fronts.
Right
Rick,
there.
that you're as passionate as you
shocked.
are about this right now. I'm shocked a little bit on that. And I'm also shocked that Adler keeps talking and getting it deeper and deeper and deeper, and you're getting in more trouble.
Yeah,
Adler.
You know who I learned that from? You right there, buddy. You, friend.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry about that.
At some point, I'd like for you to come clean and go, "Hey, Rick, just messing with you."
I like Van Halen, but it's not my favorite band.
Nobody
of all
asked for a
time.
favorite.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody said favorite.
All right. All you YouTubers, Adler's cred just dropped. Whatever. YouTuber and comment people.
Cred. His cred just dropped.
I love the term cred.
I hate when his cred gets damaged.
Right.
Quick, play something, Adler.
I really thought, I expected, and can I tell you this? Because I respect your opinion musically so much, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, wow. I appreciate that.
I was really anticipating and a little bit excited about hearing where you would put Alex Van Halen as a drummer. Now I realize I don't know, Rick, because I couldn't care less. I've never paid attention.
Well, Eddie,
and that's all right. I just have to adjust.
Who was the drummer in the Jimi Hendrix Experience? I don't know. You don't talk as much about it. You don't talk about it as much about it.
There it is again.
That was a good.
Back to your continuing to talk.
Is the drummer's last name Experience? And that's where they got the name of the band? I mean, come on, it's not the same thing.
That's good.
Okay, right.
It's his middle name.
If it was Phil Experience, then I'd be upset.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, you need to give him something too. He's a pretty good drummer. And Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, he's great. He's fantastic. I don't know his name though. So before you quiz me on
Mitchell,
that one,
Mitch Mitchell, something like that. Something Mitchell.
So do you consider yourself? I'm gonna get off on something I can get a good answer on, so I can sleep again tonight. Do you consider yourself?
It is John Graham Mitchell, by the way, Greg. So
All
just
right
take
again.
that to the bank.
By the way, good drummer. He's to me underappreciated. Okay.
Let me stand next to your fire. It's
that's a good one.
fantastic.
You think I won't be bad music coming back? Of course it will be. You won't hear it on YouTube.
I won't be able to. See, this is why I don't know anything about music. I'm listening to like Jimmy Jam, the Can Band in here.
By the way, they're approved. By the way,
free music, bronk.
You know what, Adler?
You know why it's free?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know what just hit me? The fact that you can't play any licensed music on YouTube, it's actually starting to deteriorate your musical.
It is.
You're taking a hit musically.
I don't know anything about anything.
Do you consider yourself to be a drummer or a guitar player? Which one do you consider yourself to be probably more versed on?
If I were to join a band, I would have an easier time on drums.
Okay.
Yeah, playing at a professional level.
You do play keys?
No,
none.
I took piano lessons and knew how to read music and play piano well at one point in my life, but that was before high school, and then I stopped in high school because guitars
was cooler.
All the attention I was getting from all the ladies, I had to put piano away.
Right. You certainly can play bass, because if not, then you violated our whole podcast this week.
Yes.
Because you got to learn that.
Took bass lessons for a long time,
so you can always be available in case somebody needs that action.
I can slap at a bass.
Is this helping you any? Really?
This is me taking the whole conversation and restructuring it so I can be okay.
Okay.
Should I do like a drum solo really quick?
Yeah, well, you got to do something.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right.
Take off your shirt.
Yeah.
Why you at it?
Note to self, don't bring up Van Halen anymore. Yeah! You played that like Alex Van Halen.
That's right.
Hey, that's nice.
Hey, Rick. Who?
Did that help?
Yes,
Anything?
very good.
Hey,
it felt like Mitch Mitchell with a little Alex Van Halen thrown in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Alex Van Halen?
We'll be back.
You're talking about Eddie Van Halen's boy?
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
To name this grass. Oh, come on, Greg.
I think I got
Jay, Justin, what do you think?
Midnight Rider?
Yeah! How about this? You did good. Up in the mirror, right time ago. Yeah, you got it. Midnight Rider by the Allman Brothers. This is the bluegrass version from an album called Pickin' on the Allman Brothers, a bluegrass tribute. So congratulations to various bluegrass artists that put this together.
That's good.
That's good. So you have a Rick and Bubba spatula there, Justin. So your grilling, your grilling season just took a turn.
Oh, that is
all right.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, we'll put you on hold. Send us some pictures of you grilling with it, okay?
Hey, you got it. I appreciate it,
Hey,
guys.
thanks for listening, buddy. Appreciate you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, bye. All right, there we go. You had that one, Greg?
Yeah, I had that.
Hamzy, I know you were nowhere close.
I thought it was Rihanna's Love on the Brain.
Tribute to Bubba there. The Midnight Rider.
I wish I
do
could
have a-
play
Yeah,
an instrument.
I do too. It's almost like you'd be too dangerous, though. All right, let's go to Michael in Chelsea, Alabama. Michael, listen to 104.7 WZZK, and you'll take on Cody. Cody is in Centerville. Cody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Cody.
Real, Ted.
By the way, did y'all see the video that was the #1 email from this past weekend and on social media? Yeah. Guy being arrested by the police. And he says, am I on TV? And they said, yeah. And he said, well, Road Tide and hello, mama.
There you go.
Why he's being arrested. All right, let's go to Michael. Michael, 15 seconds is the max. Would you like to take the 15?
14 seconds.
14 seconds. Cody, what do you think?
I think you better name it.
All right, so you can give Michael 14 seconds. All right, Michael, are you ready? All right, which one is making the noise?
I don't know. I hope
All right,
it's
Michael,
not
are you ready? Michael. Okay, I got to pot somebody down. Michael, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. All right, for 14 seconds, name this grass.
Inside, walk this way, you and me, babe. Hey, hey. Love is like a bomb, baby, come and get it on. Living like a lover with a red iPhone. Look.
Well, I'll tell you that, Mike, that's pretty easy right there.
Easy. That's a walk.
Yes, sir, gentlemen, it is. I think I've got it.
All right.
It is Kissed by a Rose by Seal.
That is incorrect. Michael, come on, man. All right, Cody, did you know that one? Looks like you just won.
Yeah, what's that? Rub some sugar on me or something like that?
Close, but
it's Pour Some Sugar on Me by Def Leppard. Congratulations. Roll Tide, Cody. Hey, Roll Tide.
Dazzle, flash a little light. Television lover, baby, go all night. Sometimes, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little Miss Innocent, sugar me, yeah.
Come on. Somebody say,
yeah.
Cody, congratulations. You know what you just won? Can't have nothing. Can't have nothing t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't have nothing from the Team Rick and Bubba line. So we'll put you on hold and get your information, get your size, and we'll send you the Can't Have Nothing shirt.
Pour some sugar on me. Come on, fire me up. Pour your sugar on me.
From the album Picking on Def Leppard.
Well, I'm hot, sticky, sweet, from my head to my feet, yeah.
There it is. Guys, I don't know if we can get one more in.
What the?
I mean, we've run out of time.
Can't have nothing. Can't even have a contest.
I mean, you can't even have 2 rounds. I mean, 3 rounds, all you got. You know what?
Speedy, you look really good playing those instruments.
I'm telling you, I
know.
think I could do it if I just knew how.
Can I just, y'all want to play one by yourself? See if you know this one? Just real quick?
Yeah.
all right, throw it out there.
Mm-hmm. I think Greg may get this one. How many seconds?
No, these are hard.
How many seconds you want, Hams?
12.
Speedy?
I'll let him name it.
All right, you ready? Here we go. It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. No Bubba. Bubba is ill, but hopefully they'll get to the bottom of what the problem is, and then we'll know what's going on. Space Bros has been canceled. A best of Rick and Bubba coming up on Friday, and I have. So catch that. Also, your feedback right now. Speedy and I were just talking about this. This is the time of year that Speedy starts his. He gets in his little studio and he starts working out the best of CD of the year.
I saw him dabbling on it.
He gets in that little laboratory and becomes the mad scientist. So if it's always helpful, and if you're thinking of segments or moments on the show this past year. That you think ought to be on the best of CD. Now, it doesn't mean it will be, but it's helpful because sometimes there's things that either the bit wasn't recorded right or the way it was done, it was such a stream of consciousness you can't really knock it down to one segment. But anyway,
there's too much pop in it.
Yeah, too much pop in it. But anyway, we like Vicky Quest. You got something potted up while you're recording it. But
I can't say anything about that.
All feedback. You do a pretty good job of keeping notes throughout the year when the audience lets us know about it. But sometimes something gets by us. We don't think
there
we forget it.
The for sure
it's
ones
hard to remember.
Where as soon as the bit is over, we run right in there and go, all right, this is a no brainer. And then there's some that just they're great.
They're on deck if you need it.
Yeah.
And start emailing us some ideas for the name of it.
It's already time for that again.
Yeah, it's time.
Can you believe that, Greg?
Well, because really,
you know what? I'm gonna be taking that dang tree out before it's over with.
What about No Name CD?
We need to.
We're being lazy.
That was funny.
That is good.
We need to
quiet quitter.
We need to send that in. Usually, we need to turn it in by October, don't we?
Yeah, normally it's complete by the end of September, 1st of October. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway,
only our target.
But it's time to start kind of putting that together and start thinking about that. So, Also, just talked to Helms in the break, and the golden ticket seats, we're going to give it a run in September by opening it up on Fridays. We have made some adjustments on rules and the way this studio needs to operate, and it's just because it's not the same setup as we've had,
right.
And it's going to require a couple of adjustments for you guys to have a great experience here, and for us to continue to be able to do our work. And so we've put together some things that I think will work. We'll try it, and we'll try it on Fridays in September, starting with the Friday after Labor Day, which would be the 9th, I think, right, Helms? So,
correct.
Yeah.
So we'll let you know when those reservations, when it gets turned on. So just keep paying attention about that, and we'll give it a run. Yesterday you heard that we ended up with and what did his name end up being?
Blazing Silverman.
Yes.
Was it Blazing?
Yeah. I think
Right?
so. Yeah, that was it.
That was
it.
Blazing
That was it.
Silverman?
That was
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Okay. Blazing.
I kept count. Yes.
Yeah, Blazing Silverman.
Y'all really made Speedy question his mind right
Yeah.
there.
Well, I'm still reeling off the Van Halen thing. So anyway, that was done. So that kind of, you see that coming back a little bit. So we're trying that again. So we're easing back into all of that. So
I'm just glad you let the audience vote on it.
Well,
I can't remember the last time we didn't let the audience vote. You know what I mean? But no, I'm going back to that.
Amazing.
I'm going back to that.
People
email.
wouldn't believe the emails we get.
No,
and we really need, especially YouTubers, those of you that get it, we need your help on just kind of helping others, understand. And for those of you that just, hey, you want to come to the golden ticket seats, and that's something you look forward to, we look forward to having you. But you really need to hear our heart on this, because we don't want to come across. And Rick, you just alluded to
Greg
it,
does,
but
we
don't want to come across
does.
like, oh, you can't do whatever. But because we are in a new studio, straight up, everybody, there's different things that we we can and can't do.
We don't
and,
have the wiggle room we had
right,
at the other place.
and we don't
where
want y'all to think, oh, y'all changed and you won't let me in. No, it's not that. It's just things are a little bit different. But we want this to work out because we enjoy having y'all. But it's just going to have to be a different situation.
Hey, I'll go this
I
far
hope
with
y'all
it.
all understand.
I'll
that.
go this far with it. We have an opportunity and have had an opportunity to shut this thing completely down, and we're not doing it. We're bringing you back. So that ought to tell you our heart.
Yeah,
Right.
It's just things are
That's
going to
it.
look a
We
little
got
different.
we got every excuse not to do this now. It's in our favor not to do it, but we want to bring you back.
Yeah, we hope it works out and y'all understand.
Well, we went through a worldwide pandemic, and even during the time that nobody really knew what we were dealing with, we all know more now. But the other part of it, then we got into what Helmsley's alluding to, is if and maybe this has been lost over the years, and I kind of like that maybe it is, because I hope you do feel that way about us. But really, we are inviting you into our workplace as our guest.
Yeah.
And so and we want you to have a good experience when you're here, because guests need to be treated well.
Yeah.
And but you are our guest, and honestly, for a very long time, this place was in no condition to host guests.
No.
Okay? And so we finally have got it to where we think we're ready to host guests, and you have a good experience, and the show runs smoothly at the same time. Because remember this, and I know this, that we all have to think like this. Same thing with callers, and that the biggest number of people that every single day come to this show to be entertained, informed, to be moved in some way, the overwhelming larger number of people are those that just simply want to hear or see a good show every day.
Yeah.
It's a small percentage that'll ever be able to come here, even if they wanted to. It's a small percentage that ever picks up the phone and calls. And those are the people that must be looked after first.
Yeah.
And then everything revolves around you. So anything that would keep us from doing our job well for the largest audience, we want to minimize.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, every time we come out of a commercial break, there's hundreds of thousands of people that decide to hire us or fire us.
Yeah.
Every single segment. And that has to be priority number one.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything else kind of flows from there.
Yeah.
So because let's face it, if you had never fallen in love with the content of the show, you wouldn't want to come be in the golden ticket seats anyway. Mm-hmm. So that still is where everything flows from doing a good show.
Mm-hmm.
And so we look forward to the opportunity. But as Speedy said, please don't have an attitude of if things have been adjusted that somehow that's an indictment on us No, it may just be us adjusting to the situation to give you the best experience.
Yeah, the last
and for the show to be able to do its job.
Yeah,
well.
the last studio was awesome, and we all have memories from there. But the new studio presents different challenges, so we just have to adjust a little bit. It doesn't mean that we've changed; it just means that the situation's different.
Well,
so
we
hope y'all understand that and come have a great time.
We've also went to great lengths. Many of these universities and colleges where we got our interns shut down their intern programs.
Yep.
In order for us to do golden ticket seats, we have to have interns. And so we have really fought hard to get those back in here and people that are actually still have intern programs. So we have really made some really good decisions to get this, some tough efforts to get this going back.
Yeah.
And we're excited about it.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Exactly.
And this whole thing we've all been through as a world has impacted everything, including us.
Yes.
So so that's just kind of understand that. We're all living in a weird time, and we're making some adjustments that are necessary and right. So we look forward to it starting back. And remember, if you see us taking away things, just remember some of the things we really must do as people now is to get back to critical thinking and have an ability to use our minds. And if you see something that was in the past was done and you go, well, they're not doing that anymore, there's probably a reason.
Yeah.
It probably means that when that was allowed, it didn't go well, or the new setup doesn't allow that anymore. Yeah. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
It's not an indictment on our character.
Every year I go to.
It means that we made that adjustment for a reason.
Sure.
Either that allowing that turned out poorly, or this place doesn't afford that anymore.
Yeah.
Every year I go to a ball game or some type of event that I've been to in the past, and it doesn't look the same. It's changed based off the environment, the economy, and just different things.
Yeah.
Their
But
infrastructure,
we really are
whatever.
excited about this, and we think it's going to be great for everybody. It's just going to be a little different, but that's not bad. It's going to still be fun, and we'll have a good time with it.
And you're a lot closer to us in the new one, so that means...
Well, you'll be able to read my email.
Yeah. And you'll hear-
Which also means that we have to be a little more cognizant of the activities in the seats. Where in the past you guys were further enough, you were farther away.
Yeah,
so
we couldn't hear you.
Even if you were making noise and talking, or your child was cutting up, we couldn't really hear it. In here, we'll be able to.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that kind of stuff. So just
it'll be fun though.
We're trying to have the best experience for everybody. And please, if you read it any other way, then that's on you. That's just. Let me just say this: you're just wrong.
Yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG will be our number. Well, we have a Yankees fan that there's no doubt he does not run in the same circles we do.
No, he does not.
And we'll unpack that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From out of the mist, but I don't think you're completely out of the mist. But
I'm not out of the fog. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, your voice sounds good.
Well,
better than it did, though.
Yeah, I couldn't even talk yesterday. So I'm in a delicate balance, and I told Helms it's kind of like the antimatter engine in all the sci-fi flicks you have. You have to keep it balanced, and it's the balance between the steroid shots and the taper packs that you got, and the cough syrup. Cough syrup can carry you down. The dose packs can get you way out there too far happy. So you gotta have that balance. And you miss just a little bit, and you get drowsy, or you kind of think everything's funny. So
right, yeah.
Well, so I knew I was having no danger of thinking everything's too funny here. So,
no, you'll be fine.
I thought I'd be fine.
Right.
So.
Well, I was talking to you yesterday. I was talking to you yesterday. When
I got a puffer, by the way. If I get to barking like a dog, I'll just get on it.
There's you got one of those huffer puffer things?
Oh yeah. I got it all, man.
I mean,
I'm a walking pharmacy.
Whatever it takes.
Yep, that's right.
But I was talking to you yesterday, and you said that you really had gotten. It's strange the things you missed, and you were saying, no one's made fun of the way you taught. No one's, taking your your wardrobe to task and made you feel, like an absolute
Nobody's
loser?
laughed at my shoes.
Mm-mm. I mean, so I bet
Didn't take me long to get here though. Got some ankle brace comments.
I was right out of the gate. Yeah.
So I feel I'm back at home.
Well, anytime you see a Troublelicious and an ankle brace, I mean, that's going to be followed by, Foundation struggling their chubs.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You're gonna
Buckling all the way.
Yeah, you're going to get that. So.
Well, there's actually an explanation for that, and I'll explain it.
Right. Well, but
it's more complicated than I got hurt laying in the bed.
Right. Well, I know. Well,
I thought the infection went to your ankle.
Yeah.
I think Greg said, "That's some tough pollen."
Knock your ankle out from
you. Got to pad up.
Well, what's funny about that is it harkens back to the great James Gregory. He used to talk about his aunts would say, "Well, I don't know why my feet hurt."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He'd say, I'll take a stab at that.
Yeah. 400 pounds on top of it. That'll do it.
So anyway, we got much to talk about going forward. Good to have you back.
Since I've been gone so long, I told you I felt so bad Friday. I didn't listen to the show and didn't hear much of it yesterday. So there's a lot going on. I hadn't seen you since prom, which means,
that's right.
attack on Syria and all that stuff.
Yeah, the last time I saw you, we were taking pictures in a very crowded botanical garden. And then, I
told you to be.
A lot has happened.
Was it about like I told you?
Well, one thing I forgot.
That was not as big a crowd as we usually had. It was a little thinner than normal.
Yeah, it wasn't all. It was bad, but it wasn't. I guess because the reason why it didn't affect me because I was told completely what to expect.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But it's impossible to take a picture without somebody behind.
Well, here's the thing. One thing I didn't even mention, guys, on the shows, because I gave a prom update on all the things we went through. One of the things I did not mention, and I can't believe I didn't because it actually was quite funny. To Bubba's point, not only in these gardens do you deal with people taking prom pictures, there's people who have various models taking other pictures.
And they love you for being there in the mob.
Well,
love you.
There we go. I was cutting through an area to try to catch up to where Sherry had gone taking pictures, and I was walking through a wooded area, and guys, I look up and I look ahead of me, and I'm like, what is this? And there is a woman standing there posing for a photographer, a model, and I'm in the woods behind her. So he's taking pictures like a Bigfoot standing in the woods with a full beard, like that. And so there's pictures he's got of this model, and then in the background he's like, "Who's an idiot standing in the woods back there?" And so I was literally standing in the wooded area behind her. He wanted for scenery, and just picture my face up in there.
Yeah.
And finally I said, "Hey guys, I'm so sorry." And how about they did not say what? Don't expect. They said, "Oh, that's okay, man." I mean, they had a look at him like, "You idiot."
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, could you be any more of a galoof right now?
Yeah. Stumbling in.
And you know what the word is that hit me? We had this coach that I used to coach with, and I miss coaching with him for this alone. We would be running drills, and you know how you run drills, involving anybody throwing balls really hard, and they want you to exit out.
Yeah, so you clear the lanes for the next person.
And some idiot would walk right through the middle of the drill and get hit with the ball, and he would scream out, "Hey, Johnny moron." He goes, "Can you not figure out how to do that? Don't be Johnny moron." And I thought to myself when that photographer looked up at me, "Hey, Johnny moron, can you find a place to go?"
Yeah.
I've
got a modified one.
You're right. Your phone calls will be pouring in today, and we'll be chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The gang all here. Bubba is back, and all I want is you to make love to me. All right, as we work our way back, Yankees. I can't. I've heard of a commitment. First of all, Greg, I'd like to know where you are, and we certainly hear. I know there's different views on alcohol consumption, but if you're a person that says, "Look, to me, somebody having a cold beer, I don't find to be repulsive as long as they don't, get drunk
Start
and
crashing them on their head.
Yeah, this kind of stuff. Where are you on just the whole concept of drinking a beer out of a straw? Just a straw in general.
I don't think that's. I don't see that happening.
Well, it could get worse. And here they spell it WURST. Adler has the video. This is a Yankees fan that somebody catches on video. This is this Subway Series. They're playing the Mets.
So he's got a straw.
And he's got
one of them $12 beers.
And he's taking the straw and he's sticking it into I just call it a weenie,
a hot dog wiener.
And he's taking it and he's pushing it through to make a hole all the way through the weenie,
right?
Which sadly makes the top of the weenie look worse than ever. Since it now has a hole in it.
He's drinking the beer through
now
the
he's
hot dog
the
wiener
correct.
like it's a straw.
He's sucking
that right there may be one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever seen.
Well, Greg, and also he must not run in the same circle as we do.
Look at his face. He's serious about it.
Has no idea he's being recorded right now.
Y'all, this is.
How about the person that zeroed in on it?
Right.
Well, that's that.
All right, there he goes.
Hey, look at me, Greg. Would
Rick,
you zero in on it?
Oh my gosh.
Would you zero in on it?
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Oh,
now to really,
I'm like you. I don't know where he grew up.
He didn't grow up in Calhoun County.
No, he didn't.
Now to really
Rick,
zero this in, if you don't mind. So the Yankees have gone on this slide of we can't win. They finally beat Toronto one game or what?
Was he trying to break the
mojo?
mojo?
And so a lot of the people on social media are going, it can't get any worse. Now we got Yankee fans doing this. But matter of fact, some Yankee fan got a haircut in the stands the other day. But this here
haircut I can live with.
This guy here is boy, the comments are pretty comical.
If you look next to you at the game and Pal's pulling that little trick off,
Right.
I mean.
So here's my question: presentation horrible. Okay.
Terrible.
Yankees won
horrible.
Terrible.
But is he getting some kind of taste benefit out of this?
Couldn't you just bite your hot dog, drink your beer, bite your hot dog, drink your beer?
I don't know. That's my question. Is he going? I'm telling you what, somebody turned me on to this, and it's delicious.
I don't
you
care
know
if
what
it's
I
the
would
greatest thing ever. There's no way I'd do it, especially in public.
You know what I would do? I would pull
that.
the weenie apart like they're ice cubes and drop them into the bottom of the cup, and then just every now and then get one.
I don't see how.
But I wouldn't do that. Is what I'm saying.
Here's what I say.
Under no circumstance.
This is how unacceptable this is. Okay, and I don't want to make I don't want to make light, but as of right now, I'm hoping and I really do have great confidence.
The color of the beer just adds to it.
We're not in a serious situation. We're not in a serious situation. It does, Greg. We're not in a Greg and putting the hole in the end of a weenie.
Yeah.
Anything be more. Don't do that. You already got a lot of problems.
No, right.
Look, the weenie itself already presents a lot of problems.
It does. Any alteration of it,
do not alter it. It's already a problem.
Yeah, it is.
But let's go back to this, okay? Let's go back to this. I believe because of our circle of friends. Listen, and I don't think there'll be one person disagree with me. I believe yesterday when Bubba's abdominal pain was at the point that his wife took him to the ER, I believe if right then somebody would have walked in with this presentation and says, just put that wing in your mouth in front of the guys on the show and suck a beer through it and your stomach will be fine, he would have said, I'll try something else.
I'll go to the hospital.
Right. I don't even think he would do it for a cure.
No.
I'm like
I wouldn't.
No.
They might even say, Bird, you may not make it. I say, look, I'd rather die than to live after this.
Public service announcement. Okay, public service announcement.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm trying to figure out why he's doing this. No one out there needs to Google weenie straw.
No,
okay?
don't.
Just
not.
heads up there to everyone in our listening audience. Do not Google that.
And I'm not even going to. Oh, they got a name for this, and I'm not even going to repeat.
I don't think
I
you
can
can.
only imagine. I can think about 4 or 5 that I would call it.
Name one person. Is the difference in the culture I grew up in that much different than New York? I mean, this would not even. You couldn't get anybody where we grew up or at our office, as I've just stated, to even remotely consider that they would be seen doing this. No one.
Speaking of culture here, New York is known for, international
multicultural.
Yes. And I'm not saying this gentleman is from
don't
somewhere else, but is
he got Asian in him.
Watch out, Whitey.
There it is.
Yeah, he is.
I know.
He's of Asian descent.
I was stepping around that a little bit. I'm just saying. I'm wondering. Is that something?
Don't put that on the Asian community.
How about this? I'm going to go this far.
I'm just asking.
Beer and weenie.
Don't do it.
Stop Googling.
Do not do that. Do not do that.
Beer
I'm just telling you, you're going to pull up a Pete Buttigieg video you don't want to see. Listen. Thank you. I'm here all week. Hey, look, I'm off Friday.
I know you're out in front of it.
Just go. I just need to go wide open. All right, so I got to tell you
our
this.
wiener update, Rick.
I got to tell you this. I don't like his Yankees hat. Plaid?
Nah.
Are you kidding me?
I just now noticed that.
Are you kidding me with a plaid Yankee hat? No wonder he's got it in his. Well,
yeah.
It looks like a members only jacket.
You know, Rick, I didn't know the hat. I was so horrified when I was looking at it. I didn't even
You
notice.
okay with a plaid Yankee
No,
hat?
that's unacceptable.
I mean, come
I'll
on.
tell you what, he's tearing that up though.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I wouldn't think the beer would get through it easily. You know what I mean?
Hey, did you see him after he used the straw, give him a little knock off the end of it where he cleaned it out?
Right. I'm.
And off he goes.
Just don't do it, Rick.
Yeah, look, see?
Okay.
That looks
I'd
like
have called
work.
security and had him taken out.
That looks like work. I don't want to work when I'm drinking.
I got to tell you, I got more of a concern. It doesn't look like it's hard enough work.
All right, now.
I'd like to see him struggle with it more.
Yeah.
It's
obviously it wasn't the first time he's done that.
not do
Right.
it. How about let's just not do it?
Right. I just don't understand how anybody makes the decision. I don't know any man that has any guy friends that would say, I'm going to take this weenie, I'm going to use my straw.
I'm going to hollow it out.
I'm going to hollow it out, meaning one end has a hole in it, put it in my beer, and suck my beer through it. I just can't think of any man that would do that.
No, I can't either.
Right.
That has men friends. I just can't imagine it.
Is anybody at the game with him?
I mean,
that little kid next to him, surely that ain't hit.
This is why every young boy needs a David Dillashaw and a Mark Robertson.
Yeah, they got to pick on you.
They'll call you this early.
Yeah, you know better.
You won't do anything like that your whole life.
Look, I'm all about.
No, sir.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, but this is ridiculous.
No, hey.
Look,
I'm going to knock it.
Some people like peanuts in their Coke, okay?
And I think that's weird. This is nothing.
But this
I've
is.
heard him, don't knock it till you try it. But this will never, it's not even consideration.
There's not one person that would say that.
The comments under this post.
No, it's all.
I hope not.
Let me tell you something. Entertaining is huh?
Read a few.
Well,
no, do not read.
This wouldn't happen at Fenway.
No.
Hey! Don't knock it till you try.
No.
Yeah, okay.
This would you talk about a waste of that phrase?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Somebody said legendary move. I crown him king. I'm sorry, that was an easy one.
I'm asking you to stop reading.
Okay.
All right,
yeah.
so-
I can't read half of them.
Bubba just texted me. He goes, "That guy may be onto something."
All right.
Adler, he's sick.
He's not
Can't
here.
do that now.
That wasn't fair.
That's over the line.
That wasn't
I mean, if he was on the beach or something, you could do that. But I mean, he's in duress.
Come on now.
Right. My bad.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At 100%, but close enough to do the show. I mean, let's face it, the standard here is not extremely high.
I got it.
I mean, you realize how far you have to go for somebody to say, "Well, I don't know about your voice today on this program."
Yeah, I know.
We were discussing, and we've talked about this a lot about flying commercial airlines and what it can be like, and it can be just. I mean, first of all, when you're flying commercial. You have to take any dignity that you once had and completely just remove it because you will be treated.
Forget that.
The closest thing to livestock that you've ever been treated.
Right.
Okay, and then we've taken on. I mean, you really have to go into flying commercial, and I tell you what you have to get out of your mind is that you've paid pretty good money, and to be in this situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you almost have to let that go because they'll almost start treating you like somehow this flight is for free.
Right.
You know, and I have to go. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
We paid for this. So anyway, one thing we've often discussed is the practice of overbooking flights. Now, from strictly marketing,
That looked good yesterday, didn't it?
We've never really thought that made any sense. It seems to only upset everybody.
There is no winner.
Yeah,
no winner.
And then you have to start begging people to take free stuff from you and vouchers. So then you're backing up because now you're begging people who said, I bought a ticket to get them to come up, be mad, and then you give them things that go backward. I know it's probably all some formula figured out.
Well, let's go back a step further. Why do we overbook? Because they want those planes 100% full or as close as they can get to it because they make more money. It's got to run anyway, right? So if they have 99% full, that's better than 75% full. So they want to avoid empty seats, so they overbook. But as you said, once they overbook, what happens?
They start giving out free flights.
You got to give free seats. Well, that's what you were trying to avoid to begin with.
Well, and plus, have you ever tried to get a refund?
You're only rolling it forward, your problem. and it compounds. And plus, you get these terrible things like this. Now, here's the thing, too. If I'm on an airplane, I got somewhere to be. I'm not joyriding to look at clouds, usually. Yeah. I mean, that'd be nice to do every now and then, but normally you got to be somewhere. It's a vacation. You're on a schedule. A lot of times you're catching another flight. And I understand that the airlines have to get some of their people from A to B, too. But just because you're confirmed in a seat and then they can still come and get you, that's why I try to get there early, because I'm kind of like this guy. I figure if I get in the seat, it's mine. But apparently that's not always the case.
Well, the story Bubba's talking about is United is getting just pummeled. And, in the days of social media where people can make fun of you, they have memes out there. One, United is proud to announce the new club class called Fight Club.
Right. Yeah.
Where they had to come in and get a 69-year-old passenger, which at one time felt a lot older to me than it does now, and haul him off the plane, bloodying his nose and lip area because he wouldn't give up his seat, and they were saying that this seat is going to have to be given to somebody else because there was no volunteers. So they asked for volunteers,
right?
And then most people, like Bubba said, now I know this is outlandish airlines. Most people booked this flight because they needed to be somewhere when it was going to land.
Wasn't this guy a doctor? He had patients to see or something?
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah, that's in here too. That's what he said. Passengers, listen. Back to our point about the business side of it, they got up to $1,000 if somebody would just give their seat up.
So did the airline lose $1,000 by overbooking? If they'd had an empty seat and hadn't overbooked, would it cost them $1,000? I doubt it.
Well, Bubba, let me go back to this. Have you ever tried to get a refund on a flight on a seat you didn't use? You ever try to get a refund?
No,
usually they'll just say we'll move it to another flight, but we ain't giving it back. So do they ever even lose that money?
Well, they do, because whatever flight they move you to, that's a seat they can't sell.
Yeah.
Every flight has free seats and paid
right.
seats.
So $1,000, though, to our point, because nobody would volunteer.
So they did offer. I know these were staff members that needed to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
For United that they needed these seats for.
I understand.
But still.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Tough.
Yeah.
Too bad. That's not me. If poor planning on your part is not my fault.
Oh, I'll go back to what you're saying. If say somebody right now, there was a listener of this show, that either they were not going to get to do what they were promised or we weren't going to get where we were going to be, the right thing to do is say one of us will just have to be the inconvenience, not you, because you're our customer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's the way you do business.
Yeah.
So anyway, the doctor, to your point, said, look, I can't give up the seat. Patients are waiting on me the next day. Like most of us on this plane, very few of us booked a flight and said, I don't really care when I get there.
Yeah.
I mean, now you better have that attitude. I mean, if you don't want to get disappointed most of the time. So they drag him off the plane.
He started screaming like a little girl.
Right, I know he overreacted, but they did bruise and bloody him, and it doesn't make for a good picture.
Isn't he knocked out when they're dragging him? Didn't he hit his head?
Yeah,
because
he's
when they initially dragged him off, as they're dragging his lifeless body, and everybody's booing him.
And see, United, this was United, right?
Yeah.
It is. See, they had a golden opportunity because Delta's been screwed up for about 3 days.
I know.
Their hub was messed up.
This was their moment.
And again, I just don't see, and I'm not in airplane management. I don't know their numbers. I don't know their algorithms they run on. But to me, if you have got passengers you got to move around, it seemed like you wouldn't sell more than 98 seats on a 100-seat plane anyway.
Right.
And then last minute, have your wheel call and fill them if they were not needed by your company. I just can't imagine the PR that's going to cause problems, and they'll end up in a lawsuit and have to pay a whole lot more than a few empty seats on the plane.
Where was the person that would be an all-star in their company that said, hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're not dragging this guy off the plane. Sorry to those of you that need to get somewhere on the staff. Y'all be quiet. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us as we move forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. I'd be Rick, and there'd be no Bubba today. Bubba got ill yesterday, was having some abdominal pain. It got worse as the day went on. His wife took him to the ER last night. They kept him overnight doing testing. So that's kind of where we are, trying to get to the to the bottom of it all. But they have helped him with the pain, so at least he's not struggling with that now. They are monitoring that. All right, so some things to discuss going forward on the program, and then we'll jump into to our next story. I do want you to know this. So we've been keeping you updated on all the different man churches that are going on with when we launched the men's discipleship strategy. We all still laugh. We literally launched this March 1, 2020. And some people are blaming us for a worldwide pandemic, but I'm not sure you can trace it back to us. But anyway, so it is good that now we've kind of learned how to deal with this thing, and we've got our legs under us, and the number of churches that are implementing this is growing by the day. But here are some man churches that are going on this week and into next week. And you go to Harmony Baptist Church in Avon, Indiana. WSLM is our affiliate there in that area. Mark Garnett, they're in year 2. Got some good feedback from the pastor just a couple of days ago on this second curriculum that they're now in. We offer 3 40-week curriculum. We'll have a 4th one in 2023. Mark Garnett will be there this Friday night for their next man church. So you gather, and then you leave those gatherings, and you go into the curriculum for the equipping. So high challenge, high equipping, and it never stops. Then First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, Rich Wingo will be on the 28th, Sunday night. He'll be there doing their next man church. And then September the 7th, Rich Wingo will be at Landmark Church in Montgomery. September 8th, I'll kick off the strategy at Ridgecrest Baptist Church in Dothan, Alabama, where you hear us on News Talk 103.9. So, and then I-92 WLWI is where you hear us in Montgomery, and that's where Rich will be on the 7th of September. They've already started at Landmark, but this will be their next gathering. And you can find others by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. I do want to let you know about this one, and you can find this one at rickandbubba.com under events or at Burgess Ministries. Sherry and I, we get asked about this all the time. We get so many over the last 14 years. We have been honored, and it's a privilege to be able to spend time with families who are struggling with grief because of the earthly death of a child. And we've talked to so many families. On one note, that's sad that there's so much of that goes on, but it's good that God has allowed us an opportunity to say, hey, we've been there, and here's what God has to say about it. Sherry's book, of course, covers that in great detail. But we have an opportunity, and this is rare that we get to do this, because I know all of you get all of me you can stand, and you're always like, when's the next time Sherry's going to do something? Or when's the next time she's going to do something with you? Well, here's an opportunity. So on September the 24th at Valleydale Church, that's my home church in Birmingham, Alabama, there is going to be, there's the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association has a counseling service now that they just started and greatly needed. And they're going to have a conference dealing with grief, Sustaining Hope, Grief Recognized Conference, and it'll be at Valleydale Church in Birmingham, Alabama. They just launched those tickets yesterday. We have that in upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. We'll be there. There'll be others that will be speaking, including our pastor, Mac Brunson. But Sherry and I will be doing one of those sessions as well, and we'll do that together. So if you would like to be there for that, or you know someone who might need that or benefit from that, we would love to invite you to be with us. So just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Look for September 24th. It'll be in Birmingham, if you can make the trip there, at our home church, Valleydale Church. There's limited seating for that, as you can imagine. So go ahead and try to make a move on that, and then we'll see you guys on the 24th. All right, so we know that Fauci, it seems like we've already talked about that he's announced his retirement. Has he now given us a hard date? Is that what this update is?
I believe he was saying that he was going to retire at some point, but now I guess to what you're saying, he's officially said in December he's retiring.
Fauci goes into that category under the question we have to ask: how many times does this person or this organization have to get things wrong that they lose their credibility? At some point, it has to happen. Yeah. And so the Faustster, his credibility is tarnished, and that's me being kind to say tarnished.
Right.
But anyway, he wants us to know that the high priest of health will be stepping down after serving us So in December, he says he will leave the federal government. That's another thing to look forward to Christmas for, as the nation's top infectious disease expert. Don't miss that. Hey. Expert.
How about that title?
I had somebody put out that pitch that he did again. I don't want to, land there all day long.
He's not expert in that.
No, and somebody says, after this pitch, how did we let him tell us anything?
Yeah.
And Bubba kind of alluded to that too. I agree.
Don't forget, he went and tried it again.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, so
I think it was Trump Jr. that put out yesterday. Now he's just leaving office before the GOP Senate calls for an investigation.
Yeah.
Now those of you that are wondering, and the jury is still out for you. The jury is still out for you, okay? And you're wondering if our president is losing control of his mental faculties. Yeah. I'm going to read to you what the president says about Fauci, and there's going to be one phrase in here you're going to go, God love him, he's gone. Okay, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
This is from President Biden. I know someone else wrote it, but the fact that he would even read it. Noting this is what he said about Fauci, unwavering commitment to the work, as well as his unparalleled spirit. Now, don't forget the word unparalleled, meaning there is no equal. Okay, we're in the time of hyperbole and exaggeration.
Right.
Unparalleled spirit, energy, and here it comes. Wait for it. Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
I'm so glad. This is a blessing that Bubba's not here for this. Okay, Bubba, if you're listening right now, waiting on your next test, just turn the show off because this is not going to help you. Okay,
it's going to make it worse.
Unparalleled. Go back and grab that word because unparalleled hovers over all these words. Okay, are you ready for this? Scientific integrity.
Oh, nice.
I don't know about his integrity. I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, so here we go. If you don't believe me, let's go back and get some highlights. Here is one of Fauci's clips. It should have helped that unparalleled scientific integrity, and I'll just let you speak. I'll let him speak to you in his own words. Video 1A. Here we go.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
And she should not get it?
If she really has the flu, she definitely doesn't need a flu vaccine. If she really has the flu,
she should not get it again.
No, she doesn't need it because it's the most potent vaccination is getting infected yourself.
Okay, that was back before we had another virus that he suddenly said. Remember, one of the biggest fumbles that we have made on this was right out of the gate. And that's when we did not remember the integrity of natural antibodies after being infected. Yeah. The natural immunity fumble was a big fumble. And now, because they doubled down on it, it's like you can never get them to admit it. Yeah. And but it is in play, and it's the reason why we in our country have learned to live with it. And then here comes Ron DeSantis. He's going to have some fun with what he calls Fauci losing his job.
This was November of 2021, but it's surfacing now because he's announced his retirement.
Yeah, this is from 21 in November.
Please watch this.
A recession is when your neighbor loses his job. A depression is when you lose yours. A recovery is when Dr. Fauci loses his.
I love that clip.
I can watch that 10 times. Please, one more time.
Oh my goodness!
That's funny. Gosh.
Do I go with 1C? Does that have anything to do with it? It's just DeSantis. Is this his campaign ad for him or something, or what is this? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just a DeSantis most recent ad, and if we were on the topic of DeSantis, it's with it, but. It's a little bit cringy, so we may not want to watch it.
All right, let's jump down to 8 then. Let's jump down to 8.
Okay.
I love
all right, so that's still with the topic we're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll come down to 8. Now, remember, another thing that we were told is that lockdowns are necessary, lockdowns are not necessary, lockdowns work, they don't work, they work, they don't work, they work, they don't work. Well, we know that really lockdowns are bad, and if you just want to know whether that's true or not, simply look to places that lock down in a big way, including New Zealand. Remember when New Zealand would talk down to us as if we were wild and dangerous You rebellious Americans. But guess what? We've moved on, okay, and we're living with the virus now and all its variants, and we're just getting sick. You're waiting till we get well, come back, mainly because we lived and natural immunity along with the vaccines, along with the treatments and all these kind of things out there. New Zealand did not do that, but guess what's happening? Take a look. Their people are still getting really sick.
Jesse, why is everyone sick?
Yeah, we've been asking the same thing, Sam. And, well, COVID numbers are officially down, right? And yet every day it seems like our workmates are off with some kind of bug. So is there more sickness in the air right now? And if so, what the heck can we do about it?
Are you sick of being sick? You're not imagining it. More Kiwis are coughing, sniffling and calling off work.
Our immunity against a whole lot of things is sort of a little bit down because we haven't been constantly, I feel like, primed all the time. So of course, we've got lots and lots of different viruses coming over. And it's not just the coronavirus, of course, lots of things are.
Seasonal flu, gastrobugs, conjunctivitis, even foot and mouth. It's all making everyone's lives just that much harder. And that's despite COVID numbers finally going down. Community cases are at their lowest since February. But data reported in stuff.co.nz suggests compared to last year, respiratory illnesses have doubled. The Well Kiwis survey found double the number of us are experiencing cough, fever, illness, runny nose and sore throats. And when looking at pre-pandemic levels, we're actually 7 times sicker.
They're 7 times sicker because their immune system is compromised because they locked them away as if they were caged animals. And now it's not just COVID, which is going down, as they admit. Now they're catching everything, things that they weren't having any problems. And so before they locked down, they're now 7 times sicker than they were because their immune system has been compromised by a lockdown. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we don't end up all over the internet dragging some guy off the plane.
Yeah.
Where was that guy? Because I love some of the pictures. Here's one, United, hold my beer. All right, before the fight starts. Here's another one. Here's another one. Pepsi, thankful that United looks worse than their last Kindle commercial. Kindle So anyway, Pepsi pleased with PR nightmare now being focused on someone else. Yeah. So,
and you know,
this just looks like people not doing a good job.
Yeah, and Rick, you know, you talked about where's the leader in saying that, hey, we'll be the one inconvenienced. The CEO of United is praising his staff on how they handle it.
Really?
Yeah, he turned a deaf ear to it.
So we drug a guy off the plane, bruised him up, bloodied him, and we're all over the internet being made fun of because we overbooked the plane. He had nothing to do with it.
Right.
Well, he just thought he had a seat going somewhere.
Rick, here is probably what the deal is. Where the rubber hits the road, when you buy a ticket, it's probably in the small print. It says we might have to take you off a plane if we have somewhere we got to go.
That's bad marketing.
Police know that, all that, so they come to you. Even though it sucks, I mean, it really does, the way they do this, legally, they're probably in their right to do it.
Understood.
I don't think it's the right thing to do.
Understood.
I don't think business-wise it's the right thing. But all of them do it. So it must be something in the formula that it has to take place.
Yeah, but you don't see any meme or any Twitter saying they had the right to do it. All you see is they drug a man off the plane who had a seat that he bought and was trying to get somewhere.
Yeah, the CEO saying that the passenger was disruptive and belligerent.
Well, yeah, and because he thought he had a plane ticket that he bought that was going to get him when they said they'd get him there.
Yeah. And most of us that fly occasionally, next time you're about to sign on a ticket online, you see United, do you hit that enter button?
Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be back.
He is back.
Here.
Now,
glad to be here. Good morning.
We noticed that we knew you had been sick, and
yes.
we've been updating the audience on that, and
now let me
various speculations about your sickness.
Can I ask a question? Do you starve a cold, feed a fever, or is it vice versa?
Well, I gave you my text. I just feed them both.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
if you can tolerate it, go ahead.
That was one of my first texts to Bubba. Feed a fever, feed a cold.
Right.
You know, and so you have been sick.
Since
bizarre theories, because if one of us misses a show,
right,
you don't get nobody really speculates on that.
Right.
But being sick over 4 days and some change, missing 2 shows and having a weekend and still struggling, then speculation begins, is Bubba dying?
I asked the doctor that question.
Right. And so we had to go down that road, and Helmsy came up with a bizarre scenario at one time, which I thought was just outlandish.
I was having a little fun.
Right.
I had everybody. I told everybody you had a vasectomy.
So if you get some of those emails, that's where that came from.
Yeah. Well, it's Masters Week. It's the second. You missed it on March Madness, so I figured that was a good time for you to have it done.
I did watch more golf, and I've watched in a long time.
Yeah.
Good tournament
Masters.
to take in.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
So, but then when you
there.
came back, and you and I talked yesterday and I could tell you were high on drugs at the time.
So, by the way, you didn't have a vasectomy?
No.
Okay.
That I'm aware.
Well, you didn't say, so I wanted to make sure.
I did not.
Well, one guy called and said he saw you buying frozen peas, and I said, I know he don't like peas.
No,
he does not eat peas.
I had a voice-ectomy, it sounds like.
Yeah, and it sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
But it's
Thank
better
you.
than it was.
Yes.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
Well, I called it.
I'm going to take the next segment off.
When I got to the show on Friday, I said, look, I heard Bubba trying to talk, and he was nowhere near bed.
Yeah.
And I said, he's not going to have a reset time. I knew he was done when I saw him.
Well, the calendar and the sickness did not fall right.
No.
See, I think I could have gone to bed on Thursday and fought it off at least better than we did. But we had prom, we had to take pictures. Betty already had something planned. I was like, she got to get through it, man.
Yeah, well, you can't just.
And I woke up, my dog.
You can't just stop being a husband and a father. We've talked about that before. Hey man, you'll have to get up early. Yeah, well, if your kid's got a game, or what are you gonna do? Not go?
We curb a lot of things.
Yeah,
every now and then you can't do it.
So then you walk in with an ankle brace on, and is that tied to this at all?
Hurt? No, it's a long story. I don't want to bore you with it, but
you on probation?
I tweaked my ankle about 4 weeks ago. Then about 3 days after that, I rolled it real good, stepping off of a ladder of all things.
Picture it.
I mean, one of them where you almost go down and you hop up and you're jumping around kind of thing. And since I'm not really, playing anything real pressing right now, I didn't bandage it up. I just kind of went with it and thought, well, it'll get better. Well, we're going on a month now and it's still hurting. So when I was at the doctor yesterday for the second time,
right,
I said, hey, doc, look, I rolled my ankle about a month ago and the bad boy's still hurting. I know.
Rick and Bubba's show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. Come on. Yeah, it has. All right, so other stories to cover we'll get to probably in the bottom of the hour. I apologize to the affiliates. I lost the clock there, and we went over last segment. So this is going to feel quick to the audience because of the hard break. And, I hate when shows do that, and now I'm doing it, so I apologize for that. You ever been listening to a radio show and they go way over and then they realize they've got a hard break, so they come back. They only say 2 or 3 things and go to break again. You're like, man, all they do is play commercials. Well, there's a way to keep you from feeling that way if we would just hit our cues. But I did not, so I apologize. I messed that up last segment. But anyway, a couple of things I do want to read for you. So we mentioned earlier in the program that it's time for Best of CD again. And so we're wanting to hear from you. I mean, Speedy's already, he's already been pulling stuff as the days go and getting it ready. But one of the things that we're kind of looking for is and you got this one, Speedy, so this part's not going to surprise you, but people are now also coming up with some suggestions for names of this year's Best of CD. But here, I'll read you the whole thing. So we do want to hear from you right now. When you're emailing us or whatever, let Speedy know. Hey, I hope you got that segment, and did you remember that? Man, I thought that was funny. And then that way they'll go into the playoff, and then based on the CD that comes out every year can only have so many cuts on it. So then we have to do a playoff. But here's one, and I remember this conversation. Please put on the Best of CD. The Brokeback Mountain versus Deliverance conversation.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then said a lot of talk this year has been about the bathroom situation at the studio. So, first of all, I like the idea that the person is saying the name probably should revolve around the bathroom situation. Would not be a bad idea. Yeah. And he's starting one. I'm not saying I'm all about this name. I'm just saying the fact that he said, think about the thing, because usually the name revolves around whatever the big thing was for that year.
Right.
And our move to this studio has been the big thing of 2022. Do we agree?
Yeah.
So anyway, he says you could call it to the bathroom and beyond. Now, I'm not saying I'm all in love with that name, but first of all, Brokeback versus Deliverance, you've already got in the playoff, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're all over that one. So suggestions would be great. So that helps us to be sure that we don't miss one, and we're about to put those things together. Also, Austin is emailing. He said, don't forget this when y'all just talked about Fauci. He also said, which I don't remember this, he said during the AIDS epidemic that HIV could be spread through mundane household contact, which attributed to the mass hysteria. In this emailer's opinion, Fauci has been a clown for a long time. Oh, wow. The fact that he didn't lose some credibility over that, I don't remember that, but he says that.
He said so much.
Yeah, and by the way, one thing I took away from the story from New Zealand, have I just forgotten? Because I remember when this country was in such bad shape, and it still is, but so far we haven't found a country to exit to that's better, because our founding fathers set up a pretty cool system that can work around some really bad leadership if we'll just do our part. And our chance to do our part is coming up in November, by the way.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that people in New Zealand were called Kiwis.
I didn't either.
Did y'all know that?
No, I didn't.
You did know that, Adler? So you don't know Alex Van Halen, but you know that New Zealand people are called Kiwis?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Do you confuse them with the Australian accent? It's tough to make a difference.
Just put another shrimp on the bobby.
No, that's Australia. Do you confuse? I confuse that, and do you also confuse the Scottish with the Irish?
Oh yeah.
Oh, a lot.
I can't get those. I don't know the difference.
Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah,
I have learned a lot, but after Greg's list today, and now this, I've learned a number of things today that I had no idea.
Existed.
Did you know New Zealand people were called Kiwis?
I didn't.
No, not till 20 minutes ago.
I thought it was just that little weird fruit.
Yeah, I did too. Will you eat a kiwi?
I don't seek them out.
Kiwis are good.
But if a kiwi happened to be, there, like if somebody had a fruit tray and there was a kiwi on it, I might take a bite.
Mm-hmm.
Kiwis recently moved up into my top 5.
Okay, buddy.
Well, it's all.
What?
You know what? You know what your theme is today? TMI.
I'm sorry.
I mean, tone it down. I mean, certain things you ought to just keep to yourself. All right. Well, what's next? You gonna start to get a beer and drink it with a weenie?
Yeah.
Did you hear what you just said?
Hot dog straw.
We just saw that last time.
I'd like to know how you found the kiwi and why now you're so hot for it.
Yeah.
It's good. I've always been about kiwis. I'm about that life, Speedy. All right. So if you want to go, let's go. I'm about that life.
I'm about that kiwi life. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. When we come back, are you a baseball fan?
Oh, man.
All right, well, look, we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Whether you are or you aren't. We'll break it down. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Laying in the bed. When you're laying there in the bed, you go, well, hey, my ankle's hurting.
Really?
And
you might have. You didn't have your sheets on too tight down at the bottom.
Well, no, it was burning on the outside part of it sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I said, look, you don't mind while I'm here and got my shirt off, you listen to my lungs, you mind giving my ankle a look? You know?
Yeah.
So he said, well, standard time on a rolling an ankle is 4 to 6 weeks. He said, you're in the window of that. He said, just go ahead and lock it down with a brace. You got a brace? I said, oh, yeah, I got plenty.
Yeah.
And he said, lock it down, and you're on all these steroids. It'll probably be better in a few days.
Well, there you go.
So I just thought it was a good time to make hay when the sun's shining, so to speak.
Bubba and I have found the perfect doctor. He really has very little hope for us. He knows that to ask us to do things is a waste of his time. You know what I mean? And he's very he's very laid back. He rarely, like, we go in and I'm like, hey, I know you gave Bubba some shots on Friday and again on Monday. Yeah. And I said, and then you gave me some shots before I went to Nicaragua, which, by the way, that was a smart move.
Yeah.
And then you're giving them to me again. Is this all right?
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, yeah. He's like, yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
I'll even ask the girl coming in to give a shot. I go, I've had a couple of these. Well,
you know what my new thing is?
You know what they told me? They said, you're one of many. Said, I've had some in here for 3.
Right. Let me go back to this. It's funny. I saw the same. I don't know what their titles are. I don't want to give people the wrong title. Whoever the woman is giving the shots.
Could be an RN.
That's what I'm thinking. But
could be
that click up. What's that one?
Nurse practitioner.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know which one. I don't want to offend, but
the nurse practitioner can see you kind of like the doctor. I think he just has to write it off.
So I said to that person yesterday, so you have seen both Rick and Bubba's butt today. And she said that is correct.
Oh, the blonde girl gave it to you. She just got back off vacation.
She said, she said that.
I said, how about that view?
She said, and that is correct.
Yeah.
And I said, wow, what a day. She goes, oh, it's a dandy.
I've noticed the different styles and giving shots are funny too, because I will go ahead and just undo my pants and be standing there. And
Bubba,
some of them,
I don't think that's.
Yeah, I don't think yeah.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
All they really need is
I'm
top
not dropping
of your
them. I'm not dropping
They
them.
really-
I'm just loosening them so they can move them around.
And you and I with love handles, they don't even need to see our whole rear end.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of them give them to you high. You think, are they sticking me in the kidney?
No, they think it's your butt.
But some of them go ahead and yank your shorts down and get on down in there.
Yeah, see, I haven't had that. I don't think that. I think you must have had something different happen.
No, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
When I remember, see, they were trying to miss a spot they just hit the other day. So
Well,
they're
that's
probably moving the green, like
that's
to
true.
move the holes on the putting green.
They just go to a different cheek.
Yeah, my pants.
I
are,
got one on both sides.
For me to
Nowhere to land.
For me to get a shot, and I get them on both sides because there's always two.
Yeah.
I really shaped the way I'm shaped. I don't really even have to pull my pants down; they're already down far enough to get a shot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I mean, they walk in and go, "Well, there he is."
Yeah, they just paint your love handle, put it in there.
The plumber is ready.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
How about when you How about when you're pulling your
I
pants
didn't have
down?
to drop them. There you go.
You're not really sure. Is that far enough out? Coming down a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more.
That's why I just kind of like loosen my belt and let them. And I had some get away.
But there's no need to drop them to the floor.
I know
that's not necessary.
You shouldn't.
Right.
You should. But you try to keep the hip that's getting it loose.
Oh yeah.
So, which means the
I
other
put
one's
on my
kind of
weight.
tight.
I put my weight on the other, then
Yeah.
I switch when they go the other side.
Yeah, and you get steroid in one, and you get not penicillin, but antibiotic shot that's got that delayed.
That's the one.
You know, you walk up, by the time you checking out, you think there's a bee in your pants. You're like, hey, now,
For me, it's right.
Hey.
For me, it's the parking lot, and I'm always convinced I've been shot.
Mine gets when I get to the waiting room. I'm already doing kind of a hop by the time I get to the elevator, trying to get
Mine's
it out
the
of there.
parking lot. Mine does fine all the way down to the parking lot. When I'm walking the parking lot to my truck, so then I'm like, hey, now.
And see, I got a system worked out because I'd ask, does it help if you work it in? They said, yes. So I go and I walk through Lowe's.
Do you really?
Yeah, which is close by.
Right. Okay.
That's the nearest indoor walking track.
Okay, yeah.
Interesting.
And plus, you can pick up a few handy things for the garden while you're there.
You got your ankle brace on.
Yeah.
D-roll.
Right.
I don't know what you do.
Right. Well, that's good for your ankle, too.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think. I never know.
Well, I've been off of it. It hadn't helped. So.
I've had ankle and foot problems
Betty
so
liked to
long.
walk me to death in Bahamas. I think that hurt it, too, more.
Well, it probably did.
Yep.
She walked you all over that beautiful place.
Oh, yeah. You can't wear an ankle brace laying out at the pool. It just
No, I mean,
ain't
you
cool.
can, but people...
Yeah, people will talk. It leaves a terrible mark.
Well, and it goes back to what Greg said. Everybody thinks you're on probation.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he's covered up a brace.
somebody wants to turn you in. He left the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it knows if you leave.
Sure it does.
That's what I've seen on TV.
It's Dan, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says Dan on the board, and I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I actually called. I didn't hear y'all talking about it in the first part of the hour. I just wanted to tell y'all about it. I guess y'all already heard about it.
We did.
I didn't.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. No, as we make our way back. In 40 days, somebody come on. Instead of the fine that I could not pay. All right, you'll soon be home. What's going to happen if you cross the line, Greg? You cross that line, I'll be on your own. 40 days. Got guns and barbed wire fences. All right, so as by the way, Chris in here, Adler, that's Chris Stapleton. I don't know if you ever heard of him or not, but we're playing that coming out. Fieldofgreens.com. Look, when this, you know that time when you're sitting there. I'll be honest. I get the call from Bob Carey and the gang that do all of our national advertising partnerships. He goes, "Hey, going to be sending y'all this thing called Field of Greens." I'm like, "What what is Field of Greens? He's like, well, it's it's like a superfood thing, and inside I'm like, oh man,
not that.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's me. And so we get Field of Greens, and so I did start thinking. I mean, I'll be 58 in October. Certainly, you want to start addressing your health and realize that some of the things you do and the corners you cut, you can get away with it when you're young. But boy, you don't want to tote that stuff into your latter years. You want to be productive, and I thought, you know what? This is this. I don't get in the amount of vegetables and fruits I'm supposed to every day. Hard to do that on our schedule. But fieldofgreens.com is a superfood, a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics, 100% made in America. All American ingredients. It's also organic. It's gluten-free. If you are, if you're vegan, we don't understand you, but this will work for you too. No problem there. Let me tell you something. Listen to me straight up. I love this product. I've already taken my first one today. Got up, got the blender out, put the powder in. I'm using just water right now to kind of cut back on my sugar. But you can use fruit juices. It tastes really good, but it's really good with just water. And I do this twice a day, and I can certainly see the difference. I really can. The energy, it's not a manufactured energy. It's natural. I feel good. I'm noticing also that it's giving me a little more. You ever get that mind fog if you don't feel like you get enough sleep or you're running whatever or just everybody familiar with that?
Yeah.
This really is almost like you just take it and adjust it and it clears up. I'm loving it, and getting older I need that. So if you haven't started it, I would highly recommend it. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use our code Bubba, 10% off all. You get 15% off the first order, then 10% off all your future orders by using that code Bubba at fieldofgreens.com. Oh, Helmsley's got it linked at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors.
Link.
All right, speaking of Helmsley, let's talk baseball. Hot dogs, baseball. So let's go to Albert Pujols. He has just hit career home run number 693.
That's a lot of home runs.
And we have a video to show you this momentous home run. Here we go.
The 1-2. And Pujols hits it out to deep left. At the wall. Gone. 693. 693 home runs. A historic home run. The 449th different pitcher he's hit a home run against. He's tied with Bonds, first all time. Also his 30th career homer at Wrigley. 693.
Can I see a sweet
special
swing?
Brewing.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Can I see the sweet swing?
That was a
one
high
time?
fastball too. He got on.
I know. I mean, the minute that pitcher let that go, he knew it was over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just watch the swing rip.
And Pujols hits it out to deep left.
Out of his own, he still hit it.
God!
He's seeing it.
693.
It's like his 7th home run in 10 games.
Here's
He's
where
on a tear.
And I'm talking to myself.
Look at Albert.
Rick.
Okay.
Most or a lot of the people in our listening audience got the dream of a World Series last year for their beloved Atlanta Braves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I would, and that's great, and I celebrated with most everybody that's a Braves fan. But this is pretty special, and I'm gonna tell you why. 693 and all those stats, whatever. But we're 7 away from 700, and I know what I'm about to say.
Careful.
Bothers people because records are made to be broken.
Careful.
But I would just say this. We are watching something that we may never get to see again. And that's the statement. I have facts to back this up, though.
Well, I'd like to hear them.
I don't want you to think. And look, there's 40 games left, and he is seeing
40
it well.
games.
Roughly 40 games left.
Oh,
So what is that? 1 point something, or one every 5 games he needs to hit to get to 700? Is that correct? Just simple math.
That sounds good.
A little less than 1. I don't know how that works,
Yeah.
but the points and decimals and all that. But roughly 40 games, he needs 7. So he needs to hit 1 every 5 games. Let's just go with simple math on that. That gets him to that mark. This has only been done, guys. Barry Bonds was mentioned in the clip. He has 762. Hank Aaron who held that record for, I think, 23 years. Bonds is holding it for 22 years. He was 755. Babe Ruth, 714. Pujols is 21 homers from tying or Babe Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
It was the
Alex Rodriguez stopped at 696. So in a few days, we may see him surpass him. All right. He plans to retire no matter what happens in this homer. He said, I know 700 is great, but this is it. If he doesn't get there, I hope he changes his mind and comes back for like half a season. I'd like to see it. But here's where it gets interesting. And I say what I'm about to say because I want everybody to be watching this because I do think it's something we will never see again. I don't think 700 in our lifetime, okay? I don't think we see it again, just based off the numbers. Two names that pop in my mind when I think of home run hitters that are younger, Giancarlo Stanton and Bryce Harper. Giancarlo Stanton is 32, okay? He's going to get to the 400 mark by next year. But he has to hit 30 in the next 7 years, 30 a year, just to reach 600.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that kind of gives you the mindset to get him to 40. Bryce Harper's 29. He's sitting at 282. He has averaged 25 home runs per year, okay? He would have to average 35 home runs a year until 40, and he doesn't get to 700. So he would have to perform for the next 11 years much better than he's given us at this point, and he's been great. He would only reach 667. If you go younger, there's only one player I can find that's at the age of 26, Cody Bellinger. He has 150 home runs. He is averaging 25 per year. He would have to average 35 home runs for the next 14 years. That gets him to age 40, and he still wouldn't make it. That would be 640 home runs.
So what you're saying, this average of 25 a year, which is where the elite hitters are, is not enough.
It's not.
Right.
And I think just unless somebody goes nuts that I'm not seeing here, but I have looked at all the current guys, their ages. You know, like, for instance, Mookie Betts and Francisco Lindor. Francisco Lindor is 28, and he's got 180 homers. Mookie Betts is 29, got 205. They're playing with the same math as what I just gave you. My point is, if you're a casual baseball fan or a huge baseball fan, or you don't even care about baseball, but you like things that are special, this is one of them you better pay attention to because I don't think we'll ever see it again.
Well, how about Helms?
So there you go.
Are you on yourself? Because I know one time you considered yourself a real baseball fan. You were.
Yeah.
And
that's because I played it 22 of my 25 first years in life.
Then you got on yourself saying you're no longer a fan and you're mad at yourself.
Yeah, I'm a casual.
And a lot of this has to do with what your kids end up being interested in. It really does.
Yeah.
And is this something that might make you get on yourself to say you need to pay attention to this?
This is part of it, and I love stuff like this, and so I will pay attention. And they're Hey, by the way, they're in first place too, which makes it even better for the Cardinals. They're leading that division.
Yeah, they're 70 and 51.
Yeah, and so they're like 5 games ahead of the next person.
So on this
How about this, Rick? Can I tell you this, too? Yeah. He has these numbers. Of course, he's 42, so he's twice as old as some of his teammates, which is bizarre.
Right.
But in 2020, he only hit 6 home runs. And in 2021, when it was split up, he hit 5 and then he hit 12. But he's getting all these numbers, and in 2020, he only hit 6 home runs.
Rick, rarely in August – and am I looking at something special in baseball? And, hey, we got us something.
Okay.
We got us something.
You're talking about a send-off. If he can get there.
Let's go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. You can talk about anything you want to. It's your time to chat on the program, and we'll take your calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Y'all's thoughts about it. I'm sorry. I just started listening about an hour ago.
Well, now we, as the main show, have not discussed it. This was something that was mentioned, just the headline and the story, in the kickoff hour. So we really have not unpacked it on the show, and we're just about to talk about it because we were thinking first, when you deal with San Bernardino, I mean, that's where we had the terrorist attack, and, of course, this is not related to that. This appears to be something domestic. But, again, when you have school security, but then Speedy just gave us an update on that. that he was well known by the school. Obviously, his wife was teaching there, so you probably wouldn't put him through the same security you would a stranger showing up. But there at the end of the day, it is this man's fault. At the end of the day,
it is.
So
we don't know all the details about it, though. Did you have anything other than just what happened?
Well, I know that he was her husband, so they didn't put him through the screening. I know that it was a special ed classroom, and the one little boy died, and that's really about it. That's all that I saw as well.
Okay, all right. Well, so thank you for the call. So Speedy,
8-year-old killed, 9-year-old injured.
Right. So were they just accidentally
they were standing,
shot?
Yeah, they were standing behind the teacher, and he came in, told workers he had to drop something off to his wife, and so they said, okay, yeah, she's in the class.
Yeah, you can
so
see
he
that.
walks into the class, and that's when he shoots her and then turns the gun on himself. But apparently in the shooting, there were two kids standing behind her, one 8, one 9. The 8-year-old later passed away. The 9-year-old in stable condition. They don't believe they were any target in the shooting. They just had got caught up in it. And so they had been married only for a couple of months. And,
really?
In some Facebook posts, they seemed like they were happy. But it seems like maybe over the last couple of weeks they had been having a little bit of trouble, and they don't know what sent him off. But they said there wasn't really any sign
Only
of
married
him.
a few months.
Yeah, according to this story,
there's no telling how long they've been together. Who knows?
Well, no, that's true. That's a good point.
The other thing, it says he had a criminal record, including weapons and domestic violence charges
in his past.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
so that is a predictor.
It is, but of course, this is an evil act, so evil people do evil things.
Yep.
And but the thing that I can't wrap my mind around. First of all, I can't wrap my mind around murdering anyone in cold blood.
Right.
Okay, no matter what's going on. Okay.
2, doing it at school.
Right. Number 2, if you have this problem, and I don't want you to shoot your wife, don't misunderstand me. I want you to go get help.
Right.
But
why are you endangering other people?
Why would you take this into a classroom where there's children?
Yeah.
If you got issues at home, then deal with them at home.
It's one thing.
And you don't deal with them this way, no matter where it is. But if you're that upset, going to the workplace where she is working with children just shows you ladies, again, people can be redeemed and rehabilitated. Don't misunderstand me. But sometimes in your minds, when you think, well, I know this is a bad thing about this guy and this is bad and he's had this before, but because we're so in love, I'm going to change him. The only person going to change somebody is Jesus. You're not going to change anybody. And you got to sometimes take. I'm not blaming.
Sometimes I think you better let Jesus get a hold of him first.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing for a man who's in love with a woman, who maybe has on her record killed last boyfriend.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I mean,
Yep.
Some of these things, this thing that love's going to solve all these problems and going to change the man or woman that I'm with. Love usually doesn't. Not the earth's version of love. Jesus will. There's no doubt about that. He's in the transformation business, but this thing of it'll all be okay. Now, if there's red flags in people's past that they haven't been dealt with spiritually, you got a real problem.
Yeah.
And even when it's spiritually, you might want to give it some time to see if it took.
Yeah, be sure.
So, but again, I blame this man. Who I blame.
That's right.
I mean, if he's the husband of one of the teachers and he just says, I'm dropping something off to my wife, that's not an abnormal request. And I understand now that'll probably change.
Well, yeah, I mean,
maybe it should.
Would it hurt if everybody, including the principal, walked through a metal detector? Would it hurt?
Well, it's sad that it would get to that point.
Yeah,
but I understand.
It's
what
ridiculous,
you're saying.
but here we are.
And those of us that just want to come see our kid and drop something off or see our wife, we'd be mad about it. We'd be hassled. But it's these people that cause it, not the schools.
Right.
Right, because as I said in the story, I mean, he was known to the workers. I mean, it's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, I got to get something to my wife. Okay, she's in her.
I completely understand
You know.
how that would be something you wouldn't think was anything
Right.
dangerous at all. But you look at his background.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour.
Ooh, it brings me to my
Rick and
knees.
Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big, and we thank you for being with us. Bubba out today. Hopefully, get some answers on what was ailing him yesterday, and he'll get back with us. We'll let you know. So phone calls are standing by, and you can talk about anything you want to on the program right now. You are in charge. You are running the show. So let's get started. Let's go to David. Is in Sweet Home, Alabama. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. David? David?
He's got his blinker on.
Okay. David, man, you were right there. And you had the platform, the spotlight was on you, and the mic was hot. Let's go to Waylon in the free state of Florida. Waylon, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was just wondering on the Albert Pujols deal, if toward the end of the season he gets right there on the door of 700, do you think any of the guys, especially in a non-playoff situation, may tell the pitcher to give Albert one that might be right down the middle and give him an opportunity to get to 700 before he retires?
I like to think that doesn't go on. I doubt that would happen. Because I think, and let me hear me out, not because they don't respect Pujols, but because they do respect him.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be
nobody wants to go that
trivia
way.
question.
Yeah, and plus you want him to earn it, even if you love him and respect him.
Right.
Yeah, not only that, but they've got their own careers too.
It's almost patronizing to throw him some meat.
Yeah.
Let's go to Anna in Hoover, listening to ZZK. Anna, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I've been wanting to point this out for a while. I don't know if anyone else has, but every time you come on, you say you're broadcasting from the new unnamed studio. Well, that's the name of it. It's the unnamed studio.
Correct. Yeah.
And on that note, your best of album this year could be something like the Unnamed Collection.
Slight correction. It's actually the No Name Studio, but
I'm sorry, the No Name.
That's all right.
I messed that up.
I got your point. Yeah, there are people missing that. They keep going, how come y'all ain't naming the studio? And we're like, have you not picked up that we have?
We may rename it at some point, but we've really named it.
Yeah, it's the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology.
Well done on your part. Yeah.
How do you?
The No Name album is your best of.
Yeah.
How do you like that second part? What if the name of the CD was Living on the Bleeding Edge of Technology?
Well,
okay, that's why we're doing this. Right? We're kicking around stuff. Hey, we're brainstorming. So thanks, Anna. That's a good idea, and we're getting a lot of that. The No Name CD. Let's go.
She was not about to give us charity.
That's all. But you know what?
I love that.
See, I'm Pujols. Don't give me something to hit.
Exactly.
I mean, make me earn it.
Exactly.
Let's go to Blair in the great state of Georgia. By the way, Georgia football fans, I just came back from Georgia doing the man church. Wow, they're confident. They have picked up. They got a swagger right now. They really, really do. Hey, not afraid to tell you how good they are.
Okay.
All right, let's go to.
I think they've earned the right.
They've earned it. Yeah.
have.
Blair in Georgia. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, the Kiwi, the New Zealanders, they named after a small flightless bird called a Kiwi. My next door neighbor's from New Zealand, and he's cracking up when he heard that.
That's funny. Yeah, I didn't know they were called Kiwis. I had no idea. If I was being called a Kiwi, I think I'd work. Either. Yeah, I think I'd work to change it. Thank you, man. I appreciate you calling. Let's go to Chris in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, so I'm retired Army, and I got a chance to go to Ireland twice and play golf. You're talking about Ireland, kind of along the same vein as previous caller. We played golf one day in Ireland and got back, and we're talking to a local, and told him what a wonderful, beautiful country he had and how bad the roads were. And this old Irishman, without missing a beat, said, laddie, but it's a small country, and if the roads were better, you'd get around it too quickly now, wouldn't you?
I love their attitude. I really do. I fell in love, as you did, Chris, with the Irish people. Man, when we went down, to the southern part of Ireland. So now look, if you're wanting a variety on the menu, I wouldn't suggest it, because it's like every single restaurant, it's exactly the same thing. But it's still good food. It's it's the stuff that'll go thick on your bones. I mean, it's shepherd's pie, it's potatoes and meat, and if you want to veer off that, you're going to struggle just a little bit. But I didn't care. It was all delicious, and their the way they are on that. What is it called? Was it Celtic football? Am I saying that right? But they're really into it. I mean, in each little community, kind of like it's. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of not really college football the way the fan bases are, to a degree, really high school.
Yeah.
Because you would go into because you can go in college to some communities, everybody's not for the same team. But there, like high school, when you would go into each community traveling around to the different counties, and I'm using our term, they would have the flags up for their team like it was a high school team. And they were very, you remember when I made the mistake of being in the bathroom and acting like I was for the opposing team?
Yes.
Totally kidding. And I nearly got beat up, and I nearly got in a fight.
Yeah, you have it right though. That is the football.
And buddy, they are into it.
Yeah,
it's an interesting game, and they have those stadiums just like high school stadiums, and they pack it out, and they're really into it. Really into it. Hey, they take the rivalry serious. All right, let's go to Ashland out of Birmingham, Alabama. Ashland, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted to call and thank y'all for sharing the sausage ball saga.
Yes.
The hook on the mixer is definitely going to be a game changer for me.
Game changer.
I have one of those mixers, and I never thought to use it to mix the sausage ball mix. I hate getting my hands dirty when I'm making sausage balls, so this holiday season is going to be my sausage balls are going to be on point.
Can I just say you're welcome? You are, and there's discussion. If I can get the Burgess women to allow me to release the recipe, there's discussion like the Spiral Dog video that there's an upcoming sausage ball video.
Oh boy,
of me walking you
I
through
will
it.
definitely be looking forward to that.
Yeah. So thank you, man. Yeah, I didn't I thought the bread hook was a given.
Yeah.
I had a lot of people tell me, "Wow, bread hook, that was the game changer." Didn't know about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if Sherry came up with that or Mom, but it works.
Yeah.
Let's
have it in the right position.
Let's go to Terry in Georgia. Terry, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Mike of Grass and Green Acres.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate the call very much. Tell me what's on your mind.
We're Rick, if you don't mind, through the chair to Helmsy, and you can fact check me. Babe Ruth only played a certain amount of games per year, and it took him a certain amount of years to get to 714. Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire, when they were chasing the record, they played twice as many games per year to get to the same number. So there's an asterisk obviously in the record book. So
yeah, we talked about that. You almost have to go who were the best players of their era, because there's so many variables in really every sport, not just baseball.
And again, I'm not saying Babe Ruth's not as good as Albert Pujols.
No, nobody's saying
if you listen to the segment, what I'm saying is there's something special brewing right now that we will likely never see again in our lifetime. And if you're a casual baseball fan or a baseball fan at all, tune in, because you won't get to see this again.
Yeah, I'm a big Babe Ruth guy. I was telling him too, and I think my numbers are right, that when Babe hit 60, the second place guy was like at 12. So you see, it was just a different, it was a different game then.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you have to, whether it's, this is the thing that, and we're dealing with this even in our state with the governor thing. This thing that people think, even if you do reconcile what you did, on earth, the repercussions of these things are still real and have to be dealt with.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the fact. In my own life, anybody else's life. Let's go to Starkville, where James is standing by. James, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say, y'all may already know this, but at least in Mississippi, the schools require that teachers notify the school administration and front office staff if they're having any marital problems or separation specifically for this type of incident.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I know that in the school that I'm very familiar with, they had an issue that there was a parent who had an alcohol problem, and at one time coming through carpool, that alcohol problem showed itself, and so the schools got with this family and said, if you're the one picking up, you're going to have to come report to us. Let's get a look at your struggle and see how you're doing today. And if you don't have any issues, then you can take the child and drive it home as long as you're able to get out and drive and haven't broken the law, lost your license or anything like that.
Right.
But if you are having an issue, we're going to be looking for somebody else for the family. They don't have to go through this screening because they've never shown or have a background that there could be an issue.
Right.
But if you're coming, you got to come to the office and get your kid. And we got to, so you're right. I mean, maybe these things are already in even this school system. It says, look, if there's something that's going on that could potentially be a problem, we're not saying that we're going to hold that against you the rest of your life, but there's some precautions we're going to take.
Yeah. It's a good call.
And one would be, I think, marital strife.
But who's going to go in and report that? You're going to think, we just had a bad night. It'll be all right tomorrow.
No, you're right. But even this woman, and maybe she was deceived by this man, if it was that bad that he came to school and killed you and some children, it might have been hey, if my husband shows up here today, don't send him back.
Yeah, because it said they'd only been married for a few months, and here it says they'd been estranged for at least a month.
So they were only married 1 month, and they got already separated?
Been married for a few months and had been estranged for at least a month, they said.
All right, well, we've talked a lot here on the show about parents, and there's been many people who have pontificated correctly that have said kids really have not changed. It's parents who have changed. Mm-hmm. Parents do not demand from children what once was demanded. Children have always been children, and children always need guidance. So really, when you look at the bad product, a lot of times this is because parents have changed in the way we behave. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Mm-hmm. A lot of truth to that. Well, you remember we talked about this last year, that Easter egg hunts have had to be canceled, not because of children not being able to act the way the parents act.
Yes.
Now, anybody who's ever been involved with youth sports, modern day, this is not surprising you in any way, shape, or form. A Pennsylvania volunteer fire company that used to use this wonderful event, they've canceled this year's Easter egg hunt for the children, not because of the children, because of unruly parents. Over the past years, it just hasn't got better, and they said we just can't deal with the parents anymore. Not the kids, the parents. They said on their Facebook page that the event won't be held this year. And the deputy chief says there's been a recurring problem of some parents, hear this now, running onto the field, despite having been told the eggs should only be gathered by children. Parents have run on the field, knocking children down to get eggs so their kids can have the most.
Blocking. So they're blocking for them.
Knocking other children down. No, and even parents even grabbing the eggs.
What's in the eggs? I mean, my goodness.
He said, I don't know what it is with these people. They can't seem to get the concept. Just let the kids have fun.
That's crazy.
And they said they tried this before. It just kept getting worse, and they said we're done with it. So there is an Easter egg hunt that will not be held, not because of children and their behavior, but because of their parents. You remember
knocking over other children.
This was years ago, but I actually came up with a concept of youth sports that I thought even made Upward look bad, and that was I was willing to go further than Upward would go.
You want to ban the parents?
The parents just couldn't come. I mean,
they just hear how it was.
Yeah, that the kids show up, and you've got some people representing the league who have no, and if you represent the league and your kids on the field, you can't represent the league.
Right.
We only have people representing the league that have no children.
Connection.
No connection. And the parents are banned from every game, and the kids actually get to go and enjoy sports. And now that's up to a certain age. I'm not talking about when they get into high school and all that, even though in high school it's like you get them far enough away, it doesn't really matter anymore. But when youth sports is usually ruined by parents, / parent coach.
Oh yeah,
and so it's a revolutionary idea, and I'll never catch any ground because the parents have to pay to be in the league. And they would never agree to those.
But
terms.
A good idea.
But this person's saying because really, if you think about what I'm saying, this Pennsylvania Volunteer Fire Department, if they could get that rule passed, they would still have the Easter egg hunt.
Yeah,
because it's not the kids that are the problem.
Right.
It's the parents that are a problem.
You can't have nothing. Look,
you can't even.
You're trying to reach out to the community and have a big event. Bring everybody together. And you can't even have that.
You can't even have an Easter egg hunt.
That's just ridiculous.
You can't have nothing. I mean, you try to throw some eggs out there and come look for them, and I get my eggs. I hear out the chickens, put them out there, and everybody act the fool. You can't even have it.
In my chicken coop in the backyard.
We had to shut that down. You can't have nothing. Can't look for eggs. And
what's your mistake? Thinking you could.
Well, I mean, hey, Bubba, hey, the biggest mistake you can make is thinking you can have something. And that's where you mess up. You just need to know that you can't have nothing. Nothing. Just have that attitude. And so I've seen this take place when you ever seen the footage of this?
No.
And you're like, wow, that's a large kid with a beard running with a bag.
If you want to look at something funny, go get you videos of Easter egg hunts.
Yeah.
You'll see. I mean, you got all the time you want.
Yes, I will admit something that I know is not going to cast me in a very good light. But I'm glad that my kids have passed the age of Easter egg hunts. I'm glad they're over.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're over, and I don't like. I'm glad that's done. That was not usually a joyous occasion.
Well, they could be. You just had to really.
Yeah. Well, you get out
the
there,
situation.
and then there's always some kid in your family that looks, and he's spying. And here we go. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio, out here on the bleeding edge of technology, and we're thankful you're here. No Bubba. Bubba got ill yesterday. They're running some tests on him to see if they can get to the bottom of it. And he'll be back with us, hopefully, before the week is done, maybe even tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And we thank you for being with us as we work through another one. And anytime, we're missing a member of the team, it's a different deal. So, but just the main thing today is that, the medical team on the testing can kind of pinpoint the problem and then address it, and then Bubba will, get relief and he'll be able to join us. So, but unfortunately, and Adler's in there licking his wounds, Space Bros trip has been canceled. Sorry about that, buddy. Space Bros, out.
Houston, we have a problem.
We got one.
So from a baseball fan to the caller a minute ago, baseball season has always been 162 games. So they said there's been no varying on that. So saying that some eras played more games.
I don't think that's true, by the way.
Remember in the movie 61,
that's not true.
They were going to put an
I just tell you what he said.
They were going to put an asterisk.
That guy is not a true baseball fan.
Yeah,
He claims to be.
I mean, just go watch the movie 61.
Yeah,
they address it.
I agree.
He said
he's wrong.
There was debate over whether or not to put an asterisk beside the record.
He said the older guys played more and took fewer games off. Babe Ruth averaged about 150 games that he would start, and you have to give him credit because he was drunk, some of those, and was coming off a train ride, not a 5-star hotel with somebody carrying his jockstrap and bat.
That's funny.
I'll take that.
It says here from 1879 to 1891, the league gradually increased the schedule from 84 games. After the league returned to 8 teams in 1879, it went to 140 games. And then every few years it continued to climb. 14 games were added with each team playing each other twice more, and then goes on and on and on. So I don't think 162 have always been there, according to.
Yeah,
because they made a big deal about it in that movie.
Okay.
Greg's talking about.
All right, but Dyson's wrong. All right,
Dyson, you better know.
Yeah, Dyson, you're wrong.
Go watch 61.
It's really good.
Take it up with Dyson.
1904.
Take it up with Dyson. All right, so as we start the hour, some things we need to hit on. Is that we never got to this story, and I'll get some more phone calls in a minute. So those of you on hold, we will get back to you. This story was kind of in passing. These superhero movies are just blockbusters. I mean, they go to the bank on these superhero movies. So Warner Brothers, there's always been the DC side of it, and it's almost like trying to figure out the pro wrestling. When they have all these groups that get together and they all work together, there's the whole DC Comics versus Marvel and all that. The Marvels have been very successful, most all of them. Warner Brothers Discovery has cut now another superhero spinoff. Now remember this, when they spent. I heard 70 million. This story says it might be closer to 100 million.
Wow.
But that they have started cutting cost, but this is one of those things I think where you make a mistake when you start when you let political correctness and wokeness get in the way of business. Okay, you can go out and do all that, but don't let it affect business.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they felt, and we all know this, guys. Does anybody believe that they didn't feel pressure to do a Batgirl movie?
Yes, they did.
Does anybody believe they thought that people were going to flock to the theater to see Batgirl?
Yes.
Now, you want to pretend that way with all the girl power stuff and this and that and all that. Hey, yeah, everybody wants us to do a Batgirl movie. First of all, if I recall, of course, I was a child. If I recall, the Batgirl storyline is there's not a lot to it.
There's not.
Other than there was a Batgirl.
Yeah, but she didn't have a lot of storyline that
there's not a lot of
involved her.
storylines. And so they have flushed anywhere from $70 to $100 million. And they said the screenplay and what they were getting back was so bad that they just canceled the whole thing.
After the ooh.
Yeah, so the Batgirl movie has been canceled.
Nobody can see it.
Yeah, and
we're not going straight to streaming. Nothing. Nobody sees nothing.
And now they said that they were going to do another spinoff of the Batman theme. Hey, people go see Batman. The rest of it, they've cut that.
We got a bunch of versions of Batman.
And they said Caped Crusader has now been axed from HBO Max, along with 5 cartoons. After the $100 million Batgirl movie, they're saying $100 million, was canceled amid cost cutting. Now they've changed that storyline a little bit because there's wokeness there.
Mm-hmm.
The first storyline that came out it was so bad,
right?
They realized this thing is going to bomb, and we would rather cut our losses and get out than to put this thing in theaters. Yeah. See, that's the reason why you can't let this stuff get in the way of business.
Y'all don't laugh because I'm going to get it right now. I'm not going to say Disney, but the Warner Brothers Discovery and HBO Max merger, does it have anything to do with them cutting the spinoffs, Rick?
Well, it's cost cutting.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're saying this is part of it. You remember when we did our podcast last weekend, the one about the music bin?
Yeah.
Is that when when our guest, when the band he was in was signed by Epic, they did their album, they were all excited, and then Epic sold to somebody, and Epic wasn't making money, so they came in and said, all right, I see 20 bands here that we don't even have off the ground yet, and that's going to cost a lot of money to get them off the ground. I cut these 20 bands day one.
Yeah.
So this could be part of, hey, we ain't doing this Batgirl thing, that we got cost cutting here. This thing's going to be a bomb. But it goes back to this again. It's what the left has always done, and the emotion and wokeness. Wokeness doesn't live in the real world. And what wokeness tries to do is they try to force a market when it just isn't there.
Yeah,
and they've done it forever.
no
They
call.
did it with keep doing it with the green movement. Yeah. They've done it with the girl power stuff. They've done it. I mean, guys, we're at the point now where I don't know if you have watched it. It's okay just to stay historically correct. Well, they'll go back in time and do a period piece, and because they want there to be, and I'm certainly for diversity, but I've always believed that diversity takes care of itself because people in every ethnicity and of both genders can be excellent. So we say our goal's excellence, and we'll have diversity. Okay, because if to say otherwise is frankly patronizing. But they've going back, and I see it all the time now in these period pieces that they're putting out now, and they'll go into an era, and under the guise of diversity, they will put actors of ethnicity that historically that's not the ethnicity of these people. I mean, and it just comes across as kind of weird. I mean, it's as if it's because you see what's going on and you see how hard everybody's trying, but it's okay just to stay historically correct if you're doing movies about history. Yeah. But I don't see that as, and there's some embarrassing things that have happened in history, and it just doesn't seem, when it's like now we always have to say, well, we're going to do. I'll give you an example. We're going to do a thing about Thomas Jefferson, and we're going to hire a black actor to be Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, but he wasn't black.
Yeah. Rick, if you haven't seen Hamilton, I wouldn't suggest it.
No, but that's what I'm talking about. And I understand that that's really well done, but sometimes I just it's almost like we're trying too hard, and it comes across as patronizing more than honoring. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
and maybe and I'm certainly open to. if I've got something new going on, I couldn't care less the ethnicity of the actors. I want the best, and so but if you're going back in history and kind of trying to rewrite that comes across to me sometimes as more campy than it does honoring.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers Discovery also owns CNN, and this same CEO just gave CNN Plus the axe after giving them $300 million.
Wow.
So this guy is kind of in a weird place where he's throwing money at things, but then as soon as he sees it's not going to go well,
panicking.
He's panicking.
He's panicking. All right, we'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He saw where y'all put him.
And there's
And
fights
you
that
got
break out.
you got the one kid you really like who can't find an egg to save his life.
No.
I mean, you set it on the water spigot in front of him, and he's looking all over it.
Then there's the controversy of it, what is too easy to find, what's too hard to find.
Yeah.
You can't find them all.
No.
And you find them because they rot.
Yeah, and then everybody got tired of the rotten eggs, so everybody went to plastic. But then, nobody wants those laying around either.
Mm-hmm.
Then you open up and you start thinking to yourself, how long can wrap candy still be good?
Yeah.
And
so
then you got the people that eat the eggs.
Yeah, oh gosh.
We started throwing the eggs, which is fun.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Out in the woods.
I saw
anything.
I saw the Easter Bunny when I was little. He went hopping right down the hallway in the house. My boy was big too.
You saw it.
Yeah. What my mom.
Have you
and dad
talked to
up.
anybody about that?
Huh?
Have you talked to anybody
Well,
about that?
it was big.
Was this in college?
Huh?
Shouldn't you have told like a professional, not on the air?
You ever shared that with anybody?
Yeah. No, I don't think. I think I might.
Because
be
you
the
just
first.
did.
Yeah, I just saw that. I just.
I told you when we first.
Was he wearing a vest?
Huh? I saw just that big long tail.
They don't have long.
They don't
have long tails.
What you saw was a kangaroo.
Yeah, I think you had a kangaroo in your house.
You didn't see
I think you had a kangaroo in your
Speedy
house.
Bunny don't.
Look,
You didn't see a bunny, pal.
I'll show
That
you what
thing
it
you just
looked
did with
like.
your hand is not a bunny
I'll show you what it
tail.
I
looked
think
like.
you had a lizard in your house or something.
That was the Mothman.
That's not it.
Speedy, bunnies have a little round
That
tails.
looks like a
Look
monkey
cotton
that you
ball.
just drew.
Did you have a dinosaur going down your? I mean, I don't know.
It was some.
Was it a
I remember
raptor?
it being Easter.
Yeah.
It didn't have a real long. It's kind of
Well,
went
it
up
wasn't
like
rabbit.
that. It went up
Speedy,
like that.
rabbit has no tail except for a little
They got a
puffy.
big old
Some of
cotton
them
ball.
do. They're
It's
buffy.
It's just a little
Puffy.
Yeah.
All right, let me say this
Buffy, but-
because I remember when we first went on television, people would watch
Something
this
like that,
show,
looking
and
like
I
that.
started getting emails from doctors that were diagnosing me with all sorts of things.
Right, from fidgeting.
If you're listening right now and you just heard Speedy say that he once saw the Easter Bunny going down the hall of his house, his email is Speedy.
With a tail.
Yeah, at rickandbubba.com.
I'll give you. It might have been
Right.
a dream. Maybe it was
Speedy, did the Easter kangaroo? Did the Easter kangaroo come to your house?
Because let me tell you something.
Well, have you
if
ever
you
had
You just drew a
dreams that-
kangaroo tail.
If you saw
that's
a
not a
giant
kangaroo
creature going down your hall with the tail dragging behind him,
No, it wasn't dragging. It came up.
Well, first of all, let's just say you've got the tail right. Okay, let's take the tail out. If you saw a giant animal
hopping down the hall.
hopping down your hall, you need to talk to somebody.
Okay, I'll give you this.
Somebody with a
Probably
degree
dream.
on the wall.
I'll give you as a dream.
Probably.
Not any of us.
Because I'm going to tell you something in the break that's really going to bother you. Okay? You can say what we've said in the past. We didn't like the idea of it.
Yeah.
But none of us actually said we saw it.
No.
Huh? Yeah.
There's one of those. He's brought this up one time before. He really believes this, by the way.
It was a dream.
Yeah. Likely it was.
We know. Rick, we hope.
Is
We
that
hope.
my dad in a costume? I don't know.
This thing was 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
We'll be back. This story I'll handle very delicately. And because there's a certain.
We usually do.
Yeah, that's our nature. Caitlyn Bruce Jenner, who wants to be called Caitlyn Jenner.
Right.
I want to stop again.
You can't say handled delicately and then say that name, especially with what you're about to say.
Let me just, if I could, and then I'm gonna pot Greg's mic down. I know he got he's got his shot at it in the kickoff hour day, so he should be relaxed.
Will you pot mine down too?
I will.
Thank you.
Leave mine up, Rick.
You good?
Yep.
Bubba, can you stay
I'm
up?
good. I'm good.
First of all, I want to remind all of us that are Bubba, either you're our age or older, okay? And how far back do you think you can go and still really understand that we're talking about Bruce Jenner here?
You mean age-wise?
Yeah.
Was it 84 Olympics? So
no, it was further back than that. It was.
Yeah,
it was in the 70s.
No, 76, wasn't it?
Yeah.
76.
I'll be 40 next year, and I didn't really know the story.
This is my point.
So that's
so 45.
What
up,
year
I would
was
say 45
it?
up.
I'm saying if you're 6 years old or more, the year of the Olympics were, you knew who he was.
because I want us, those of us that know Bruce Jenner's history, I want us to, and I never want us to stop doing this. We're talking about Bruce Jenner here.
Right.
Okay.
The world's greatest athlete, star of the Olympics.
No offense, because I know we're still, trying to figure out what's actually going on, but if Richard Simmons goes down this road, it doesn't feel the same way it does that Bruce Jenner did.
No.
Okay, and
what year was it? Seriously, 76.
Yeah, 76. I think. I thought it was in the 70s.
Yeah.
And
so if you were 6 years old, you're born in 72 or later, you ought to know who he is.
All right. Yeah.
What year were you in?
78. I was born in 78.
So you're all right.
No,
I don't.
He barely knows. I don't. You got to. So
I was born in 78.
Okay, you got to be 72 the other way.
Yeah, you got to go.
So Rick was close. If you're over 45, 46, you really all should know. You should know.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba show. To the phones we go. Speedy's got them this time, and we'll chat with you, find out what is on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Cody. Cody is contacting us out of the great state of Tennessee. Cody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show, and thank you for your patience. Go ahead. What, y'all didn't join me?
I did.
God, I didn't even hear it. All right, go ahead.
Gave you a little dance.
I missed Bub on that one. All right, go ahead.
So I got to hit on the Batgirl thing real quick. Did you see what Babylon Bee said about the Batman? The Batgirl movie.
You know what? I think I did see that, but I don't remember what they said.
$70 million in rear-end collisions cancels Batgirl movie.
I wish your phone had been clearer, but that is. Yeah. Go ahead.
My question was for the main church.
Yes.
There is an app on the Google store that says it's the Man Church app. Are you familiar with that?
Well, I know that we have an app called Strive, Strive.
That's it.
Yeah, that is our app. Yeah, that is correct. And
I've
we
never heard you mention it before.
Yeah, well, we launched it and we talked about it on the air a little bit, and I usually mention it during the Wednesday Bible study. But yeah, we do have an app. It's called Strive, and you can get it, and you found it. And what it has is we have weekly devotionals in there for men that are updated every week. But we also have archives, some of the Wednesday Bible study archives, other teachers and sermons. There's articles there. It's a great resource for you to kind of add to your
videos.
It has videos too. Yeah, has lots of videos. Yeah, so
okay.
Yeah, and it's you can try it for 7 days if you like it, and then after 7 days, I can't. I know that we've been looking. It's $9.99, I think, and then it's like I say, it's updated every week for you. So Strive.
So I get the same information from it as if I was at church.
The bottom line is, remember, these are all archives. The videos are so. But yeah, if you're on the road and you can't be at the local church, it's great to have it. Or you just want it, for your spiritual growth, like you would do a Bible study every day. It's like a devotional that kind of runs with you. And then if you want to sit down for longer messages, and we have series on there. I think our Wednesday Bible study on the book of Acts is in there. You can go back and see those. So, and then we have other teachers that are on there too that have allowed us to use some of their content. So
that'll help because I'm a truck driver.
Oh yeah, perfect for you. And so go grab it and let us know how you like it. And all of you that already have it, we sure are appreciating your feedback. Thanks a lot, buddy. Thanks for that question, Cody. Thanks for clarifying that. So yeah, I appreciate you looking after us, but that actually is our app. And we added that, what y'all think? Maybe a couple months ago?
6 months ago.
Yeah. Has it been that long?
Max. Well,
yeah.
4.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's relatively new, so it's not surprising that you didn't know.
It's a 2022 for sure.
David in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Yeah, my wife probably already sent you an email on this, but she came up with a name for your new album.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, a big movement.
A what movement?
Big one.
A big
movement. To keep it with the bathroom thing.
Oh my God.
That works with the bathroom.
I do like that.
Let's go to Wendy. Wendy, who's walking down the streets of the city. Wendy, go ahead. Welcome to the program. How are you?
All right, good. Thank you for the song. You were talking about woke. remakes. Well, last time I was at the movies, they showed a trailer for Forrest Gump in a Bollywood style. So it's the same story, but it's all in India. The whole story takes place in India.
I'm picturing Forrest Gump.
Wow,
Indian version of Forrest Gump.
Let me tell you, there you go. I don't know. By the way, I did get back to the baseball people again that the 162 game schedule started in 1953.
See.
And it's been that way ever since. But before that, it varied.
They played 154, I think, when the Babe was there, and it may not even been that many.
Yeah, so he hit 60 in less games. Let's go to Zach in Florence, WLAY. Zach, welcome to the program.
Hey, man. Good morning, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. I got a question. Y'all gave us the secret to life a couple of weeks ago, and I've ate about 2,500 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches since then, and I just keep gaining weight. What do you do about that?
That is a drawback.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You know, especially since I've had sons that played football, and when they wanted to put weight on them, they told them to eat them as well. Oh, wow. It's healthy, but it does have calories. That was a weird list. Of all the food lists we've done, I think that last one was the weirdest.
It's bizarre.
Let's go to Jordan in the great state of Alabama. Jordan, I mean, let's go ahead and fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, what's on your mind?
Hey, good morning. I wanted to let y'all know about Batgirl movie. I saw on that where Michael Keaton, who was the original Batman, was supposed to come back in that movie and play like an old Bruce Wayne Batman.
Huh. No, I have not heard
Maybe that's
that
why
yet.
they cut it.
Greg, don't you like him?
I do. I don't like the sound of that character.
Jeff in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, man.
Have y'all watched the videos of the Whitaker family?
I don't even know what that is. What is that, Greg? What is it?
Oh, it's an Appalachian family, and
Oh.
there ain't many branches
Yeah.
on that family tree, if you know what I'm saying.
Wow. So is this right up Greg's alley?
Oh, Rick.
It's kind of pitiful, there's families out there like that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
They exist.
What are you acting like? You got excited, and then when he said it's pitiful, now you're like, you
I'm
dropped
just
your
saying
tone.
It's like a car wreck, but good night.
Do you find it to be humorous?
Well, in a bad way,
sick way.
Yeah.
Well, one of them, all he does is go yep yep, stuff like that.
What?
Yeah.
Like the whipper that
Yes,
Mickey Dean
just
used to
like
tell us
that.
about? Yeah.
Yes.
Greg, no.
There they are.
No.
Rick.
There's people not showing
That
this.
one yelps.
No, Adler, no.
But the guy who's helped him, he's a filmmaker, and he's over the years he's went and visited them, and he tries to help them out because they're really poor. And but yeah, buddy, one old pal, he's yipping the whole time.
Do you remember Mickey Dean's story about?
Oh, I guess it's the guy. I know it.
The whipper,
but I'm talking about the same ailment.
Okay. You remember when Whipper's mom took him to get healed?
Ernest Ainsley.
Yeah.
Take him home, work with him.
I think he's got it.
And Mickey could tell it better.
Oh, he could. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For those of you that are younger, I'm trying to give you, this would be like this happening with Usain Bolt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I want y'all to.
I would say in our country, it would be bigger.
Rick.
It would be like maybe not LeBron, but
Michael
Jordan.
It
would nah.
Michael Phelps, definitely.
Well, because it was the bicentennial year, and it was
and decathlon. I mean, he did multiple events.
Yeah, he was the world's greatest.
He was
athlete.
called the world's greatest athlete.
Bo Jackson.
I'm not going to use that example because I don't want to be hurt. Okay,
it's close,
but
it's not a bad one.
But y'all know how
it's
things.
not
You know how
Chaz
things get back to Bo. We don't need to use Bo as an example. Because he could hit us with a golf club in a few weeks.
Let me
so we
be
don't want
clear.
that.
Bo Jackson is still going by the name Bo Jackson.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
sure.
all right. But there's a little point in here.
In basketball, I'm trying to come up with a.
Well, it'd be LeBron.
Yeah, I guess it probably will.
Well, so this guy was like a man's man. Okay, he was on the Wheaties box. He had his shorts up high. Didn't mind.
Had his hair long.
He had his
women
hair.
loved
the
him.
women loved him. He was a lady's pet and a man's regret.
Yep.
Okay.
What about Tyson Gay?
No.
Nope.
No, not even close.
Not
really?
gonna.
Are you? What is wrong with you?
He does.
He just wanted to say that.
Shouldn't you be talking to the doctors or emailing you?
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
Kangaroo bunny.
now for a while we kept saying that Bruce cannot be called Caitlin because he had not made a certain step.
Rick, we call it the peep test.
Yeah.
You peep down there, and you got one or you don't.
Here, for men who may be struggling with this gender thing, okay?
It's pretty simple.
All right. Now, keep in mind, we have people now that don't change anything.
You don't
they,
need glasses.
They just declare They just declare.
Right.
But Bruce said he went ahead and had the surgery.
He said that.
And I'm going to be very delicate here.
Yeah.
Well, I can't go into all that. He said I went ahead and had the surgery for what I would consider be the continued wake up call.
The physical part of this transition.
Yeah, I would think the reason why you said you went ahead and had the surgery because you got tired of having to maneuver a part of your body all the time to wear the outfits you want to wear. See, that's a wake up call to me. If I'm having to put something away to get on the clothing I'm trying to wear, that would be a reminder every time I had to put it away. My gosh, what am I doing?
There is a shirt company that's making a killing right now off that same concept.
Correct.
Untuckit.com.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that's
And also, really, Duluth Trading Company has also a commercial that would fit this as well.
NFL has a rule, the tuck rule.
Thank you, Speedy. That's why your mic is off. So
That's why you're screaming from another room.
But basically, Bruce said he's ready to go all the way and has, and says that he.
Page 3.
So, boy, page 3 is a dilly.
Yeah. Speaking of delicate.
Page 4.
Page 4. Wow, it tells you exactly how it takes place.
Don't let Speedy read it.
Where?
Ow. I tell you one thing: when you look at this surgery, fearing a catheter is no longer the biggest thing in life. You know it. Good gracious, because I have a
Page
really
4?
a quaking fear of a catheter.
Where is
Page 4, Bubba, exactly 3. Page 4.
I don't see no pictures.
No, there's no pictures.
Well, no, let's
Be
goodness,
glad.
I hope not.
Just there's a paragraph there.
Did you hear Greg? That's what I'm glad your mic was off.
I know. That's my decision to cut mics off today was brilliant.
I got you. I got it.
Greg wants back in.
No, I can't. Greg, I love you too much to pot your mic up. So I know you do, Greg. That's why your mic is down.
They don't remove the prostate.
Okay. Wow.
Why would you need to keep it?
Wow.
At that point.
Well, anyway, so Bruce has finally, as we say, crossed the bridge, and now has tried to not only feel like a woman, but try to anatomically be more one like one. And of course, and this is one of the things that I have to think about. Can I tell the Bruces of the world? Look, you were a world-class athlete. You didn't have to struggle this hard to get attention. You married that crazy Kardashian family.
Yeah.
You had all the attention you wanted. And of course, look what they've done to you. You know, those women make people crazier than they already were. See Kanye West.
Rick,
So,
Rick, that's just one of many.
Oh, yeah.
Just look at all of them been through that.
Oh, there's just a path laid there. It's just a bunch of.
Rick, it's like the pathway to hell for men.
You know what it looks like? The road of death going into Baghdad.
It
back
is.
there in the Desert Storm.
It is.
So anyway, so that is the update. And it is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show as we make our way back. And we are fired up and excited about what's going on at MyPillow.com right now, because I'm going to tell you something. If you like savings, everything they do is just so well done. And so the pillow is just, it's been legendary, and I love them. And, you know, they've got the 10-year warranty on them. But they started, getting into bed sheets, and man, their per sale sheets. Have you seen those, Greg? I know that you loved the ones that they had, before.
one of the brands, but these are really, really good. What was that one? The one from the Egyptian and all that? You love those. You were just
the Giza.
Yeah, Giza. But the Purcells, these are all on sale right now in a variety of colors, all sizes. During this super sale. Now, here's an example. We call this a speedy special.
Bring it.
Queen size. Okay. Normally it'd be $89.98. Now go to our URL mypillow.com/Bubba, $39.98.
Well, somebody complain about that.
$50 gone.
That's awesome.
Kings of any type are $49.98. You might even want to think about stocking up with some of this, for the holidays coming up. These breathable sheets are so good. They got a cool, crisp feel. And let me tell you my favorite thing about them. The deep pockets on the edges. Good gracious. You ever try to take that bottom sheet and get it over a mattress and wrestle that thing? I mean, you come in there with these deep pockets, come out of it, boom, down, secure.
Boom. Got it.
You bounce a dime off of it. So right now, go to mypillow.com/Bubba. And for $89.98, you're going to get it for $39.98 right now on the queen size. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also, RickandBubba.com. You'll find that link right there under the sponsors button. All right, we got an update on a story that we've already brought you. Now, no surprise here. Update on a story.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So, Gary Busey says, I have no regrets. Nothing happened. Gary Busey.
Gary, I saw the picture.
He's not addressing the fact that we saw him with his pants down sitting in a park. Yeah. What he is saying is, and I don't know that he even gets around to that in the story, he says that he did not assault any women
Are you talking about that?
at the horror convention in New Jersey. Multiple women reported that they were groped by Gary during an autograph signing and a meet and greet. He took meet and greet to a whole new place. And he says, I never, ever did what I'm being accused of doing. This was placing his face near areas of women's bodies that would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, he went in.
And that he tried to unlatch some undergarment.
Wow.
He is
and
saying,
he told him his favorite magician.
Yeah, he said that
David Copperfield.
He said, I'm being accused of something that I did not do.
I love you.
And Greg, only Gary Busey would add to an allegation like this that he has no regrets.
None, Rick. And I'm sure he's got a word that he'll break down for us that explains why.
Are we to the point now where Gary Busey is so mentally ill that he's saying what he really thinks is true? He's not really lying, but it's just not true.
But Rick,
I guess so.
I mean, are we to this point?
Right here, of course, there's enough smoke around him just from the accusations. But when we see what they had a picture of him doing the next day at the park,
he said he just forgot his belt.
Kind of wipes out anything that we thought that maybe he didn't do the other.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't go, well, he wouldn't do that. Oh, yeah, I think he would.
Right.
Considering what we saw him do.
Right.
Rough few days for old Gary.
He said he says the accusations are false and the alleged victims made up stories. None of that happened, he said. There was my partner, a camera lady, and me and two girls. It took less than 10 seconds, then they left. They made up the story that I assaulted them when I did not. And he said, and then he's asked by this person trying to get him on camera, so the story of you groping and trying to undo an undergarment, so that's not true.
So you're claiming false.
Nothing happened. It was all false. I was not appropriate at all. And he says he has eyewitnesses, but now we got a problem with him in the park because we all did see that. And there's eyewitnesses of that too.
Oh yeah, video footage of it.
Yeah. He
just
said,
in case y'all wondering.
Yeah, he says it did not happen. Now he's not.
What was that?
In this story, there's nothing addressing him sitting in the park. It's just all about.
They're worried about the groping at this point.
Right. Yeah.
Bench in the park.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Gary.
Oh my goodness.
So in his mind, nothing happened, but that's not reality. To your point, Rick.
He says there's nothing to these allegations, and of course, as only Gary Busey could say, he also says he has no regrets.
None, Rick. But it was a good day.
Let's
Yeah,
take
he
it
wouldn't
to,
change a thing.
Let's take it to that.
Wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah, it would not change a thing. All right, so there's the update there, and then we get into this very very strange thing that Speedy brought up earlier, and I remember when I went through Denver, the airport there. I went through it twice. One time with Bubba and I went. And then one time Andy Blanks and I went. Same deal.
Mm-hmm.
We were there to be on Focus on the Family, and I remember how eerie the art was and all the legend of underground tunnels and New World Order.
A lot of conspiracies are going on.
Illuminati headquarters.
Yeah.
Yes.
So conspiracy theorists say that something sinister is going on at the Denver International Airport. And let me tell you this: it is creepy. Now, I'm not saying that it's Illuminati, but it is creepy.
You would wonder why.
I don't understand.
I can't remember
it.
some of the displays. We did a story on it a long time ago. Some of the displays and stuff.
We did.
And they're very odd.
Yeah. You talking about the blue horse Lucifer?
Okay, didn't know that.
That's not really the name of it. Is that nickname?
The nickname is Lucifer. You are correct. I think the real name is Mustang, but the way it looks. It's been nicknamed Lucifer, and nobody is shying away from that.
Well, are you saying though that did that come from? They said that there was. We don't know if this is true. That there's supposedly when this horse was being made by the sculptor, that the head fell off of it and killed the guy doing it.
Yes, killed the original,
and then his son finished it.
Correct.
All right, so
that's a fact.
That's bothersome, and that is a fact.
That's a fact, Jack.
Yes,
it is.
So now we've got.
Oh, there's the old
Fox Nation is actually going to go out and get to the bottom of it, right?
Yeah, there was a story out yesterday about Fox Nation going as part of their their I guess monthly service that you go for. They do different features and stuff, and one of the reporters went in to the tunnels and all the underground layout of the airport there in Denver, and some of the stuff that they say is hidden in plain sight is just very strange.
A lot of Masonic symbols.
Yes, just eerie art, underground tunnels, New World Order conspiracy that just goes on and on. The fact that it was way over budget, it took a lot longer. The government got involved with some of the architectural type layouts of the airport was just very very strange, and then the way it looks from the air looking down, it's just all very strange.
It's people say if you pay attention to the mysterious art everywhere, it seems to have global population control. Illustrations that seem to point toward Lucifer. There's, like you said, Speedy, even some Nazism.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right here.
In all this. And one of the tunnel things, they said the tunnel was supposed to be this state-of-the-art luggage deal.
Right.
And they said it never worked right. And they just walked off and left it and never tried to fix it. And now it's just a bunch of...
Yeah. And they talked about that conveyor belt system that was underground that they just stopped.
Yeah. They said it's like a graveyard for bags.
Yeah, it's just creepy, man.
So,
Terry started talking to me about this last night because she saw, I guess, the story on it and read a little bit about it. And I remember, when y'all went, Rick, with the families out, y'all had mentioned something. I think we had done a story on it before.
I've been through it about 3 times. and
some weird-looking murals.
Yeah.
Weird.
I just never given it enough, and now...
Now watch the trigger. I'm about to trigger Greg.
Okay.
You ready for this? You ready, Greg? Here it comes. Signage all over the place. The airport was way over budget. It seems like it was always under construction. They were late opening the airport, and here it comes. You have Freemasonry logos everywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
So what's up?
That flipped a Greg switch. I don't know. Here's the thing.
These murals are extremely strange.
I know. Here's where you get to the part where you go, a lot of conspiracies, a lot of things people are discussing, and then you go, but here's some things that are not up for debate. The place is creepy.
Yeah, that's creepy.
That's not
that
up
big
for
blue
debate.
horse is creepy. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I've been there, and I thought the big blue horse would be for the Denver Broncos, but
no, Rick.
But
how they get you.
That's how they get you right there. So anyone, What's not up for debate is it is a creepy place.
It's creepy.
And the sign and the murals and stuff, they're odd.
That's odd.
Really strange. And if somebody would just step forward and say this is what it's all about, but it's odd stuff.
Yeah, it is.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of course, Bruce is not going to leave us alone. We got to have some special about it. Which, look, if you really just want to live your life and be who you are, then please go away. I mean, then just go do that.
Wow.
I'm good now.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep. Sorry, Bubba.
There's still a few questions on the surgery. I need to ask somebody, but not on there.
No. I'm sorry about that. I should have given you 2 more days before that started, and you came back.
That's something. I thought the red lines were bad everywhere.
But I got this email. As a matter of fact, we've only had one call about it today, and when I went to that call, undoubtedly they got tired of waiting. They hung up. But and everything's fine with this email till it gets into this one part, and you're always just like, come on, man. So this comes from Michael. Rick and Bubba, why are you ignoring the biggest story in Alabama today? The arrest, weird mugshot, and strange resignation speech of Bentley. Ignoring it makes Democrats think you guys are biased. Maybe they would be right. I remember when, after years of railing against tax increases, Bob Riley seemingly bought your silence for months until voting day on his huge tax increase proposal for a dip in the governor's pool.
Sell out.
If you're going to stand for truth, you've got to be willing to call a spade, or you look like a hypocrite. Truth hurts sometimes, buddy, but the Bible says we're to hold each other accountable. Michael, let me tell you what else the Bible says, and you're guilty of it today, is bearing false witness against people. Bubba and I, first of all, let's take point A. I don't know how to tell all of you in our home state. The rest of the country couldn't care less about Alabama politics, and if they care about it, they care about it in passing. A governor resigning because what has gone on will be a story nationally today to some degree, but unlike the local Birmingham stations, we can't sit here and make that our whole programming today.
Right.
Okay, because people
irresponsible that would be.
People in Illinois, people in other parts of the country, the Carolinas, they really don't care. Okay, so it's a national show that's syndicated from Birmingham. Now, let's get to the points where you're bearing false witness. First of all, when Bob Riley proposed the tax increase, we went on the air and rallied so much against it that it was turned back. We told the Rileys we disagreed with it, said it on the air we disagreed with it, and constantly went against it and did everything we could to repeal the tax increase, which was repealed. While doing a national show, we still spent a lot of time on it because of the very reason you stated. We like the Rileys. We voted for the Rileys. We wanted him to be governor. We did not agree with the tax increase, and we went against him. So that's a lie that you've just told about the show. So you're guilty of bearing false witness. Secondly, we have talked about Robert Bentley's issue on this show quite a few times and have been extremely critical and have actually laid out spiritually how we thought he, as our brother in Christ, should have handled himself. And I personally have been extremely critical of it and have talked about it on the show many, many times. And even though Bubba wasn't here yesterday, we did say before the show was over, the governor of Alabama is about to resign. And we even said what happened here when he came out and didn't resign, in our opinion, and this is just an opinion, and it looks like it might be true, that he went back refusing to resign so they would cut a deal with him instead of him saying, you can either impeach me or you go through that process and drag the state through this, or you can give me a deal and I'll step down. In my opinion, that's exactly what happened because he got a deal and he stepped down. Now, and we've talked about this at least, this has been going on for 2 years since everybody's known about the affair?
I'd say a good solid year.
Yeah. And I even talked about how his church, when it first happened, went to him and said, you need to come to the authority of the church, you need to repent, you need to reconcile with your family, and you need to step down. And I know that his brothers in Christ at his home church have begged him to step down. And he wouldn't do it. And we were critical of that. Because I said if he really wants to get his family straightened out, get his life straightened out, there are earthly repercussions. He needs to step down for the governor. So, Michael, I'm going to tell you this with your sanctimonious email. Get your facts right, okay? Because what you've done is tried to claim something about this show that is a lie. So you are in sin by bearing false witness to your brothers in Christ because you do not have the facts right or you've ignored them. Okay, I got no problem with you wanting to ask a question why we're not talking about it a lot. That's fine. But we have talked about it quite a bit, and we have been immovable both on the tax increase back in the Riley years And on this scandal with our governor, we have not compromised one thing that we stand for. Never. So that's just not true. And anybody who listens to the show and knows anything about the show would stand up and confirm what I've just told you. So there you go.
Insert mic drop sound effect here.
I don't really understand the goal of the email. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. We've laughed about the text and, the T-shirts that come with it and the sayings and everything else. I just guess he hadn't heard us covering it. Now, we haven't covered it today because we've had a lot on the table and it's my first day back, but it's been on the list.
And it was pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and you got the Rick and Bubba show. No Bubba today. Hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. And we'll keep you updated on that. All right, so here's another one of those, and of course, you can tell that Speedy thought Bubba was going to be here today because of the stories he's laid out.
Yeah.
I mean, but Speedy, I mean, you can predict this, like if you can feel that wind blow across your face right before it rains.
What are you talking about?
Well, here it is. Now, I will say this: it sometimes amazes me. And I do think that, look, I know that there is enough going on that you would think you could feel, a never-ending number of shows, newscasts, and articles. But it really isn't true. Have you ever noticed that? But if you don't believe that, just watch any channel like ESPN or Fox News or CNN, anything that is 24/7 fill in the blank. It's one of the reasons why our show. And sometimes, and Bubba and I talked about this when we were guests on the 1819 News podcast, and you've heard us address this before, that if we would just pick a category and quit trying to do so many different topics on the show, we probably would be more successful, but we would all probably have left this show 10 years ago.
That's true.
But because I just do not like to just come in and talk about one topic every single day. I couldn't do sports. I couldn't do news talk. And even when you talk about things that I like that our show goes through a variety of topics, and I think that's why we're all still here. And I think that's why most of you like it. But boy, I tell you, it's tough on syndicators and advertisers and all that when they just want to say, "How do we explain you guys?" Yeah. But to show you how mundane and boring that could get is when you see that somebody at foxnews.com actually spent time, Courtney Moore, typing out this headline in this story. Additional exercise potentially linked to longer lifespans and lower death rates. Listen to this first line. Somebody spent time on this. Getting more exercise could be linked to a longer life. Listen to this. The American Heart Association, they found that people who get exercise had a lower mortality rate compared to those who did not. Who wrote this?
Presses, Rick.
Stop the presses. Wait a minute.
What?
Wait just a minute.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Hey, wait a minute.
There he is.
Are you telling me if I move around a little bit, it might be better than just sitting on my rear end? Eating chips, watching TV, or playing video games? I guess I shouldn't be sedentary. How'd that happen? Y'all are a genius. I mean, what are we talking about? How do we even?
You really held those eyes longer.
Oh, boy. I like the semi-squats.
Well, I strained a muscle, too, and I was trying to see if it was still hurting. It is.
It is. No better?
It's got a little better. You just have to be careful when you move.
Yeah.
Does this help any, though, Rick, that it was a 30-year study and it was over 116,000?
It took them 30 years to come up to this.
That makes it even worse, I think, now that I think of it.
Picture this.
It took you 30 years to figure that out.
To say what we all knew before you ever did the first study.
Listen to me.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to ask this question. What's the name of that family the guy told us? And then we put their picture up. You could have gone to the Whitakers.
Rick, I don't know.
You looked like the Good Time Gang when they put it up.
You could have walked up to the Whitakers. You could just walk up. Listen, you could walk up to a random person on a city street.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And you could walk up to them and say, "Hey, I want to ask you a question." And they go, "Okay."
Oh, gosh.
Say, "Hey, let me ask you something. Do you think that it would be better for your heart if you exercised versus if you just sat around all the time?" I think every single one of them would go, oh, yeah. I would think so.
I'm thinking it has to
don't
help.
have to have a degree. I don't have to be an expert on it.
Standing up.
So, I mean, do you think if I just sat down and I was sedentary and just, just kept shoveling stuff into my mouth and eating and didn't move around a lot, just watched a bunch of TV or played a bunch of video games, and I sat down at my job, we do, then I sat down at lunch, and then I sat down when I got home, and then I sat down till I went to sleep, and then I got up and sat down again, versus I walk, I move around, maybe I participate in some sort of recreational thing. Do you think moving around is better for my heart than just sitting around like a blob? I just think anybody would go, I got to tell you, I think the blob thing's going to be a problem. I think I would move around a little bit. Right?
Yes, I believe you're right.
How do we have a study on this?
Right.
How can there be
30
an article
years
on this?
Yeah.
30 years, we
How
finally
can there
got
be an article on this?
Does it help that it breaks down how many hours you should do that a week?
I've already been told that. I know. How about this? Let's don't even get into all that. Let's do this. Some's better than none.
This is turning into you sounding off.
What? Because I don't understand why we think this is some breakthrough. Some's better than none. Let's just sum that up. Because by the you think I ought to move? Yeah. How much? Some. I mean,
I mean, anything's better than nothing.
Yeah, you think I get out?
You know
and
what?
run,
We got a 30-year study that says.
You think I get out and run for miles every day? No, but I'm gonna move around a little bit.
up,
I'm gonna. I'll walk. For a few miles.
Okay.
I'll ride a bike. I mean, it's just move around. I mean, I just don't understand why this is.
I'm glad.
Let me tell you something.
Finished.
If you don't move around, that's bad for your heart. I bet it is.
You never get up.
I bet it is.
Yeah. Rick, you know what? People who actually move around, theirs is healthier.
Hey, sedentary stuff. Your blood circulation really. So it doesn't circulate real good if I just sit here on the couch all day. It really doesn't. You must be a doctor. No, I'm just a person.
Yeah, I'm just.
I
deliver mail.
I just know that. I deliver mail. What are we talking
I'm
about?
just a normal guy.
Yeah. So anyway, I can't believe. Let me tell you this honestly, seriously, and I'm gonna be very sensitive because some of these things are very sensitive.
Oh, finally.
And this is how I am.
Took a while.
But listen. Yeah, well, there's a righteous anger, okay?
Yeah, I get
and I'm not sure where I am, but I know there is one. But listen, but listen to this. Speaking to myself, you think I haven't dealt with this in my own life?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this, okay? But what I'm saying, and I'm talking to me at periods of my life. But listen to this. I can't believe, honestly, this is nothing compared to some of the other things. The things that we honestly have to warn people about and explain to people now. It's amazing to me. And I won't go through all of them because I know some of them it can be bad.
Yeah.
But I'm shocked. I'm hearing public service announcements and hearing things we're trying to educate people on. I can't. Have we gotten? Well, first of all, we don't even know what a boy. We don't even know what a man and a woman is.
We can't even figure that out.
Once we crossed that bridge. This study might be one of something of incredible depth. I mean, once we cross the bridge of we don't know how to define woman or man, once that bridge was crossed, I mean, you might as well. Anything is just
anything goes.
I can't believe there's a Fox News reporter that sat down and typed this out. Hey,
30 years I've been looking at this.
American Heart Association spent 30 years. Need to move around a little bit.
Yeah. You need to get
30 years?
Maybe walk around the house.
Be active.
Hey, need to be active. Need to be don't sit around, not move.
This is why I printed it. See, it's important.
30 years we spent on that? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Covered during this whole process, and why keep repeating?
We covered it every day you weren't here. Because it was going on. And we talked about it the whole time it's been going on. Every time it's brought up. And I have actually laid out biblically what I think the Bible calls him to do that he didn't do. Yeah. And I look, I'm going to tell you this, back when it first happened, and it sounds like a horrible pun now, I went to the folks involved with the governor's one-shot turkey tournament, and I said, hey, you better get away from this thing. I mean, because there's a scandal coming, and first of all, that name's going to be horribly a terrible pun.
Yeah,
I said, but how about this? You better, and they did. They changed the name of it, got away from it, and everything. So I've known about this.
Well, it went away.
Yeah. I've known about, but part of the reason was there were people that said we don't want to be tied to the governor right now,
And because we all knew it was coming. So we have not ignored this story. That's just, and we did not support. We didn't go silent on the tax increase. That's all lies. That's just lies, man.
Well,
that's just an absolute lie.
He's implying here that we're somehow, I hate to use this term, you hear it in bed with a Bentley camp.
Oh, my gosh.
But that's not true.
Look, first time I ever met the man, I thought he was creepy, just straight up.
But the times I have been around him, I've had no problem with him. Of course, it was very casual and in professional situation. Right. The Bob Riley thing is a strange one to bring up because we were friends with Bob Riley before he ever got in politics, and his family actually knew him through his daughters to begin with. And we were friends. We disagreed on the tax increase.
And we openly disagreed on it.
And we had a lot of behind-the-scenes disagreement about the tax increase. And you know what? We were friends enough to disagree on it, and when it was over, and we went right back to being friends again. It had nothing to do with getting a dip in the governor's poo.
Yeah.
No, we did go to the governor's mansion one time.
Because we were friends.
Yeah.
And but when this tax proposal
I went
came
one
up,
time. I don't hang out.
We
do
were
a
cannonball in the
we were probably less syndicated then than we are
where
now.
Muscle Shoals is.
Yeah, but we got on the air and said, let's lead the charge to repeal this tax increase. And multiple people lied about us during that time. I don't know why you have to lie. Why don't you just get the facts right? Bubba, we can confirm. We can confirm that Jay Giles of the Jay Giles Band is dead at 71.
I got an alert on that last night. I thought surely it can't be. I knew I couldn't mention it. Thank you for taking the lead on that.
Well,
because I have a policy.
The boys did it right at the end of the kickoff hour. I actually heard it yesterday.
Jump.
And that is my favorite Jay Giles Band song is Love Stings. That's my favorite.
Boy, they were hot there for a while, wasn't they?
Yeah, they cranked it out. Of course, John Giles, guitar player in the band, he's one of those. That's one of those confusing bands like Kool and the Gang, where you think the lead singer is Jay Giles, but he's not.
Right.
Yes.
Right. See, and I know that's set up. I just knew their songs. I really didn't know that much about them.
Yeah. Well, John Giles was the guitar player that created the Jay Giles Band, like in '67. Yeah, they go back further than you think they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know they said that they were in him and two of the other guys were at like some polytech school to be mechanical engineers and decided to have a rock band.
Really?
Yep. So 71, they think natural causes, found dead in his home somewhere outside of Boston.
Wow. So what they had? They had Love Stinks,
Centerfold,
Angels of Centerfold,
Freeze Frame if you like it. I hated that.
And then they had some others that I kind of liked that weren't as
But
popular.
those were the big three that really were on fire there for a while.
Yes.
I mean, for a couple of years, they were in the
They were big in the
countdown all
early
time.
MTV days.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that was big. You might
Those
remember,
were good days.
You might
Bob.
remember on Love Stinks, the video when the drummer, it's a snare drum, you think it's a snare drum, it's filled with milk.
Yeah.
That's
flashes.
We're going to have to look at that.
So
for some reason, he has a fish he's using as a drumstick.
Yes,
Remember that?
and
Why not if you got a milk drum, Greg?
And the lead singer was actually a former DJ, Peter Wolf.
Yes.
Now, I remember there was a DJ tie-in, and that's what it was. Peter Wolf was the lead singer. Right.
Yeah, and he was the guy.
What a story.
It is.
What a story.
So anyway, and then Peter Wolf did a couple of solo things that were okay.
Well, when they hit with Angel as a centerfold, that was big.
Up.
Number one for 16 weeks.
Wow. I mean, out of the blue. I'd never heard
that in a little bit.
Love Stinks is when I first time I ever heard it.
But it came out after
No,
that,
it was before.
And of course, Hams doesn't have any idea who they are.
No. Well, I didn't know who Giles was, but I did know Centerfold. Love that song.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said in the kickoff hour, it's one of those songs where if I get in the car and I've kind of had a crappy day and that comes on, it kind of puts me in a good mood.
Well, you know, there's some songs, and this goes across all genres, that, toe tapping music or whatever. I thought those were, and you have those special ones that tell a story.
Yeah.
And Angels of Centerfold kind of got both of them. It was a toe tapper and had a little story to it.
Yeah. I tell you the one I forgot about that was a big hit too. Well, not a big hit, a semi-hit. Come back now, come back to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You forgot about that when I was looking at their greatest hits here. And then You and I Like, of course, it wasn't very. It was popular if you went to their concerts. Must have got lost. I like that one.
I love that one.
But,
that's a good song.
But that one was not as big as the others. But
Boy,
Comeback was kind of like got to like in the top 40 or something.
And I'm fixing to throw
Well,
out
those were
something.
great days in radio, wasn't it? MTV and all that.
Y'all may have to check this, but I think, and I don't know why this came in my mind. I think Peter Wolf was married to Faye Dunaway at one time.
Greg, why are you throwing stuff out?
Because that seemed like an odd couple to me.
Now, Greg, you are the king of useless information, and I'm gonna tell you that would be an off the wall stand up double.
I'm gonna have to check.
Huh?
I'm gonna have to check.
Yeah,
that's interesting there.
So you're not sure?
I'm not
sure. But Greg, that's an outlandish statement you just threw out there.
I'm just
outlandish.
I mean, but here's the thing, Greg. We've got enough stuff from the bios of everybody talking about the band. You're jumping on something nobody's even covered.
I know it.
Here we go. 6 minutes past. From the No Name Studio, out here on the bleeding edge of technology, rattling and popping along. Big boy, look at him. He's here in the No Name. Golden ticket seats starting back in September. We'll let you know when your chance to book. Yep. We'll let you know. Intern program started back yesterday. Blazing Silverman joins the Rick and Bubba team.
Blazing Silverman.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here today, and Eddie Van Adler. Hey, not here today is Bubba. Bubba is out, was having some issues. You can tell he was struggling yesterday. So he is at the hospital getting some tests done. He was interacting with us this morning, so they do have the pain under control. We got updates from Betty yesterday, but we don't have any answers on Bubba yet. When we do, we certainly will share whatever the family passes along to us, and hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. Unfortunately, for those of you that were looking forward to Space Bros and Adler and Bubba and his family, or at least members of his family, going down to watch the SLS project take the next step with a launch of an unmanned – they do have dummies in it, though, right?
Yeah.
An unmanned rocket. Adler, I want to go ahead and tell you this
Couple of dummies.
to make you feel better that Space Bros has been canceled. And
Space Bros.
Yeah, this tells me that Bubba's like, you know what I went through yesterday, I'd hate for that to happen like down at Kennedy Space Center.
There it is.
But
That's you'd true. Be his caretaker.
Yeah. So Space Bros is out.
Sorry, bud.
I have a feeling, and Bubba knew this too. He's been there before. I just had a sense. Now I don't know what's going on in this part of Florida. But everywhere else in the Deep South right now, we're on that weather pattern where it's going to rain somewhat every day.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get – it's not going to last all day long, but you're going to –
make it a huge downpour, and it's not even in a big area.
You're right. And it's scattered.
So
I was telling Sherry that because, Sherry and I we're going to the beach to have a little time together and relax. And she was like, what do you think the forecast is like? And I said, baby, I'll tell you what the forecast is going to be like. It's going to rain some every day.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, we're at the beach, so we don't care. And it'll rain for a little while, and then we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are we going to have days of no rain? We're probably not. But I don't care.
But maybe not on the beach. It might not rain there.
Right. So anyway, we're looking forward to that. But it won't be raining. It'll mess the trip up. But I have a feeling that y'all are about to go through this whole grueling travel thing to get there, only to have it scrubbed.
Yeah. You're right. There's a good chance of a scrub.
Are delayed to Wednesday, which that wouldn't have worked out for y'all. I don't mean scrub
like what happened. Yeah, but like what happened to Bubba last time, it kept getting postponed.
Yeah, not that they're not going to do it, but they won't do it on the day y'all were there.
You have a window you got to see it, and if it ain't in that window, you're not going to see it.
Could it being scrubbed help Space Bros though? What if it's scrubbed?
That'll make me feel better. I think if it's scrubbed. Yeah.
Look at you. What if they delay it
That's
a week or so? What Speedy's saying, delay it a week or so. Bubba's better. Y'all go.
Space Bros, bros in space.
We're back. Are you okay, buddy? Look, you're putting the picture up.
I know.
Why are you doing that to yourself?
I've just been staring at this picture, and all I could think to myself is, Houston, we have a weight problem.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right.
Too early for that.
Look at him grinning in there.
Let's get the testing done first.
It's Houston, we have a problem. It was a playoff of that.
Yeah, but
we know.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
You don't know that any. I mean, but that's
too early.
Yeah.
Careful, buddy.
Going
for the lap.
I just went for the lap. Yeah.
Right. So. Yeah, you don't know that this has anything tied to that.
You're right.
Huh?
I don't. You're right.
You're right. Okay.
You don't know.
You don't know, buddy. What are you, a doctor now?
I'm not a biologist.
Right. So anyway.
That's funny.
Space Bros.
It's over.
No
Maybe next time.
Right.
Catch
special trip. But you know what?
What are you doing over there, Helmsy?
I didn't want the camera to see my reaction to something that Adler said.
All right, let's go
so
back
I was
to
hiding it.
Okay.
You're hiding it from
I guess
the
I
world.
could stop now because
You're doing a great job.
You know what? You know what you need to do though. Honestly, even though what you would have seen would have been historic, and according to our podcast on it, nothing like it has ever been seen before.
Right.
But I will say this: even though you're going to miss that, this is where we, as men who've been around a while, there's a lot of things we enjoy once we're there. But the process of getting there and getting back, we really are getting to the point with our lives where you're like, So is there a side of you that says if you could have been teleported to the launch and teleported back, huge disappointment? But if the fact that, okay, at least now everything that has been I've been a little anxious about this week about us getting there and getting back and making sure things are okay at home, and hey, I've got a daughter and wife. Are you kind of glad now, though? Is that where you go now to go, well, okay, at least I don't have to worry about that now?
Yes, yes.
Is that where you go now?
You guys know it's harder to take off of work than it is just to stay at work. You know,
no, it really is
for all of us because of everything that you have to handle in order to get out of work.
Right.
Yeah. So just that, and then the travel. I'll be able to put Ruby to sleep on Sunday night. Every single day I get to do that is
travel
a
mode
blessing.
What was the way y'all were going to?
We were going to do private actually, so that would have been pretty sweet, all things considered. But still, you're on a plane, you're having to travel. We had 2:15 a.m. wake up call.
Get on a bus.
There's a lot. Yeah,
stay a long way from the launch.
Stay a long way from the launch. Get on a bus, and there were going to be bugs, and we were going to be just on the side of a road watching a launch. There would have been a lot to it, but it would have been really cool.
Mm-hmm. Of course it would have. You would have never agreed to it because the payoff was there.
It was.
But what you do now when the payoff's gone, you then look at the other things that were not desirable and say, well, at least I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
That's just how my mind works.
Yeah,
I anytime I go, well, at least we'll have to go now.
I know it's been said, but way on down, Bubba's in the hospital. That's why they're not going.
Right.
And he's going to be fine. They're just this is all precautionary, and
it's also why
that's what I'm praying for. Is
for
that
jokes.
But maybe he bounces back and he thinks it's going to be scrubbed the trip.
Right.
And he bounces back and changes plans on Friday and says, no, we're going.
No, not in Cornet, Texas this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think the planning.
Space Bros
did I miss something?
He sent Space Bros is canceled.
Well, I know, but
I know, but what I'm saying is it's what he thinks right now.
Yeah, what if NASA delays this for a couple weeks?
Oh, no, that's different.
That's what Speedy's talking about.
I thought you were talking about this.
Well, I got two scenarios going. Yeah. One is that's my number one.
My
second one is that what he's feeling now is no, it's okay.
Let me tell you why.
Rick, didn't you have?
And that has nothing to do with whether it's going to be fine or not. I think one of these travel plans. I'm talking about this week. I'm not talking about they get to go in the future.
Okay.
Some reason I have the Saturday.
Right, but it really brings
SLS
it in.
rocket.
Right.
These plans, if you're going there, the things that Bubba had to do to get this set up,
he can't do.
Once you do the off switch, that completely falls apart.
Yeah.
There's
no going hotel.
Yeah. You don't go back.
You're chiming in now.
I am.
He does. You think he never traveled?
And, not a lot.
Hey, and now the plane.
Never been to a space line.
The plane's moved on.
This private thing's new. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
I thought they were going commercial.
Oh no, there's no
Greyhound.
way.
They can go Greyhound.
No way to do it commercial, by the way.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it because
not in that short time.
And the trying to get to the airport that we were trying to get to. I am going to text Hunter. Hey, buddy, I know you were excited about doing jiu-jitsu with me when we were going to be roomies some other time.
Y'all can do that. Y'all can get together.
Y'all can still do that, buddy.
Yeah, totally.
But
totally.
No, it's one of those things. Honestly, because if you're going to fly commercial, it has to be. This is the way the commercial airlines are now. I don't care if I ever get there.
Yeah. Not sure if we're even going to have a pilot.
And I don't care if I ever get back. If you have that attitude, then commercial is a great option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may have to drive myself.
I'll get there at some point, and I'll get back at some point. But most people's lives don't really work that way, especially on this. So it makes the inability for the commercial airlines to hold the line more frustrating than ever. And now we have fewer pilots. Thank goodness we have women flying now with their daughters. But it's it is. We just kind of want to leave on time and get back on time. We really would love that, especially since that's what we're paying for.
Yeah, I'm not asking much.
No, and there's some things beyond your control. I just want you to tighten up on the things that are.
Yeah.
But like I said to Bubba, Space Bros, we got to fly together. So we're gonna wait.
Yes.
And we'll fly again. The Eagle has just been put on pause.
That's right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It really has nothing to do with anything.
But he's normally right when it comes.
I
to
know
this.
you got to watch him with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, he's deadly. With
And if
it.
he knows
He's
the name,
deadly.
if he knows the name of a one-time character on Andy Griffith, he might know this.
Oh yeah. I mean,
sure. He knows the character name. He might have only been on one episode. But Greg
Rick,
knows
I'm going to have
that.
to go down to Right Again. He married the actress Faye Dunaway in 1974.
So he was married to Faye
For
Dunaway
how long?
in 74.
Yeah,
2
I don't
weeks?
see that.
2 weeks.
Images of Pete. There they are.
And Greg, so Greg, you're going to have to say what?
Right again.
Why did I know that? I don't even know why I would care.
Well, I don't care.
It's a
who's
pretty
right.
interesting fact, though.
They just seem like an odd.
Greg's gonna be funny sitting around in the nursing home just blurting out things,
this
isn't
is gonna
it?
be
You know,
so
there's
good.
always that guy. You know,
So good.
and be dead on about it.
Right. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way on this Will of Meat Wednesday, so hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A couple more things going on. We were talking about the Spicer story today, that now the press secretary is, well, of course, some media sources want you to believe is fighting for his job.
What?
Because he had the audacity to make a statement that people are claiming is offensive to Jewish people. Now, he was talking about, and again, I did mention that, you know, we're really going over the top, trying to talk about how bad Assad is, to justify that we bombed a place and we'll do this to keep him in line and all that.
Right.
But he made the comment to try to talk about how horrible this chemical attack on his own people really was.
And he's had multiple. This is not the first time. I mean, this is he's done several of these.
But
this one was just we had better video of it.
Yeah, and plus I don't know whether he just felt like he needed to come up with a home run statement that would finally resonate. But I'm still trying to figure out how this is offensive to the Holocaust and to Jewish people. I'm not.
See, I didn't see the clip, and I've only read part of what he said. I don't know. This guy from day one, he came in there with kind of a combative attitude, and it's been. Of course, you got to be in that position. The media's going to eat you alive. They're going to try to. You know, they put marks on their notebook by how many of them they run off.
Oh yeah.
So, but he's come in there. He's been tough, and he was making some comparisons to past history, and some people got all sideways about it. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the context of it.
Yeah.
But
well, you know, Hitler did use poison gas to kill.
Right.
Yeah, he gassed people in the
gas
Jews
chambers,
and homosexuals and anybody he felt like wasn't, you know,
undesirable.
Yes, thank you. And so the fact that so Hitler did use gas to kill, but what he was trying to say, and he did a poor job of doing it, was he was trying to say he didn't gas what he considered his own people. He thought in Hitler's crazy mind that he was gassing the Jews and the undesirables,
enemies of
which
Germany.
was horrifying and awful. And he's like, even making the comparison now, especially during this week, I shouldn't have even gone there.
Are they
is what he's
saying that he's like playing down? He said he didn't use on his own people, even though the Jews were gassed. Mm-hmm. You're saying those people are insignificant,
right?
In that, you know what I'm saying? Maybe again, you got to go around a stump to get to
right, because he's saying Assad used chemicals on his own people. Yeah. And he's saying Hitler didn't even do that. And everybody's well, no, wait a minute.
They were Germans.
They were Jewish. Technically, they were Germans too, though, right?
Right.
Yeah, they were.
And that's
where they're saying he messed up.
That's where he's saying he's messed
up.
I understand.
I think he just made an incorrect statement. I
understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
That Assad, in some demented way, by killing his own people, is even crazier than Hitler, the way he's doing it. Even though certainly not the numbers that Hitler accomplished.
Right.
You know, sadly. What was the last count? 5-6 million on that?
Correct. 6 million.
So, you know, it really that's just a tough.
Well, it was foolish, and he also called the concentration camps Holocaust centers. But you know, so you know that was, you know, people were like, wow, you really you went to a real serious place on Passover week, and you
Well-
got your terminology wrong, and yes, these people were gassed.
Let me ask you
I
this:
think it's just
What-
incorrect more
Yeah.
than being
Yeah.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was playing loose with the facts. I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Well-
did, you know, if you've made a statement, you go, "Oh, I forgot about that." Yeah, they actually.
Yeah.
Were.
How about this? You know what?
It was the fact that it's this week. Does that make it worse?
Well, it makes it worse. I think
Yeah.
he'd been in trouble no matter what. But let me go back to this. We're back 21 minutes past the hour. We don't have our Bubba today, but hopefully he will be feeling better and back with us sooner than later. Okay, so a couple things I noticed in the break, and you have to understand what it's like to work here and work among these people. We have a blast. We have a good time, but I do want to acknowledge that we do have, which it seems to be, and some of you out there are to blame, we have a bit of a unique sense of humor in the discussions that we have, but y'all don't help by, the fact that you appear to like this because the show keeps doing okay and we keep having an audience. So really, you have to ask your questions, as we have a drop that says this sometimes. Why are you listening to this?
Yeah.
But so a couple things I want to talk about. So the Whitakers have now been brought up.
Well, there's a caller brought him.
A caller brought. I didn't know about the Whitakers. Greg,
It's sad.
No surprise you did, since this is kind of your area that you study. The culture of life of human
I
beings.
like to look at like documentaries on Appalachian and the foothills,
Right.
West Virginia, coal country.
Well,
Jessica White was one of the best that ever come out of
Right.
that.
You are to that segment of our society what Jane Goodall was to the ape. Yeah. You like to go and study it.
That was your comparison, not mine.
Well, it's an accurate comparison. I mean, it may make people uncomfortable, but here's the thing. You have to say this. That makes me uncomfortable, but it's accurate.
Yeah.
You ever had those things?
I have.
It makes me uncomfortable, but
it is true.
But I can't argue with it. So to tie into that, before I get to this other story y'all were talking about, is that we had I think I just heard as I came back from the restroom, and as we all know, we've well established that's a journey.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
You can hear a lot.
I'll say it
between
again. Red shoes. You just changed your shoes. I
Yeah.
know it's you.
I can tell by your pants.
Right. Okay. And I can also I recognize the noises.
Oh, hey.
Red.
What I do. I recognize
ain't like a
them.
dog with a certain bark.
Well,
you just want to say
crack
bark. myself up.
It's apparent you didn't just go to the restroom with me because
There he is.
But anyway, hey now. But anyway, so I come back in and I ask the question how much money I would need to be paid to live 1 month with the Whitakers.
I was just curious.
Right? What kind of? I mean, who?
You went with a ridiculous number.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'm with you on that.
yeah, but Greg, you have to understand, I do okay. Okay, so
I know,
mean,
Rick,
so it's got.
But, I mean, that's easy money, though, Rick. You'd
Rick-
be irresponsible to turn down easy money.
Right, but I think your number's low.
It is.
I mean, Greg, you're saying that you would live with them for $75,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I was
For a
even lower
month.
than
For
that.
1 month.
I said
Greg.
30
you said
grand.
30 days.
I said 30 because I was thinking 1,000 a day.
Well, there's that cheap again.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
there-
normally, I'm more than Greg, but
Yeah, you are.
but for some reason, I went 30, and I didn't think it through.
Right.
I have learned about the Whitakers now for 30 minutes, and it has changed my life.
Yeah, the
okay?
caller brought it
It's
up,
a-
and y'all looked at each other, and I went, I know
Well,
exactly
it's different a little bit
no
because
shocker
y'all
there.
brought Jessica White to my life.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
Okay.
this is a
That was
little
on
different.
Greg.
And that
This
was
is a little different.
this is a little different. It has so many things. I'm
really
stuck
is.
between I'm heartbroken
Yeah.
for them, but I'm also intrigued.
You're like the guy that's doing the documentary, because if you'll hear him, he gives them money to try to help them out, and they know him. He's their buddy now.
But can I ask you this question?
I don't
on
know.
this guy before we drop the gavel on him.
man.
I would like to ask a question. Is he there trying to encourage all of us to help them with his
I
video
don't
and his
know.
documentary? Now he's helping because he could just help them and not video them.
Yeah, he got out and he said, well, I see y'all got a new roof for the money I gave y'all. You know,
but is he encouraging us to help them?
I don't know.
Or is he just?
I've never made it.
Or is he monetizing them? I'd like to get.
It looks
to the
like
bottom
he's monetizing.
Okay, it's a fair question.
It is
Uncomfortable
I
again,
can
but
hear it
accurate.
in his voice.
It's a
He doesn't seem too concerned to me with his voice.
The Whitakers from West Virginia. That's 2 T's. I think that's what I'm seeing. Or you got one up there. I guess it comes up the same way.
Yeah.
It's a documentary a guy has done on YouTube,
and it's sitting new. It's been around a while.
But I'm just learning about it. It's got so much. It's got so much in it. It's got so much in it.
There's a bunch of different versions of it too.
Right.
I do see cars. That means somebody is driving.
So which gives you a green light, but.
Right. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, that's important.
But yeah.
Now I'm not sure the source.
Now, there's a couple of them. They're probably not driving.
Yeah. I don't know who. Why do we give this person the authority to make this call? But we did.
And the one guy
we were told that the line you look for when addressing something like this is, can the person get a driver's license?
And it was strange coming from that particular person.
It really was.
Man of the cloth. Wasn't expecting that.
It was a man of the cloth, and I don't know why we declared him the authority on this. But
I was looking for a line.
I think we were looking for a line. He gave us one, and we were like,
he
okay.
said if they have enough sense to have a driver's license, then you can comment.
It was when we struggled with the James Canup thing.
Exactly.
We didn't know where. Yeah.
The Whitakers.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been research to the family? Are we? And I'm just asking. Please understand this because I'm not. Do we know? Are they a product of? Is there incest?
It's written in the title of. If you look at the title,
100%.
I'm so sorry to ask.
They're
that,
referred
Rick.
to as the inbred.
But I don't know what I'm dealing
They're
with
referred
here.
to as the inbred family.
Can I ask you this? Did you need to ask that question?
Well, I wanted to make sure because there was definitely a disability, and I was trying to be sensitive to that because that's where I'm falling. I don't know what to do with it.
Back to the line.
Because there's Appalachian Mountain type living going on.
That's Jessica Watt,
right? But then there's also this we live off the grid in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that's where I was going to get to.
Right,
family trees like straight. There's not a lot of branches.
All right, I was working my way to what you just said. Is it not true? And we did a story about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not true now that near where we are, we have a group that has been discovered living in the mountains where you and I came from? But I mean, I know they're like
they're just bums.
They're like a band of
gypsies.
But I mean, they're dangerous, right? I mean, they're
violent. Case they were.
Yeah. So now have they not discovered, because we had the person who they pretended like they needed help?
Yeah,
and unfortunately,
he lost his
somebody
life. That opened up the story of, hey, they're living up there in the woods.
When
they're kind of rogue.
And that's our area, though. Isn't that where we used to run around? So they are. This is not like the Rainbow People that Bubba and I investigated.
They come by and then leave.
In the early days of when Bubba was just a character on the show.
Yeah.
They were just more hippies who, for some reason, hated the system but still took government funding.
Yes.
Which, by the way, that's not hating the system.
No, it's not. It's taking advantage.
And it really, I just came to the conclusion they were lazy, and
they like to walk around naked.
It wasn't as beautiful as they, but it really was someone who just said, "I just don't want Woodstock to end."
Yeah, it's it.
Yeah, but this bunch that they've discovered now is living out in the woods, but they're doing kind of like the Comanches did. We're going to take what we need from people.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy.
There's a criminal element.
Yeah. They faked that their car was tore up.
Yeah, so they live out there and jump people like a band of thieves, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be.
Did these? So does the Whitakers? I mean, should there even be? I guess I'm battling. Should there even be cameras rolling? Do they need to be? Is it more of an institution than living?
They seem to be doing well.
Do they?
Well, I mean, they're self-sufficient or something. I don't know. Well, self-sufficient probably not the right word, but
I know some people that have the capacity that far exceeds theirs. That ought to be doing better than they're doing. Mm-hmm. You know, at least they're trying to make it work.
You understand where I'm at, though,
of
right?
Course I do.
I don't know if I should even.
Should we turn that camera off?
I'm leaning in, but I'm also. I don't know if I should.
Yeah. Some have a certain look, and then some look normal, but yet they bark instead of talk.
Yeah, y'all, this inbred family is real weird looking.
And that's what they're called, right? Is that not the title?
Y'all. This picture that I'm showing is crazy.
Oh my God. Oh, Adler, that is so good. He found them. He found them.
I'm sorry, that's the Queen of England.
You're still right. You're still right.
We'll go phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm afraid he was trying to be sharp. and really and let it get away from him. He thought he was going to come up with a real good example that was really going to drive the point home, and he didn't quite think.
He thought about the evilest person that ever lived,
right,
and tried to say, and then but he didn't think about exactly what that guy did.
Here he is in his own words. If you want to hear how it went down yesterday in the press
You look, we didn't use chemical weapons in World War II. You had someone as despicable as Hitler, who didn't even sink to using chemical weapons. So you have to, if you're Russia, ask yourself: is this a country that you and a regime that you want to align yourself with?
I just want to give you the opportunity to clarify something you said that seems to be gaining some traction right now. Quote: Hitler didn't even sink to the level of using chemical weapons. What did you mean by that?
I think when you come to sarin gas, he was not using the gas on his own people the same way that Assad is doing. I mean, there was clearly. I understand your point. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. There was not in the he brought him into the to the Holocaust Center. I understand that, but I'm saying in the way that Assad used them, where he went into towns, dropped them down to innocent into the middle of towns. It was brought to it. So the use of it. And I appreciate the clarification there. That was not the intent.
Well, I see what he's saying. A weapon being dropped from a plane versus a gas chamber would be a different thing. That's a
bad example, off the cuff, but fighting for your job over it is ridiculous.
Yeah, and he corrected it
again.
Right. Again, he sat there and said, "That's not what I meant." He said it. He just said it hurt.
He's saying basically he didn't use chemical weapons during warfare.
Right.
This guy.
And here he didn't drop it on the town.
But in the gotcha society, boy, you just walk right into a trap. Right. I mean, in the times we're living.
And of all gotcha, that room right there is a gotcha epicenter of the world.
And boy, you talk about if you
they jumped it.
Hey, if you ever gonna bring up the evil H, buddy, you better get everything.
That's right. Yeah, and here he is on CNN, which with Wolf Blitzer.
I was obviously trying to make a point about the heinous acts that Assad had made against his own people last week, using chemical weapons and gas. And frankly, I mistakenly used an inappropriate and insensitive reference to the Holocaust, for which, frankly, there is no comparison. And for that, I apologize. It was a mistake to do that. And I appreciate Director Panetta's comments, and we'll keep those in mind.
Yeah, I don't think it reveals some hidden evil agenda that he. You know what I'm saying? The guy just used a bad example. It wasn't like Marge. What was her name? Marge Schott, the Cincinnati Reds owner. They said Hitler had some good ideas. He just kind of got out of hand. What was her statement that was ridiculous?
Yeah.
So he started out good, and he just got a little crazy, and they were like, "No, Marge, really."
Well, this is the one that where it gets out of hand. The Anne Frank Center, a social justice group, of course we know, named after the young girl that wrote the diaries that were so famous. They're now accusing Spicer of possibly being a Holocaust denial.
See,
that's where we take it too far.
Guys, that's crazy. Well, Rick, here we go. We all got to be a victim. Everybody's got to be a victim. So now everybody's going to, if they see an opportunity to somehow be victimized by this, they're going to do it. Because that's our culture nowadays.
I mean, it has flipped.
They say he's a Holocaust denier.
I do not see. I don't see the high ground on being a victim in anything.
Right. Well, I know, but that's today's society. Their mindset is it's so awesome to be a victim. I mean, you're like hip if you're a victim. Look what they did to me.
Yeah,
dadgummit.
So here we go again.
I'm not in a safe place.
Now look,
I need a safe zone.
In fairness, Sean Spicer blew it. I mean,
that was not a good example.
That was, if I'm sitting here, I'm charged. I'm like, Sean, you killing us.
But it's not revealing some inner, evil.
If you want to say that Sean Spicer, as a press secretary, used a horrible example and flubbed it up, that's fair. If you want to go as far as to claim he's somehow anti-Semitic and doesn't believe in the Holocaust, then now we've gone too far.
Now you've gone off the cliff the other way.
Now we've gone too far.
Picture the kitchen, our kitchen here. After that, he's got his version of that. When he walked in there, they're like, "Hey, do you have a Hitler reference there, DA?"
Oh, if I was standing off to the side, and he says, even Hitler. Oh no,
please, hey,
no, no.
Don't do that.
That is one of the most divisive. Do not go there.
No.
Anything you say, we'll be back. I want to remind all of you, we talked about it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how long the streak can continue. I actually brought this up with Adler yesterday, an email from Kelly. Let me tell you guys, I don't get time during the day to watch any show video, mostly listen on the Extreme Club to the hours that I missed while driving. So I was considering about going audio only with just the basic Extreme Club package, but these new behind-the-scenes videos are killing me. Keep it up. Chris Eagle. So, only thing I'm wondering, when can we expect Space Navy Wing Commander #2?
Yeah.
Extreme Club
Me too.
exclusive. What? So this is an Extreme Club member that said, I was just about to go to audio only because I don't get to watch RBTV, and these behind-the-scenes videos are saying, wait a minute, I'm it's keeping me in the loop. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Tell you one thing you could do is to help is to maybe point them to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control, I'm going to tell you what, having these guys on our team, fantastic. Hey, I don't do rodents and the critters. Don't like it at all. And that's why I'm looky, I found Cookie. And they do the work at the farm for us, at home. And if you have a workplace, they can help you there too. Even contractors, new home construction, they can come evaluate. They can check it out for you. They can do all that. No obligation for you to use them, but boy, you should. Get a free evaluation right now by going to cookspest.com. Hey, don't forget too, their termite protection is second to no one. With the Centricon system with Cook's Pest Control expertise. That's cookspest.com. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we got calls coming in, and Greg,
Bubba and his space buddy were going to broadcast and do a trip at the launch. What if me and Speedy go to West Virginia and do a broadcast from the Whitaker's front porch? What do you think?
I don't know if there's any direct flights there.
For no.
By the way,
hoof it.
I saw Adler use his communication skills in the break.
He's getting shanked.
Well, he also told everybody a day's a long time, and y'all are really lowballing.
Yeah,
and,
he's right, by the way.
Yeah.
Our price just went up.
No, my price makes a lot more sense now,
I can
doesn't
tell
it?
you mine has tripled.
It's got to be the kind of price that if I get through it and I survive it, my life's changed. I mean, you know what I mean? It's hey,
it was tough, but look what I got.
I'm set.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done.
It's like naked and afraid. Well,
Right.
no, you don't get paid on that.
This would be like that.
This guy says he thinks he's kin.
Okay,
This is his family.
I hope he don't answer the phone like that.
Hey, hello, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. All right. All right. No, we're not doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that.
No.
All right, here's one of the things.
I'm uncomfortable, but I'm intrigued at the
It
same
is
time.
intriguing. There's a lot of videos.
Hey,
they go to
Speedy.
the grocery store one time.
Speedy, as your friend.
Yeah.
Close the computer.
Okay, thank you.
You don't.
I need this in my life.
Do not get pulled into that.
Okay, thank
okay.
you.
Now,
Thank you.
now, let me tell you this. I've been watching this phenomenon for years.
Yeah.
And I've never understood it. Okay. I even talked to a friend of mine the other day who has family members that do the same thing, and I don't understand it. I've never understood it. It would seem to me if and look, we've been there. I mean, and could end up there again, to where you were like, hey, you know what? We're barely getting by. Every single dime is needed, not for things you want, for things you need.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't afford what you want, that's much different than I can't afford what I need. The basic things in life.
Yeah.
Okay, a roof. We'd like to have it heated in air. We'd like to have food. We'd like to have
Water,
clothing.
running water.
And like to have some sort of vehicle. Okay. I do not, for the life of me, and I've counseled many of people that are in a rough patch of their lives, and I'm talking about they need to make some money, and they need to get on top of their lives financially, and there's some adjustments that need to be made, and they're having a hard time, okay? But they don't have one, they don't have two, sometimes as many as 3 dogs or pets.
Like the Whitakers?
I don't understand this. Do y'all realize that animals have to be fed? That animals, I mean, that's a cost. Why are you adding pets and the cost of pets to your situation when you're really, I mean, you're in tears asking for prayer and help on how you're going to survive? You know what you could take off the expense list? Dog and cat food. You know, the animals, if there's something wrong with them, they can't even be cared for because you can't afford that vet bill. I mean, why do you add things to your life that only complicate it. Now, once you get set up and you got it made and you got money available for pets, I don't understand. It's rare that I see someone that's in a difficult situation that doesn't have multiple animals, and I don't understand that, because that's a cost that you're putting on yourself, an unnecessary burden. And I'm noticing it happening again here when I walk past.
Oh, that door opened, 4 dogs ran out.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Do they look at them as more of a companion than a family member?
No.
Is that what that's why they have them?
But see, I've got companions.
Well,
I've got companions that need me to find.
Right, but they don't see it that way.
It's humans.
Yeah.
And the humans have to be cared for first. I don't have to have a dog. I had no choice on these humans. Now I might have been a person who did things that produced these humans that I had a choice in that. But what I'm saying is, once a human comes in, you got to take care of the human or you go to jail. Okay. Right. But why would I go out and then something that I picked more expenses and more animals and I brought more in, and with them comes all kinds of expenses. I just don't understand that. It seems like you're just making your life more difficult. Somebody says, well, Rick, they want a companion. Okay, well, have one then. I don't understand.
In the Whitaker's defense, I thought they had 6 dogs, but actually it was 5, and that one guy was barking until I saw him on camera.
Yeah,
and there it is.
That's legit. The first time I heard it, I thought it was one.
It really was. I mean, it sounds like a dog.
I mean, that's
Kayla in Helena, ZZK. Kayla, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Good. I'm with Speedy on the Whitakers. Very intrigued by them, but also it's like a train wreck. You can't look away. You just want to know more. I discovered them probably a year and a half ago. Their first.
Oh man.
Well,
Whitaker's.
It's like at times my hands are over my eyes, and then I'm looking through my hands.
I know. Why? Why would you do that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Guys, I'm sorry. I've been trying to figure out what's been going on with this Whitaker family, but I did find a picture of their family tree, and you can see that it's
Adler. You're on fire today. you can tell his face straight back.
Too much.
Yeah. You see how it's now that he's not worried about how he's going to get to the Cape. His mind is back being creative again.
He was torn. Now he's not.
Yeah, right. Sarge in Russellville. Sarge, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
I was stationed out in Utah for like 5.5 years when I was in the Air Force. And out there in the heart of Mormonism, Greg was talking about all the Masonic stuff at Denver. It is all over their temple and stuff out there. And my wife, loves architecture and art and stuff. But she went on the tour that non-Mormons are allowed to go to.
Non-Mormons.
And she said, as a born-again Christian, she was getting like physically ill and stuff. That just something's not right. She has that discernment gift and everything. And she's like, this ain't right.
So now, is this at the Denver airport you're talking about?
No, this is not Salt Lake. But, when Greg said it about Mormonism, it's all hearted out there. So
Right. Well, Greg was saying Masons. He wasn't saying Mormons. But anyway, still, it's still the same. I understand you're going to something that was like that.
There's a lot of Masonic roots in Mormonism, so all that
really?
stuff.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Okay. All right.
My dad was a Mason for a long time, and he finally come out and said, "Look, nobody needs to be called worshipful master other than Jesus," and he just threw it down right there.
Amen. All right. Well, thanks, Sarge. Wow. Yeah. It's there is. If you have the Holy Spirit and you're getting that creepy feeling, you need to move on, because that's the Holy Spirit's trying to help you, and it'll reveal a lot of things. Let's go to Stephen in Kentucky. Stephen, go ahead.
Hey, you guys were talking earlier about Gary Busey.
Oh yes.
I didn't know if you heard the part of that update that after all these latest happenings that the Cleveland Browns were going to sign him.
That's good.
That's a good one. That's funny.
What is going on with the Cleveland Browns?
I don't know.
It's just their plan. Let's go to let's see, Josh, Meridian, Mississippi. Listen to the buzz. Josh, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was talking about, y'all are talking about the Whitaker family. They are part of a large YouTube series. It's called The Soft White Underbelly.
Yeah, Speedy told me that.
Look.
Yeah, I don't think so. Speedy told me that in the break. We all have our areas of expertise and a call. This area, I'm kind of more like Adler. It makes me too uncomfortable.
Would you call Greg the expert on our staff in this area?
No question. 100%.
I'll study it.
No question. Back to Jane Goodall again.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
there's some interesting folks out there, y'all.
He's immersed himself in it. He's been out there. You probably gained your most research when you were a troubleman, didn't you?
Oh yes,
more so than
meet a
Highline.
lot of people.
More so than Highline.
Yeah, because you're more personal.
Yeah,
you're the tip of the spear.
Hey, did you just say tip of the spear?
Yeah.
That's good.
Nowhere to go. You mean you're there?
You're there. You're making contact.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, I asked him yesterday. He's doing these daily behind-the-scenes videos, and you find those in your Extreme Club under documentaries. Click on videos, and you'll see TV shows or documentaries. Then click on documentaries. And I went to him yesterday, and I said, how much longer can you keep this up?
The pace is incredible at this point.
I said, look, what you're doing is phenomenal, but there's no way you can keep up this pace. You're leaving them out there, you don't have to do one every single day. And he said he's going to compile as many as he can until he just runs out of steam. But
don't burn out, baby. Don't burn out.
It's not the burn. He is going to burn out. Everybody burns out on something.
Right.
My concern is this, okay? It's that expectation. Because I did it with the Extreme Club. We used to get the archives up by noon, 1 o'clock each day.
Yeah.
Now they're pretty much hour on the hour. And if I'm ever out and I'm doing it, or we're doing a best of and I do it remotely, we're an hour and a half, 2 hours in, and I'm getting email. Hey, man, why is the Extreme Club not up? So you're setting an expectation, and they are loving it. That's one email of probably 20, 25 things that I've received over the last few days.
That's good.
So well done.
Thank y'all for the good feedback. I'm glad to hear it. Trying to get some daily documentaries out there.
Daily.
Some people might know it as a vlog, which is like a video blog.
Yeah.
But that word just sounds so stupid when
I don't
you
like
say
that word.
it.
I don't like that.
And it's really
It reminds me of a whipping.
It's really common. There are several.
I don't want to get a vlog.
No.
There are no.
Oh,
no,
flog
thank you.
that
I got
rear end.
vlog.
Oh man, my butt is hurting from getting vlogged. That's what it sounds like.
It does.
But there are like some big time daily vloggers on YouTube and stuff like
Really?
that. So it's like that's the term. First of all, blog. I'm not that happy.
These are too
happy
bad.
about.
Whoever came up with these words.
It's not good stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm going with with daily documentary. I think that works better. It's longer.
Well, I know that
But-
for me, like, someone who, if you like a show or you like a group or a band or whatever, behind the scenes stuff is always my favorite stuff anyway. To have access
Yes,
to that
I
kind-
agree.
I love that. Like anytime I remember getting concert videos, and I love
yeah.
the behind the scenes stuff more than the actual concert.
Oh, I do
video.
too.
But anyway, so people love it, but I'm just like Helmsy. I mean, you're stirring out there right now.
Sure. One thing y'all could help me out with is I'm also creating the music for this thing, and I've used like 2 songs like 5 times. I've done 5 videos. I've used the 2 songs like too much now, so I'm gonna try to do a new song today. And I'm just making them in GarageBand.
That's cool.
Would y'all want to help?
You just won Bub over on that one.
Would y'all want to help me flesh it out real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
What's he doing?
I was going to say, you may be going too far trying to come up with original music.
Well, you can't.
There's a lot of good bed music out there.
Yeah. Let's see.
That'd probably save you a little time.
A lot of it won't allow you to use it though. That's the problem. Is they'll tell you sorry you can't post that.
Yeah, like licensing and stuff.
I run into it all the time posting.
All right, so I'm gonna do a new song in GarageBand. What genre should we do? Like EDM or hip hop or dubstep or R&B or house music or chill or rock or electro funk or beat mash or like
Electro funk.
All right, let's go with that.
Drop the beat.
That's right. I know, Bubba, with your band Digital Basement, this may be more your area.
I've got a couple I might can share with you.
Yeah, there you go.
All right,
Remember, what was
so
that? Pretty Day? That was a good one.
You like Pretty Day?
Oh, I love Pretty Day.
All right, so now that I've chosen electro funk, I've got all these little patches, all these little like things set up, ready to go. So let me know if you guys like the beat of this, like here. Can you hear that? You got that?
A little symbol.
Okay.
Now you got to think about what it's going to be played under.
I'm
right?
picturing it.
This is kind of cool. Like, okay, we're here. We're ready to rock and roll. We're getting ready to start the morning show. That kind of thing. That's what'll be shown here. And then like I'll add maybe a little bit of this right here, like.
Oh yeah.
What about
Get Greg
that?
on the kick
Is that
drum.
cool?
Kick drum.
Okay. And then a little bit of. All right, here we go. Oh, that's good, Greg.
I like
Greg,
that.
you're killing it, buddy.
I
Okay.
like that.
All right, so then we should probably get some like bass.
I gotta have some bass.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I
Are we
like
good
that.
with this so far?
I love this.
I like the way you add it in pieces,
I
too.
do, too.
It's better stacking it than if it just all hit me at one time.
Okay, so now I'll change up the guitar a little bit. Here we go.
Oh, I do like that
We
better.
okay with this? I like that better too.
I like that
better too. Okay. All right, now should I kind of scale it back?
No.
Bring it harder. Bring it harder.
I think that's good
You
right
may be
there.
there. Don't get it too busy.
Yeah,
All right.
it's bad music, remember?
Let's go crazy. Here we go.
I don't want it.
5, 6, 7, 8.
He's going full funky chicken. At it.
So we're good with this?
That's today.
That's the song for the day?
That's today.
Okay. All right. I'm going to scale it back. See, I'm like scaling it back a little bit. Okay.
Bring something else in.
Okay. Get ready. You're not ready for this. 5, 8. Oh, I missed it. I messed it up. Okay.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Things you need to know, Man Church this week. Mark Garnett headed to beautiful Avon, Indiana. Harmony Baptist Church coming up this Friday night. It's their next Man Church. They're in year 2 in their second 40-week curriculum. Rich Wingo in Tuscaloosa, they're in the second curriculum too. First Baptist Church, that's Rich's home church where he leads the men's ministry, and he'll be speaking to the men coming up this Sunday night. So don't miss that, and you can join them for that if you're not already plugged in somewhere. Landmark Church, Montgomery, Alabama, I-92 WLWI. Rich Wingo will be there on September the 7th, and then I'll be at Ridgecrest Baptist Church in Dothan, Alabama on September the 8th and be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there. On 9/11, I'll actually be kicking things off for First Baptist Church in Webster, Florida. I won't be there in person, but we have a kickoff package available too. If you cannot find a date for me to be there, but you still like for me to kind of explain it to the men and do the first high challenge message, we have a video option for you. And First Baptist Church Webster, Florida has chosen that. So via video, I'll be kicking it off for them on September the 11th. That same day, on the 11th, Andy Blanks from Team Man Church will be at Locust Fork Baptist Church in Locust Fork, Alabama, kicking that off for them. Find all that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. At rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, you'll find some things coming up as well. Sherry and I have been asked to join a panel that is the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. They have a new counseling group that they have, which is highly needed. And they're going to be doing a kind of a conference, a summit on grief. It's called Sustaining Hope Grief Recognized Conference. It'll be at my home church, Valleydale Church in Birmingham, on September the 24th. And Sherry and I are honored to be there to speak on this topic that is dear to our heart and affects so many. And we're honored to be joining the others who will be there too. So find details on that. That's September the 24th. Seating is limited for that, so just FYI. Those tickets went on sale yesterday. All right, okay. Let's talk about a couple things. There's a lot of sports stories that are available. Still waiting on an update on Bubba. They said they've done some tests this morning, and these tests should tell us something. So by the time we get back tomorrow, we should know something. And maybe or maybe not, he'll be with us. We'll see. Right. But Greg and I were discussing this one thing. Look, I love technology. I don't have a problem with technology. Yeah, okay, I mean it's technology.
I probably ignore a lot of it that would help me in my life if I just embraced it.
Yeah, technology is fine.
It is.
And
it can be.
And I think there's times you use it, and then there's times it's not necessary.
Right.
And Speedy, I've been wanting to address this with you that you're
something I'm doing.
Yeah, you're that talking text guy.
Yeah.
The talk.
Well, sometimes when we're crunching and we're in a hurry, I'll do that.
But
I think you're sharp a little bit.
I've noticed that's your go-to now, though. I think that's what you prefer to do now.
Yeah.
And
you want to know one
period? I love when he yells out the punctuation. That's my favorite part.
Wondering what's going on with Bubba. Period. Have any tests come back? Question mark. We're all praying for you. Somewhat sad face. I mean, can you stop doing that?
Can I?
Does it kill you just to take your fingers and send a
Well,
text?
I'm gonna give you all a couple of reasons why, and it's not because I think I'm sharp. Greg.
I want you to know.
I got another one. I got
one is also that I can't without my reading glasses on. I can't see. I mean, everything's blurry.
Well, put them on.
So if I'm trying, sometimes we're in a hurry, whatever. I got my headphones on, trying to cram them on. It's tough. Some of you on YouTube probably see me doing that. Right. So I'll just do that real quick and then kind of back out and go, did I get that right? Because if I was going to try to use my thumbs, I'd be like, what in the world? There's some of that. There's some of it is for the speed of it, of just hurrying up.
Right, yeah.
And a lot of it is like if I'm driving, that's what I'll do. So I don't want
to throw the injured under the bus, but God love Bubba. When he tries it, it's obvious that his accent or something. When he sends you a voice text, it is just a mess. Yeah. I mean, there's words in there. I don't even.
He's trying to interpret that King's English.
Yeah. Right. So what were other you were going to say
about texting? If you don't have time to answer back, don't send me one of them laughed at or emphasized or what is that? Drives me nuts.
Oh, just the little thing up there on the top.
Yeah.
I'm
emphasize. What's that even mean?
That means like you agree.
Yeah, I know, but
you
can't take a second to go, hey, man.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're taking a second to acknowledge
emphasize.
Less than a second.
You're taking laugh.
I've never responded to text you again.
How about I've never sent one of those ever
Greg, hang on a minute.
in my whole life.
Greg, hang on a minute.
Cool now?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I got sent a text to Sherry. Hey, babe. Love you. You're my bestie. I love you so much. 2 exclamation points. 1 heart and a smiley face. After the show today, gonna go over there and see Dad, and the mom's got a doctor's appointment this afternoon. Concerned look. Then I'm going by to have a lunch, just some food emoji, with the guys and semi, and then ... Love you so much. 3 hearts. Call me. Just if you need anything, thumbs up.
I mean, then you know what she sends back? Emphasize.
Right. It's
agreed to.
But if you notice that Speedy's gone to
this one,
the voice.
Oh, he's been doing that.
I know.
He's been doing that.
And you know what else you'll do? You'll talk to people on speakerphone walking around in front.
That's the one that drives me nuts.
I will
jump in here.
That went bad one day.
When's the last time I did that?
Well, you'll bring
that time it went bad.
I think sometimes I'm talking to the phone. Y'all think I'm
Greg,
right?
Yeah.
I want to call out your contradictory on this emphasize thing.
Just don't even bother.
Can I finish? Okay. Speedy and I will take moments where we pour out to you on Marco Polo, and you don't even watch them.
I forgot about Marco Polo.
You don't even watch them.
But I didn't mean to forget about it.
But when we give you the short one that we think you won't because you won't respond to the long one, you tell us
Marco Polo?
Right.
Yes.
Well, I have to revisit that. I just need to pay more attention. You're right. But I'm just talking about that when instead of laughed at, emphasized.
What do you want
What's the
us
other
to
ones?
say?
What are the other ones?
So you got heart.
mean?
You got heart like you love it. All right. You got ha like it's funny. You got the explanation point, which are the emphasize, which is
and it'll say emphasize or it'll say this.
Or like maybe you agree with that point, or hey, that was a solid point.
Laughed at.
You know what it sounds like when I hear people doing the voice text thing? It reminds me of typing class when I was in school. Remember the typing teacher? Let's get our hands on the home keys.
A, S, D, F, J, K, L, semicolon.
Semi. G, H, G, H, G, semi. And
semi.
That was Miss Ware. I never Miss Ware. Semi.
I like how you do your shoulder.
How about I thank her for that though, because I know how to type because of Miss Ware.
Yeah,
Mrs. Ware was a great typing teacher.
She really was.
Mm-hmm. If you teach me to type,
she sent me in the office.
Picture that.
Bubba just sent.
I'm gonna
thanks for the prayers.
Thanks
for the prayers. Sorry to be out. What do y'all want me to send to him? And I will
send him.
You better ask Greg.
Write him some sort of note back. Don't send him some symbol.
I'm just gonna
send him the
who gave him the
poop
thumbs
emoji
up?
and say, I hope this happens. You'll feel better.
Somebody's already given him a thumbs up.
Who thumbed him up? Was that you, Adler?
Somebody gave him a thumbs up.
See if you can't do no better than that.
Oh no, that was the other one. I did that. That was the one prior to this.
To be honest with you, one of the reasons I haven't done it because I don't know how you get to it to do that.
So really, you're just.
Are you serious right now? Huh?
Like that time I didn't know how to turn my flashlight.
Greg, you have dogged it because you didn't know how to get to it.
If I knew how to get to it, I wouldn't use it.
Oh, you're about to be really mad at me.
Yeah. All you gotta do is hold it down,
right
Greg.
Here. Right here.
Greg.
Hold it down and boom.
Greg, Greg didn't know where these were. Surprise face.
I think there's something else.
Yeah, you ready now, Greg?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.